Chapter 46-44. This time, Yi Xian's destination was the most important place in the primordial void other than his strongest avatar and the devouring avatar that were nurtured by his two avatars. Speaking, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was his base behind the primordial void. Old Pig Spirit, 8 Great Vajra, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Inji, Guihai Yi Dao, Song Qingyu, Nibel Mountain, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuafontai, and the rest of the demon army. There is also an army of 10 million beasts, including the Long Yi Hao Life Giant Fortress. This place was only 20 billion miles away from the strongest primordial void where Yi Xian's strength body was. It was Yi Xian's primordial void base camp. It had been more than 10 years since Yi Xian left this place. 10 a few years was nothing to the space beasts and primordial survivors in the primordial void and the countless forbidden lands and star regions on both sides of the Milky Way in the primordial void. Not to mention the powerful beings above the venerable realm. Even the emperors and emperors would at most break through 1 or 2 levels in the past 10 years, or even less. However, to the army under Yi Xian, it was definitely not to this extent. Whether it was the Old Pig Spirit, the 8 Great Vajras, or the 10 million fierce beast army, the cultivation resources that Yi Xian provided were all at least purple gold precious medicines. Those with slightly stronger cultivations were even like him, using 9 color divine medicines. One had to know that in the top forbidden lands in the primordial void, even some powerful beings of the primordial void might not be able to use purple gold medicine on a daily basis. At the entire right bank of the Milky Way, there were only a few powerful beings of the primordial void who could refine purple gold medicine from this. It could be seen how extravagant the cultivation resources of Yi Xian's subordinates were. Also because of this, although Yi Xian had only left the primordial void base camp for a short 10 years, he was still looking forward to the cultivation progress of all his subordinates in the base camp. In just a few years, he had grown to become an 8th-level Universe Supreme. When he left, he was only a Universe Knight. His cultivation level had increased by more than 3 great realms. If there were no accidents, judging from the increase in cultivation level of his subordinates, some of them had increased by more than 3 great realms. By the further one goes, the harder it is to break through, and the weaker one's cultivation level is, the greater the space for improvement is, the more shocking the increase in cultivation level is. Xiao. Yi Xian's figure abruptly stopped as a faint sound of something breaking through the air sounded out. A distance of over 20 billion kilometers was nothing to him right now. He'd arrived there in a short period of time. Front 10 million miles away was the primordial void base camp. As his consciousness spread out, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. It wasn't that there was a problem, but that he was shocked. The Source Hive star in front of them was extremely huge, but now, except for the soil and rock layers on the surface of the entire star, the bottom was all metal. Over the past decade, the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon Battleship had eaten up the entire primordial void star. On the surface, it looked like a primordial void star, but in fact, it was the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon Battleship. It was just that there were 10,000 miles of soil and rock on the surface as a cover. This was definitely a surprise because the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon Battleship looked so huge from the outside, so the space inside it must be even more shocking. One had to know that the space within the giant fortress of life was all made using the space folding technique. The life fortress of the Wild Dragon ship had already grown into a true giant fortress in the void. Compared to the Tianji city of the Tianji race, it was not the slightest bit smaller. In fact, it might even be larger than the Tianji city, with such a vast space. Even if Yi Xian brought the 2 armies hibernating in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood, it would be enough to accommodate them. Until Yi Xian didn't even care about the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon Battleship's offensive and defensive power, because he would soon possess the terrifying strength of a supreme of the ancients. As long as the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon Battleship's defensive power was strong enough to protect his army, it would be enough for him to have a place to stay. There was no problem with this. With Yi Xian's understanding of the world's insects, he was very confident. "Oh, who is spying on us? Do you think your grandpa pig is a decoration? Get out here immediately." Roar. Just as Yi Xian was sighing in his heart, a shocking howl suddenly came from the primordial void star. It was clearly the old pig spirit's voice. Rumble. Then a black light shot out from the surface of the primordial void star. It expanded with the wind and instantly turned into a terrifying black pig with a body of 100 million feet. It was the old pig spirit. However, other than the old pig spirit, the other subordinates of the primordial void star, including the great beings of the demon race and the ferocious beast army, did not appear. When Yi Xian had used his godly consciousness to investigate earlier, he had seen some patrollers on the surface of the star. But now, even they were all hibernating and hiding in the giant life fortress under the star. Obviously, this was to confuse the enemy and make them think that there was only one powerful space porcupine in this seemingly abandoned star, and that there was no other existence. If this prevented the primordial void star from being exposed, and if there were no accidents, this should be the old pig spirit's idea. Yi Xian nodded repeatedly, and he was quite satisfied. After not seeing each other for more than a decade, the old pig spirit's power had skyrocketed from the Universe Knight level to the Universe Master level 9 complete. Originally, it should have been more than this, but when Yi Xian left, he only left him a level 26 Universe Master level pill that would allow him to break through to the Universe Master level. Then, Yi Xian had no choice. At that time, the level 27 Supreme Master level pill had not been refined at all. However, although his own power was only at the Universe Master level 9 complete, the old fellow had obviously been comprehending the 9 transformation of the porcupine, which was derived from the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the demonic ape. And it seemed that he had gained a lot, as he had already comprehended the 6th transformation. So, therefore, in the state of the 6th transformation, his true power had skyrocketed by another 7 small levels. On the surface, the old pig spirit's current power was clearly at the 7th level of the universe supreme level Xiao. Xiao. Yi Xian did not say a word to the old pig spirit, who was roaring and rushing out of the primordial void star. After a faint smile, he flicked his hand, and 2 weak lights shot out instantly. Just as. Chapter 46-45. Swish! Swish! With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the 2 treasured pills turned into rays of light and shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the old pig spirit and stopped abruptly. This is... The pig spirit's figure stopped in an instant as he took in a breath of cold air. His pair of huge eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed in shock. Treasure pill. This is Brother Bao Yuan's treasure pill. One is the supreme treasure pill, and the other one's aura. Oh my God, could it be the supreme treasure pill? In the next moment, the 2 treasured pills were instantly put away by him with a wave of his hoof. Then, he looked at Yi Xian with shifty eyes and grinned. Brother Bao Yuan, so it's you. How did you become a human again? Isn't the appearance of Bao Yuan good? You've transformed into a human. I almost didn't recognize you. Puffed. Yi Xian was originally smiling, but when he heard this, his face instantly darkened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This is too infuriating. This old fellow really can't say anything good. What do you mean by becoming a human again? What do you mean by changing into a human and almost not recognizing you? Speak. This Star Lord doesn't seem to be a human. Even a supreme treasure pill and an almighty treasure pill can't shut your stinky mouth. Yi Xian curled his lips and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this old fellow. He immediately flashed towards the origin nest star in front of him. It seems that the next time I refine the desolate sovereign treasure pill that has entered the supreme primordial realm, there's no need to worry about you anymore. Hiss. Supreme treasure pill? Supreme treasure realm? Boss, don't misunderstand. The old pig spirit's eyes instantly turned red. With a thought, he shrunk his body and raised his hooves in the air. He leapt to Yi Xian's body and arched towards him. Boss, don't be angry. It's not like you don't know that I have a foul mouth. This is natural. Li Xian rolled his eyes. Although he didn't say anything, the expression on his face eased a lot. That's right, we're good brothers. The pig spirit observed his expression and saw that he didn't seem to be really angry, so he immediately changed the topic and asked, by the way, when will you start refining the supreme treasure pill? Get lost. I just gave you 2. Can you finish them all in a short time? You're already thinking about it. Yi Xian was furious and kicked him away. Sending him flying, he turned his head and rushed towards the source nest star. Howl. Old pig spirit, I'm not in a hurry. The pig spirit rolled in the air for over 10,000 laps. After stabilizing his body, he immediately rushed over and followed Yi Xian into the nest base camp. Without even looking back, he directly went to his closed-door cultivation area. Brother Violent Ape, I've been waiting to step into the universe sovereign realm for a long time. See you later. Don't forget about my desolate supreme treasure pill. Phew. Xian didn't pay any attention to him, but he also raised his hand and threw out 10,000 cubic meters of chaotic medicine, which hit the back of Pig Spirit's head. Pig Spirit raised his head and howled again in joy. This medicine is even better than the 9-colored divine medicine. Thank you, big brother. Although the old Pig Spirit was a little unreliable, he was loyal, which had been proven before. Besides, he was the most powerful general under Yi Xian's command, and his strength was at the same level as the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Therefore, he would definitely get his share of the chaos medicine. Yi Xian wanted him to break through to the primordial great power as soon as possible so that he could take charge of a region. Very quickly, the old pig spirit howled excitedly as he quickly left. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the first level of the life fortress. It was so vast that there was no end in sight. At the moment, a large number of space beasts were rushing over, and they were all very excited. Among them were Guihai, Yi Dao, Song Qingyu, Naibuishan, Bachai, Li Mosquito, Zhuofengtai, and the other great beings of the demon race, as well as the 8 great Vajras, Flying Centipede, and Silver Geol Monster. Everyone was very excited. By this time, Yi Xian had been away for a long time. After more than 10 years, the 8 great Vajras, Flying Centipede, Silver Geol Monster, and Guihai, Yi Dao naturally had a good time with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was also very gratified by their advancement in cultivation. Face Guy Centipede and Silver Geol Monster were now Emperor-level Undyings, and they were not far from becoming Universe Knights. The 8 great Vajras, Guihai, Yi Dao, Song Qingyu, Naibuishan, Bachai, Li Mosquito, Zhuofengtai, and the other leaders of the demon race army were all Emperor-level Undyings, and they were not far from becoming emperors. The other 20,000 great beings of the demon race were all Emperor-level Undyings, and they were all late-stage Emperor-level Undyings. It wouldn't be long before the entire demon race army of 20,000 became Emperor-level Undyings. This demon race army of 20,000 Emperor-level Undyings, its battle strength was enough to excite even Yi Xian. All this time, he had been nurturing Guihai, Yi Dao, Song Qingyu, and the rest of the demon race army as an elite trump card team. Now, he finally saw the initial results. But this was far from enough. According to Yi Xian's original expectations, these 20,000 great beings of the demon race had to be Emperor-level Undyings or above, and there would be some Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and even Supreme-level leaders and commanders. Their battle strength would be so strong that it would make one's hair stand on end. Apart. Other than that, the space beasts of the 10 million Great Beast Army had a shocking increase in their power. There were 9 Universe Masters, but they were only early-stage Universe Masters, incomparable to Old Pig. As for Emperor-level Undyings, there were thousands of them, and the rest were all ordinary Undyings or above. It was definitely an elite beast army. Xiao, 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 xiao. 1. After exclaiming, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and took out a large amount of purple crystal medicine, 9-colored godly medicine, and chaos medicine. These 3 different levels of blood and flesh medicine were supplied to different people. The top-level chaos medicine could only be supplied to Yi Xian's core subordinates and those with higher levels of power. 1. The level 19 colored godly medicine and purple crystal medicine would be reduced in descending order. 2. With these, Yi Xian also left behind a large amount of other resources for training, as well as a portion of the various level pills in his hands. After handing all of this over to Guihai Yidao and instructing him to pass it to the old pig spirit after he came out of seclusion. After distributing it, Yi Xian chatted with his subordinates for a while before leaving the Source Nest Star. His next destination was the Rising Star Forbidden Land outside the Hongmeng Void. There was an army of ferocious beasts and an army of survivors in the Rising Star Forbidden Land. They called Yi Xian Demon Master, and they had been guarding the entrance of the Hongmeng Void. As Yi Xian had been away for almost 20 years, he wondered how the army of ferocious beasts and the army of survivors in the Rising Star Forbidden Land had become. Chapter 46-46. Xiao. A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian's figure shot out from the depths of the forbidden area of Rising Sun, the star vortex that led to the primordial void. In the blink of an eye, he'd already left the primordial void and arrived at the primordial world fragment starry sky. Around the star vortex, Yi Xian had imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point. However, the Hongmeng Void and the fragment of the untainted land of heaven and earth did not belong to the same universe plane. Hence, he could not jump here directly. Considering that these two places might not be considered as adjacent universe planes like the three main space planes, Yi Xian did not even use the interstellar coordinate jump to cross planes. Instead, he traveled from the Hongmeng Void with his physical body. Hence, even with his current terrifying cultivation, it had been half a month since he left the headquarters of Origin Nest when he arrived at the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday previously. When Yi Xian left the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already broken through to the Emperor level. At that time, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun had 4 emperors and 15 emperors. Among them, there were 4 ferocious beasts and 11 survivors. It was already a top-notch forbidden land of starry sky. Within the trillions of miles of the void, it was the only existence at the level of a giant. There was no danger at all. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been so relieved when he left. Once he left, he had been gone for almost 20 years. After all, this was the entrance to the Hongmeng Void. The geographical location was extremely important. No matter what, he had to hold on to it. At this moment, as he finally arrived at the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, Yi Xian immediately released all the aura in his body. As such, today, he was in his original appearance. However, the bloodline power of the 9th transformation of demonic ape had been activated to the 9th transformation state. Hence, the aura that Yi Xian emitted from his body was that of the complete stage 9 of the Desolation Supreme Being. Also, he was a half-step Desolation Supreme. As soon as such a terrifying aura of cultivation effused out, it instantly enveloped the entire forbidden area of sunrise, causing the starry sky, ferocious beasts, and survivors of the primordial era that were hibernating on countless stars to lay down on the ground at the first possible moment. And they shivered. I'm back. Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei. Come and see me now. In an instant, Yi Xian's voice sounded out. At the same time, he retracted his aura. After all, it was too strong. If he didn't retract his aura, even Zhao Dong and the other 3 titled Immortal Realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand it and wouldn't be able to move in the void. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Yi Xian had his hand behind his back as he stood in the space at the center of the forbidden area of sunrise. There wasn't the slightest aura within his body, yet he imperceptibly emanated a supreme and arrogant aura. Soon, sharp whistling sounds came from the surrounding void as one figure after another shot over. For the leaders were Zhao Dong and the other 3. It had been 20 years since they last saw each other, and they had all reached the peak of rank 9. However, they didn't have a level 25 night pellet, so they hadn't broken through yet. Apart other than the 4 of them, there were another 8 emperors. 4 of them were ferocious beasts, and 4 of them were survivors. They were all at the initial stage of this level, and it was obvious they had only broken through to the emperor level in the past 20 years. The remaining ones were close to 100 emperor-level ferocious beasts and survivors. After all, Yi Xian had left behind a large amount of purple crystals and medicine here. In less than 20 years, there were close to 100 emperors amongst the tens of millions of ferocious beasts and survivors. Of course, it wasn't a small number, until there were obviously more emperors, but they didn't have the qualifications to come. They all stayed within their own planets to await orders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Zhao Dong and the other 3 arrive, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and sent out 4 level 25 Night Pellets, for level 26 Universe Lord Pellets, and 4 level 27 Emperor Pellets. All of them shot forward, stopping abruptly in front of Zhao Dong's group. Here at this time, Yi Xian's voice resounded again. These past 20 years, the Rising Sun Forbidden Land has developed well under the leadership of the 4 of you. These 12 pellets will allow you to break through to the Universe Supreme level smoothly. These are your rewards. Accept them immediately. Other titled emperors and emperors, as well as ferocious beasts and survivors below the emperor level, will be rewarded, including all kinds of cultivation resources. Those who have reached the peak of the 9th stage can also apply for higher levels of treasure pills. Later, Zhao Dong will submit a list of applications. When the time comes, the pellets and resources will be distributed. Hearing his words, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other ferocious beasts, as well as the higher-ups of the survivors and the ferocious beasts, looked at each other excitedly. Their chests rose and fell, and their breaths quickened. Their eyes were blazing with excitement. Especially Zhao Dong and the other 3. Their hearts were filled with emotions. They recalled the situation when Yi Xian left the Rising Sun Forbidden Land 20 years ago. Here, at that time, the 4 of them had not yet broken through, but they had been at the peak of the rank 9 Emperor level for quite some time. However, they had been stuck at this level for a long time, unable to break through. It could be said that the only wish and goal of Zhao Dong and the other 3 was to break through the Emperor level one day and become a real Emperor-level great being, not a half-Emperor level. However, the cultivation of a great being in the starry sky was extremely difficult. The further one progressed, the harder it was to break through the bottleneck of the realm. For a long time, Zhao Dong and the other 3 had not been able to successfully break through, which made them feel disheartened. It was already so difficult to break through to the Emperor level that they did not even dare to have extravagant hopes for more. However, at that time, Yi Xian had given each of them a level 24 Emperor level pellet, which made their years-long wish come true suddenly and effortlessly. Here, a refreshing breakthrough to them was like being enlightened, instantly making Zhao Dong and the other 3 feel enlightened. Here, at this moment, even their state of mind had been elevated. The haze that had accumulated in their hearts for many years had disappeared, and they were no longer timid. They began to boldly look forward to the future, thinking of the Universe Knight level, and even the more powerful Universe Master level, Universe Supreme level. If it had been in the past, they would never have dared to believe that there would be a day when they would be so ambitious as to dare to dream of such a level of strength. However, at that time, after following Yi Xian and witnessing the birth of one miracle after another, the 4 of them no longer felt conflicted, and their Tao hearts became solid and firm. Although all of this seemed to have happened yesterday, in reality, nearly 20 years had already passed. For the past 20 years, the 4 of them had diligently cultivated with the purple crystal medicine left behind by Yi Xian, and they had long stepped into the peak of the rank 9 Emperor level. As long as they could obtain a level 25 Emperor level pellet, they would be able to break through in an instant. However, now for precious level 25 Emperor level pellets were right in front of them. In addition, there were even 4 level 26 Emperor level pellets and 4 level 27 Emperor level pellets. Chapter 46-47. Welcome back, Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is mighty. Thank you, my lord, for your reward. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, the entire boundless forbidden land of Rising Sun was in an uproar. Several ferocious beasts of the starry skies and the survivors of the primordial era knelt on the ground and roared loudly. All of them were extremely excited. All of them had felt the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body. He was a legendary half-step desolate supremacy. Perhaps he existed in the primordial chaos void, but in this desolate chaos fragment starry sky, he was only a legendary figure. He could do whatever he wanted. Body not far ahead, Zhao Dong and over 100 emperors and emperors, whether it was the huge space beasts or the primeval survivors, were all so excited that they all knelt down in space. It wasn't just because of Yi Xian's strength, but also because of Yi Xian's persistence. This is for nearly 20 years because of Yi Xian's peaceful coexistence. The hearts of the tens of millions of space beasts and the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era would occasionally waver. After all, the Demon Lord had been gone for too long, and the Demon Lord had gone to the Hongmeng Great World, which was extremely wonderful and full of wonders. However, the Rising Sun Forbidden Land they were in was merely a fragment of the starry sky in the untainted land. Over the years, it was not that no one had ever doubted whether Yi Xian would return. There were even quite a few ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial era who had such thoughts. Now, everything had become a thing of the past. Even after 20 years, not only did Lord Demon Master not forget them, he even remembered the promise he made at that time. As soon as he returned, he prepared all kinds of cultivation resources, all kinds of different levels of precious pills, this. Move them and make them completely submit. Put away the treasured pills. The other emperors have dispersed. Organize the beasts and survivors under your command. Compile the information about the treasured pills and reward them according to their merits. Waving his hand, Yi Xian remained indifferent. As for Zhao Dong and the other 12 titled emperors, follow this Star Lord and tell me about the changes and movements of this world in the past 20 years, Xiao. After that, Yi Xian's figure flickered and instantly turned into a ray of light, shooting toward a giant life star not far ahead. Body after that, nearly 100 emperor-level space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era left one after another to carry out their orders. As for Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other two, they waved their hands and carefully put away the 3 great level pellets in front of them. Then, they joined forces with the 4 Emperor Realm beasts and the other 4 Emperor Realm survivors. A total of 12 titled emperors followed closely behind Yi Xian. Over the past 20 years, although Yi Xian had not been in the forbidden land of Rising Sun, this giant life star had always been reserved for him. No ferocious beasts or survivors had ever settled here. Furthermore, Zhao Dong and the others had built an enormous palace complex for Yi Xian at the peak of the tallest mountain in the planet. It was named the Magic Hall. This is after Yi Xian entered the atmosphere of the planet. He scanned with his divine sense and was quite satisfied. At this time, he was sitting high on the throne above the main hall of the Magic Hall. Below him were some seats for his subordinates. After Zhao Dong and the other 12 titled emperors entered, they did not dare to sit there. Instead, they stood respectfully in the center of the hall and held their breaths. When Yi Xian first left, his strength was only that of a titled emperor, not much different from Zhao Dong and the others. However, now, he was already a half-step desolate venerable. At this time, Zhao Dong and the others were naturally in awe. Of course, this awe was built on the fact that they were willing to accept him. Everyone sit down. Waving his hand, Yi Xian gestured for Zhao Dong and the others to take a seat. He then continued, "This magic hall is not bad. From now on, the forbidden land of Rising Sun shall be known as the Magic Hall. Now that it has matured, it should have a more domineering title. Besides, such a huge life star, it is not good to have no life forms. Pick some ferocious beasts for viewing and send them into the star. Also, select some ferocious beasts and some ferocious beasts to be the servants and guards of the magic hall. Yes, Demon Lord. Zhao Dong immediately stood up again and bowed respectfully. He would remember this and get it done immediately, and do it beautifully. The four of you have been Emperor Level 9 Pinnacle for quite some time now. We need to break through and become Universe Knights. Once this is done, go into closed-door training. The other matters will be left to the 8 of them. Nodding his head, Yi Xian finished explaining this matter and immediately changed the topic. His gaze swept across the 12 immortal emperors on the left and right of His Highness as he asked, "This Star Master has been gone for 20 years. Has there been any major changes in this great desolate world fragment? What is the overall situation now?" Hearing this, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the rest of the 12 emperors were stunned. They exchanged glances, and their expressions became weird. Yi Xian saw through them. His heart skipped a beat, and his expression darkened. He scolded them unhappily. "What is it? Why are you hesitating? Immediately report." Seeing his displeasure, the 12 emperors were so scared that they trembled. They hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully to Yi Xian, after which Zhao Dong reported the details. "Demon Lord, we have no intention of hiding anything. The reason why we didn't report immediately is because this matter is too complicated. We don't know where to begin." Halfway through his sentence, Zhao Dong's expression became strange again. He sighed faintly and continued, 20 years is just the blink of an eye for this untainted world fragment. In the past, there wouldn't have been any obvious changes in the starry sky in the past 20 years, let alone any major changes. However, the past 20 years have been completely different from the past. It is not an exaggeration to say that the vast starry sky fragment of the untainted land has changed. In short, the entire world has changed. What? The world has changed? You can actually describe it as a sea turning into mulberry fields? Is it that serious? Even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by these words. At the same time, he also developed a strong interest in them. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately asked for the details. "Tell me the specifics. These 20 years, this starry sky. How did the sea change into mulberry fields?" Of course, it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that the sea has turned into mulberry fields. In fact, the starry sky is still the same starry sky. The planets with life and the abandoned planets in the starry sky are the same as before. However, the creatures that live in this starry sky are different from before. Chapter 46-48. Demon Master, you're in the forbidden land of rising sun, so you don't know what's going on in the outside world. Now, in the whole fragment of space, even the top-grade forbidden lands and top-grade star areas with only 2 or 3 emperors guarding them have all fallen. Zhao Dong let out a sigh as he spoke. As a matter of fact, even the forbidden land of the rising sun has been attacked twice, but the invaders have returned empty-handed. We have 12 martial monarchs, and Qianan and I are half martial highnesses. However, in the entire starry sky fragment, there are at most a dozen forbidden areas and remnant star regions that are as stable as the forbidden land of the rising star, and they're all guarded by at least 2 9-step emperors. As for the other forbidden areas of the stars and the remnant star domains, they have either been captured or are in the middle of a great war. Otherwise, the fierce beasts in the forbidden areas of the stars and the desolation survivors in the remnant star domains have all fled in disorder. In short, the huge fragment of space outside the forbidden land of rising sun is in chaos. There are not many peaceful paradises like ours. At the end of his speech, Zhao Dong sighed again, as if he was thinking about something, but he didn't say anything more. "You've done a good job. Not only did you guard the forbidden land of rising sun, but you also followed my instructions and didn't go out to chase after the outsiders. This is very important." A shocked expression appeared on Yi Xian's face, but it quickly flashed by. His expression returned to normal, and he changed the topic and asked, "Zhao Dong, the outsider you're talking about. What do you mean? They have astral beasts and primordial survivors like us, but they obviously come from other fragments of the void because these primordial survivors don't even know how to refine flesh and blood medicine. They drive a kind of metal magical treasure called a battleship, which is very powerful. Zhao Dong nodded and continued. Apart from that, there are even some who look exactly like us primordial survivors, but are actually puppets. There are all kinds of strange components in their bodies, and they call themselves the mechanical race. Of course, these outsiders are not in the same group. They are divided into many camps, and there are so many of them that it's hard to list them all. You don't have to say more. I already know where they come from and what their background is. After Zhao Dong finished speaking, Yixian immediately raised his hand and interrupted him. The expression on his face also became strange. There was no doubt that the outsiders Zhao Dong was talking about were from the three main planes of the universe. Moreover, they must be the armies that had entered the second universe's spatial rift later on, because Yixian had captured one of the armies that entered after Yixian, which was the army of captives in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. The most powerful being in the army of captives was only a marquis, and there wasn't even a king. However, according to what Zhao Dong had just said, the legions of the three main planes of the universe that were wreaking havoc in the starry sky of the fragment of the untainted world were led by existences at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the peerless immortal realm. Existences at this level were absolutely impossible to exist in the captive legion. Moreover, according to what Zhao Dong said, it seemed that even D'Air's automaton race had entered the space crack of the untainted land. From this point of view, most of the races and powers of the three main planes of space had arrived. Even the forces they sent were not ordinary forces, but ancestor-level forces from their races. It seemed that there were many old friends in the space crack of the untainted land. Thinking, at this point, Yi Xian's expression became strange. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and his expression changed instantly. Back when Green Bull left him and returned to the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, he was only an emperor. Even though Yi Xian let him take away a level 23 emperor pill, Green Bull had already swallowed it, so he was at most a level 9 emperor at the peak of level 9. Also, he was half a step to emperor. This level of strength was obviously not enough in the space crack of the untainted land. If so, wouldn't the army he left in Phoenix Blood Starfield be in danger? One thinking about this, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly again. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Dong on the left side of the hall. He asked in a slightly anxious tone, "Oh right, have you heard of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood all these years? Or the space nomadic army?" Seeing Yi Xian suddenly become anxious, the 12 emperors looked at each other blankly. After that, Zhao Dong stood up again and saluted him, replying, "I haven't heard of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, but I don't think it's a top-tier forbidden land. There are too many of such places in the space crack of the untainted land. Naturally, they wouldn't attract too much attention. However, I do know about the space nomadic army that Demon Master is talking about." Halfway through, Zhao Dong suddenly changed the topic. He exchanged glances with the other 11 emperors, and his expression became strange again. After that, he continued, "Actually, the space nomadic army is not very famous in the space crack of the untainted land, but it's definitely very famous. It's just that this kind of fame really makes people a little speechless because they've almost become a street rat, and everyone wants to beat them up, but they're like cockroaches that can't be killed, and they're always lucky enough to escape at the most critical moment. It can be said that over the past 10 years, the space nomadic army has been roaming the space crack of the untainted land. Their days are getting worse and worse, and now they're not far from being completely wiped out." "What? Peng?" Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he heard this bad news. He immediately cried out involuntarily and stood up in shock. He slapped the armrest of the throne beneath him, causing the entire throne to instantly turn into dust. "Peng! Peng! Peng!" He was furious. Suddenly enraged, and extremely enraged, Zhao Dong and the rest were all caught off guard. Their expressions changed, and the 12 emperors all stood up in shock, kneeling down in the center of the hall and begging for forgiveness. "Demon Master, please calm down. I wonder, did I say something wrong? What Lord Zhao said just now is all true. There is no concealment or exaggeration. Please examine it thoroughly, Lord Devil Lord. Stand up." At this time, Yi Xian realized his reaction was a bit too intense. He immediately took a deep breath and calmed himself down before waving his hand. Chapter 46-49. Hearing Yi Xian's order, Zhao Dong and the rest of the emperors were all stunned. However, very quickly, their faces revealed a look of realization. They finally understood why Yi Xian was so furious when he heard the news of the space nomadic army. Without a doubt, this space nomadic army with a bad reputation was obviously related to the Demon Master. Yi Xian's gaze swept past Zhao Dong and the rest, sighing softly and saying, "You guessed right, the space nomadic army is one of the armies under me. Speaking of which, when I first took them in, it was long before you all. Originally, when I left the primordial space, I planned to first take a look at the Rising Sun Forbidden Land before heading to the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land to pick them up. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The entire Space Nomadic Army's overall strength is too weak compared to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land you all lead. Back then, when I left, I hadn't even made the level 24 pill needed to break through to Emperor level. Hence, the highest commander of the Space Nomadic Army, Green Bull, I only left behind a level 23 Emperor level pill. After so many years, his cultivation must have broken through to the Emperor realm. If there are no accidents, he should be at the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm, which is half a step away from the Emperor realm. Even he is only a Great Circle Emperor, not to mention the rest of his subordinates. According to this Star Master's calculations, the entire nomadic army has at most a few dozen emperors. That's right. And now, the situation in this space fragment is so complicated. Even a top-level Forbidden Land with an Emperor-level Undying has been taken over. It's easy to imagine how their days are going. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light, and his tone became stern. You must remember that they are your companions. No matter what, you must find out the whereabouts of the nomadic army, and then rescue them with all your might. Yes, Lord Devil Lord. Lord Devil Master's benevolence, we are grateful. We will not disappoint you. These words caused Zhao Dong and the rest of the emperors to be moved. Their eyes reddened as they began to tear up. It was simply too touching. For example, today, the Demon Master was already a half-step desolate venerable. Not to mention emperors. Even emperors were inferior to ants in his eyes. But even so, he still remembered the space nomadic army he had taken in. Just this point alone was enough to prove that he was a loyal and righteous person, a person worth risking their lives to follow. After which, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei left. They had to shut themselves away, because the moment news of the space nomadic army got out, they would be the ones to go. Even if Lord Demon Master wanted to go personally, they would recommend themselves. The great beings from the external army, who were not even Universe Knights, were not qualified for Lord Demon Master to personally lead them. Following after Zhao Dong and the other 3 left, the remaining 8 titled emperors for ominous beasts and 4 remnant experts also took their leave. At the first moment, each of them personally selected a trusted elite team and split up to rush in all directions of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. They had to find the whereabouts of the nomadic army as soon as possible and bring back the news. Even though this void fragment was vast and boundless, with 8 emperors going out personally, each in charge of one direction, they would be able to find something in about 10 days. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian's heart slightly relaxed, but the coldness in his eyes grew even stronger. The fact that those guys from the 3 main planes had forced Green Ox and the others in such a dire situation truly infuriated him. No, the rotten Emperor dynasty and the demons were on good terms with Yi Xian. They didn't know the relationship between Green Ox and the space nomadic army, so it was inconvenient for them to do anything. Butas for the other powers, such as the slaves of the first universe and the races of the second universe. Once Green Ox returned and confirmed that they had done something, Yi Xian would definitely settle the score. According to Zhao Dong's words, the nomadic army had been famous for fleeing in the untainted land fragment for more than 10 years. Just by thinking about it with his heels, Yi Xian could imagine what kind of life the Green Ox and the others have been living for the past 10 years. It was as if they were on the run every single day, Every time he thought of this, his heart would twitch. Good. Now that he had returned, as long as Green Ox and the others hadn't died, all the suffering would end. The only thing Yi was worried about now was how many people were left in the Space Nomadic Army. Back then, the Green Ox, Yulinglong, the Dragon Centipede, the Gongjun, the ferocious beast army led by the Black Wind Tiger and the Howling Moon Mastiff, the tens of millions of remnant experts of the Sangji immigrant tribe, the three-clawed flood dragon, the Dragon Mountain Tang, and the rest led by the three-clawed flood dragon, the Dragon Mountain Tang, and the rest, the hundreds of, millions of captive warships of all kinds, and so on. The Starry Sky Nomadic Army that was jointly established was still very large in scale. It was definitely a fresh force that would cause others to raise their eyebrows. But now, the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood had been conquered. The Green Ox had led the entire nomadic army in the Starry Sky to flee in the void of the primordial world fragment for more than 10 years. During this time, they had gone through many life-and-death battles. It was hard to know how many people were left in the huge army. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian sighed faintly. He looked a little lonely. All this was caused by his negligence. He had been away for too long. 6th day passed in a flash. During this time, the 8 emperors of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun who had left with their trusted elite teams to search for the whereabouts of the Space Nomadic Army had not returned. Even Zhao Dong, Xian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who were at the peak of the 9th level, had not made any movements after entering seclusion. Roar, 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 roar. Just as Yi Xian was getting impatient, for shocking roars and roars came from 4 different directions of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun almost simultaneously. It was the voices of Zhao Dong and the other 3. We've finally made a breakthrough. From this moment on, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. No, it should be the Magic Hall. From this moment on, the Magic Hall will have 4 powerful Universe Knights conquering the 4 directions. Hearing the 4 shocking roars, Yi Xian was suddenly invigorated. He muttered softly, and with a flash of his body, he dashed out of the Magic Hall. In the blink of an eye, he was in the space of the Forbidden Land outside the star atmosphere. Xiao! 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 Almost at the same time, 4 figures shot over from all directions. They were all Universe Knights, and they were none other than Zhao Dong and the other 3. Seeing Yi Xian, the 4 immediately clasped their fists and knelt down on one knee in the space. Demon Master, we did not disappoint you and successfully broke through. Now, we are all Universe Knights. Chapter 4650. Xiao, Demon Master, we have news of the Space Nomadic Army. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 3 had just finished their training and broke through to Universe Knight level. Outside the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, a beam of light shot towards them. It was one of the 8 emperors in charge of gathering information. Following the arrival of this undying emperor, an elite team in charge of searching closely followed behind him. With extreme speed, they quickly arrived in front of Yi Xian and came to an abrupt stop. There behind them, the hundreds of emperors and emperors immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Facing the Demon Master of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, they didn't even have the right to stand respectfully. Then, their leader, the Emperor, knelt down on one knee and clasped his fists. The Space Nomadic Army is a few 100 billion miles to the right of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Right now, they're being chased by 3 teams of outsiders. However, they aren't in any danger yet. Stand up and speak. What teams are chasing them? Yi asked. Xian frowned, and his expression instantly darkened. Of the 3 teams of outsiders, one is from the Blood WIRM race, one is from the Green Rock race, and the last is from the Warrior Lion race. The Emperor immediately stood up and continued. Within the 3 teams, there are 4 or 5 Emperors and even a half-knight at the pinnacle of the Emperor level 9. Hence, to avoid alerting them, I didn't lend a hand. Please forgive me, you did the right thing as long as they are safe. All right, you can all leave. As for the matter of sending out troops, I have my own plans. Yi Xian nodded. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Zhao Dong and the other 3. The 4 of you, go out and take a walk. Bring back the nomadic army and the 3 pursuing armies. Don't reveal your identities for now. This Star Lord wants to personally meet them. The titled Undying immediately led his subordinates and left. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 3 followed the order and rushed out of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The 4 of them didn't even bring a single subordinate, let alone an army. They were all Universe Knights now, and even though they had just broken through, the strongest of the 3 teams was only at the pinnacle of the Emperor Level 9. They were no match for them at all. Tianhua Starfield. This was originally a remnant star area, more than 200 billion miles away from the Rising Star Forbidden Land. But now, as the major clans and forces of the 3 main planes of the starry sky swarmed into this fragment of space of the untainted world, the original Tianhua star area had become history. Currently, the tens of thousands of planets in the Tianhua galaxy had become a place where dragons and fishes mixed together. They were divided up by various forces of various sizes. Among these forces, there were outsiders from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, as well as native living beings in the starry sky fragment of the untainted land, namely the ferocious beasts of the starry sky and the survivors of the remote antiquity. However, for the past half a month, the great beings of the various powers who had been hiding in the nearly 10,000 life stars within the Tianhua starfield had all holed up within the stars. Unless there was something important, they wouldn't leave the atmosphere and come to the universe void space outside. This was because during this period of time, it wasn't peaceful here. The infamous space nomadic army that had been fleeing in the void space, yet they were like unkillable cockroaches, had finally come here. Among the powers that occupied the nearly 10,000 life stars in the Tianhua starfield, 3 armies of outsiders set off immediately and entered the space to intercept and kill them. These 3 armies were from the Blood WIRM race, the Green Peng race, and the Warrior Lion race. It was said that they were originally allies, and now, each of the 3 races had sent out an army with a power level of 10 million to intercept them. This was obviously the result of a secret discussion. Half a month later, in the past few months, the Space Nomadic Army had been fleeing everywhere and had suffered many losses. However, this notorious army had been fleeing in this space fragment for more than 10 years and had accumulated a wealth of experience. Therefore, although this interception had been going on for half a month, the Space Nomadic Army hadn't been stopped. They even found a rare opportunity to escape into the space outside the Tianhua starfield. This was clearly the rhythm of escaping the hunting net of the 3 races and escaping again. Moo, you bunch of bastards, you won't let me go and chase me for more than 10 years. The head let out a furious roar, and the green bull's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Just you wait, I'm not without a backer. When the big boss returns in the future, I'll definitely make you all piss your pants." Roar, roar, roar. Along with the roar of the green ox, countless ferocious beasts, survivors, and experts of the human clan and the 3 armies behind it seemed to respond as well. They roared and howled fiercely. No matter who it was, they all revealed endless resentment. In the beginning, before the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood was conquered, the entire space nomadic army, led by the Green Bull, could be said to be powerful. There were a total of 3 armies under his command. One was Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, and the ferocious beast army led by the Black Wind Tiger and the Howling Moon Mastiff. There were nearly 100 million ferocious beasts in the space. The second was Sang Ji's immigrant tribe, which had an army of 10 million battleships and more than 50 million survivors of the primordial era. The third was the captive army led by the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shantang, and the others. The members of this army were complicated. There were humans from the 3rd universe, and there were also powerhouses from the 2nd universe, such as the Green Peng race and the Warrior Lion race. There were even troops from some slave races from the 1st universe. There were hundreds of millions of battleships and close to 10 billion people. But now, after the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood was breached, the space nomadic army was scattered in the starry sky and had been fleeing for more than 10 years. The combat power of these 3 armies had been reduced by more than half. Of course, Those who were eliminated and killed in the past 10 years were those with weaker cultivation, as well as some ordinary battleships and planetary-level and star-level battleships that were below the level of space fortresses. The current space nomadic army only had about 20 million ferocious beasts. There were only about 10 million survivors, and the battleships had been reduced to 1 million. The captive army suffered the most damage. There were hundreds of millions of battleships and close to 10 billion people, but now there were only about 20 million fortresses and strongholds left. The total number of people was only about 500 million, which was only half of the original number. The reason for this was because the captive legions of the 3 legions had been targeted and killed during the 10 years they were on the run. The entire captive army originally came from the 3 main planes of the starry sky. There were humans from the 3rd universe, Green Pung race, Warrior Lion race, and other races from the 2nd universe, and some powerhouses from the slave races from the 1st universe. When the armies from the 3 main planes of the starry sky attacked the Phoenix Blood Starfield, they originally wanted to rescue them, but they were rejected by Long Shan Tang and the other captive parliament members on the spot. Chapter 4651. Moo, guys, let's work harder. There's still another 100 million miles before we reach the edge of a wormhole. As long as we enter the wormhole, we'll be victorious. Moo, rumble. In the void, Green Ox was roaring, revealing a strong sense of excitement. This for more than 10 years. He had led the entire nomadic army to escape from powerful enemies. It was not easy for him to survive until now and maintain the current scale of the army that the big boss had given him. Every time he escaped from a crisis, Green Ox would be very excited. But it was not because he had escaped again, but because he had lived up to the big boss's expectations and led the army that the big boss had given him. He could continue to wait and hold on for a while. This time, after the Green Ox's roar sounded, the 3 great armies following closely behind him didn't respond at all. So, some of them were so excited that their eyes were bloodshot as they stared straight ahead. Void in the sky, there were countless battleships and captives of the survivors, large and small star fortresses, and large and small star fortresses, rushing forward at full speed at this moment. The only thought in their hearts was to escape from this area and rush to the edge of the wormhole 100 million miles ahead. Then they would enter the wormhole and jump. In this way, they would be able to avoid today's calamity. If then, they could grit their teeth and hold on for a while longer and continue to wait for the arrival of hope. In the blink of an eye, the 3 armies moved forward at full speed under the leadership of Green Ox. In a short period of time, they had rushed out tens of millions of miles and were only 30 million miles away from the edge of the wormhole ahead. If there were no accidents, the entire nomadic army would reach the edge of the wormhole in 30 minutes. Then, they would rush into the wormhole and escape from danger. But what a pity this unexpected turn of events has finally come. Boom! Rumble. In the distance ahead, in the originally empty space of a universe, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. With these roars, a huge fleet of battleships suddenly appeared. Formation, it was so powerful that there were hundreds of millions of large and small star-level battleships. Even a 5,000-meter long star-level battleship was nowhere to be seen. This was definitely an extremely powerful and elite fleet army. They had all activated the concealment formation and closed the kinetic energy cabin, quietly hiding in front of the wormhole. Now, they suddenly appeared and completely blocked the way forward of the nomadic army. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, as this powerful fleet took the initiative to appear, more than 30 figures shot out from the surrounding void, and they were all titled Undying Emperors. Among them, there were blood dragons, green rock, and battle lions. Every one showed their bloodline body, and they were tens of millions of feet in size. They stood in the void, blocking the 2 flanks of retreat of the nomadic army. Moo! At this scene, Green Bull raised his head and let out an unwilling roar, revealing an intense sense of despair and anger. His enormous body, which was also tens of thousands of meters tall, came to an abrupt halt in the void. The 3 legions, countless ferocious beasts, battleships, fortresses, and fortresses behind him also came to an abrupt halt helplessly. An aura of despair swiftly spread. Even Green Bull was like this, not to mention the subordinates of the three armies behind him. The entire nomadic army had been fleeing for over a decade, and they had never encountered such a serious situation before. Ignoring the battleship army in front and behind, just the 30 emperors blocking the two flanks were enough to easily annihilate them over 100 times. Even the highest commander of the nomadic army, Green Bull, was only half a step away from being titled emperor. Yet, among these 30 emperors, there were actually 3 half-step knights at the peak of the 9th level. The Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race had obviously planned this out long ago. They had predicted that they would flee here and had set up an ambush. Now, they were just inviting them into the trap. It was almost as though they could feel the despair of Green Bull and his entire army, and they were obviously treating them like rats stuck in a dead end. They weren't in a rush to kill them. The battleship army in the front didn't open fire, and even the battleship army in the rear stopped tens of millions of miles away. Left, the 30 emperors guarding the right wing all laughed coldly, yet no one made a sound. Only a short while later, after a moment of silence, only 3 of the 30 emperors transmitted their voices. They were the 3 powerful half-step knights. 1. A blood dragon, a green rock, and a mad lion. 3-clawed flood dragon, Dragon Mountain Tang, and all the experts from the 3 main planes of the starry skies. This old man will give you one last chance today. Come back immediately, bring a bramble, and ask for punishment. As experts of the present age, there is no lack of famous figures and higher-ups of the various clans. After entering the void fragment of the primitive world, they actually betrayed their own clans and submitted to a green ox at the peerless emperor stage. All the clans and powers in the present age have simply lost face because of you. You only have 10 breaths of time to consider. If you repent within 10 breaths, even though you won't be able to escape punishment, at least you'll have a chance to live. However, if you continue to be so stubborn, you'll have to bear the consequences. You'll go to hell. Blood. As soon as the voices of the 3 half-step venerable ones from the Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan's divine senses fell, the Green Bull raised its head and let out an incomparably furious howl. He even cursed on the spot, but his attitude was firm. The same words. How many times have you said them over the past 10 years? What's the point of saying the same old words? Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, I'll die here today. When the big shots return, your fates will be 100 times worse than mine. There's nothing to feel pity about. The 3 half-step knights' expressions changed. Intense killing intent surged from their bodies. Within 100 million miles, the temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. As expected, stubborn. If that's the case, then there's no need to waste time with them. Give the order, kill this Green Bull and all the rebels. Shio. Shio, shio, shio. When the 3 of them finished speaking, from the wormhole behind the huge battleship legion in front of them, there was a faint sound of breaking space. For figures rushed out side by side. It was Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. It's really quite lively. But luckily, we're not late. Chapter 4652. At this moment, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei emerged from the spatial wormhole. They had completely retracted their auras, making it impossible to sense them at all. However, although their voices were not loud, everyone could hear them clearly. Everyone was stunned. Quasi to be more precise, he was stunned by such words. Demon Master? Magic Hall? He actually wanted everyone here to meet him immediately, and no mistakes were allowed. Those who disobeyed would be beheaded. Brain, these words flashed through the sea. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, because this was too funny. Where did these 4 lunatics come from? Couldn't they see that a huge battle was about to break out? But, however, to have both sides, who were about to erupt into a great war, simultaneously present themselves to this demon master that had never been heard of before. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Even more, what's more, there were over 30 emperors present, and there were even 3 emperors at the peak of the 9th level half-knight level. Could that so-called demon master be a true universe knight? Nowhere did he get such arrogance from. However, there were only a few universe knights in this fragment of space, and every one of them was superior. Although they usually didn't show up and participate in the battles between the powers under their command, they were all famous figures without exception. If this Lord Demon Master was truly a true universe knight, there was no way he hadn't heard of him before. This didn't make sense at all. In reality, not to mention knights, even amongst the emperors at the peak of the 9th level half-knight level, no one had heard of such a figure. Brain, these thoughts flashed in the ocean, along with the fact that they couldn't sense the energies of Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other three. Hence, after being stunned for a few moments, they all subconsciously thought of Zhao Dong and the other three as lunatics who came out of nowhere, and they were all crazy people. And this madman was sick of living. He actually dared to appear at such a time and act like a fool in front of over 30 emperors. If he wasn't sick of living, what else could he be? Mao, this is really interesting. I didn't expect to see such a fun scene at such a time. Green laughed. The bull raised his head and let out a long howl. He started to cackle strangely. Hee, that demon master you're talking about is really not an ordinary kind of arrogant. If it was 10 years ago, he could be compared to Old Bull. Perhaps there will be a day when they meet. Unfortunately, Old Bull, won't be able to see it. Presumptuous. What bullsh asters Demon Master? I've never heard of him. Where did these 4 old bastards come from? How dare they act crazy in front of me? Green roared. Before the bull could finish his words, the one with the most violent temper among the 3 half-step venerables from the opposing camp, the one from the Battle Lion tribe, immediately roared. Speak. While speaking, he raised his right front paw and pressed toward Zhao Dong and the other 3 from tens of millions of miles away. He was obviously going to kill them on the spot. The faces of Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei instantly turned dark. After exchanging glances with one another, the other 3 did not show any reaction. Zhao Dong, on the other hand, let out a cold harumph and immediately made his move. Humph, you're courting death. Boom. Before he finished speaking, his body did not move and his shoulders did not shake, but his right arm was already raised. It was as if he was slapping. Across tens of millions of miles, he slapped the half-step venerable warrior of the Battle Lion clan. Slap. Boom. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. 1. It was just a slap in the face, and it came from a distance of tens of millions of miles. However, the irascible half-step venerable of the Battle Lion clan, whose huge body was tens of millions of feet tall, completely exploded in an instant, turning into a cloud of blood mist. This scene shocked everyone. Countless gasps sounded out, and even the Green Ox's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. From tens of millions of miles away, a slap killed a half-knight from the great perfection of the 9th level. This was unbelievable. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe it. In an instant, the vast void within a radius of 100 million miles fell completely into a deathly silence. The atmosphere instantly became heavy and oppressive. However, after a short period of deathly silence, countless cries of surprise rang out like a tide. It was not only the allied army of the Blood WYRM, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans that were like this. Even the nomadic army behind the Green Ox emitted cries of surprise, revealing an endless sense of shock. What happened? The elder of the Battle Lion race fell? Furthermore, he was killed by a single slap from a distance of tens of millions of miles away. That's definitely the strength of the Great Emperor realm, surpassing the 5 Great Emperors. That's why there's such a huge disparity in strength. That great being from the Remnant, could it be a Universe Knight? See, if that's the case, we're going to be in big trouble today. This isn't just 1 Universe Knight, but 4. 4 powerful Universe Knights. How is that possible? In this space fragment of the ancient universe, all the beings above Universe Knight level are famous, but I've never heard of these 4. Where do they come from? No, I seem to have heard of them. Do you remember the mysterious Forbidden Land of Rising Sun? They've been attacked twice, but they haven't been taken down. It's said that there are a total of 12 emperors within the Forbidden Land, of which the strongest 4 are all at the peak of the 9th level. These 4 before us. Could it be that all 4 of the half-knights in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun have broken through? But how is that possible? It's definitely not easy for a half-knight at the 9th level of the Emperor level to break through smoothly. It's already shocking enough for one to break through, and now all 4 have broken through. What kind of amazing opportunity did they encounter? Damn it, the crown prince of my blood dragon race just arrived not long ago, and he's also heard of this Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, and he's preparing to send troops to attack it. Who would have thought that at this time, there would be 4 more powerful universe knights in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun? Indeed, it's infuriating. Even though the Crown Prince isn't afraid of the 4 universe knights, and he still doesn't take them seriously, if this battle were to really start, the losses would be incomparable to before. That's all for the future. Let's think about how we're going to get through this crisis. The 4 universe knights from the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun aren't to be trifled with. Without a word, they slapped the warrior lion ancestor to death. Chapter 4653. Have you said enough? In the distant void, Zhao Dong sneered. Lord Demon Master doesn't have much patience. I'll give you 10 more breaths of time. If you don't say anything in 10 breaths of time, I'll attack again and make an example of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone on both sides fell into a dilemma again. They looked at each other speechlessly. This so-called master of the magic hall was really too strange. They had never heard of someone forcing others to meet him. It was simply a joke. Moo, so be it. At most I'll die. At least I won't die at the hands of these outsiders. The green ox's eyes flickered. After weighing the pros and cons, it was the first to respond. After raising its head and letting out a long roar, it immediately gave the order, Sons of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army, all move out and rush to the wormhole in front of us, to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. Hey, guys in front, hurry up and get out of the way. Didn't you hear? This Lord Demon Master doesn't have much patience. If you continue to block the way, be careful that the 4 of them will slap you to death. The last sentence was clearly directed at the joint army of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans that were blocking the path of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army. To the Green Ox, it was already a situation of certain death. Even if it went to the so-called Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, the situation could not be worse than now. So after thinking for a while, it simply threw caution to the wind. Even its mentality was relaxed. At this moment, using the terrifying strength of Zhao Dong and the other 3 to intimidate, it was a clear proof. Such words and such an attitude not only made the experts of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Line clans feel angry. Even Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei were speechless. This Green Ox is really too shameless. I'm clearly a captive now, but I'm acting like a victor. We've just met, and it's already like this. When we work together in the future, there will probably be more headaches. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Zhao Dong and the other 3 subconsciously exchanged a look. All of them felt helpless, and a gloomy light burst out of their eyes. However, their gazes immediately swept towards the Blood Dragon that was blocking the path of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army. The joint army of the 3 clans. An invisible aura of pressure emitted from their bodies, causing the air within 10 billion kilometers of them suddenly to become colder. Boom! Rumble. An earth-shattering rumble resounded. This was the sound of countless warships activating their kinetic energy cabins. At this moment, the ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon race, the Azure Rock race, and the Battle Lion race could no longer remain silent. They immediately ordered their subordinates to temporarily submit and go to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun to take a look. At the very least, it was better than being suppressed now. Killing in this place. After all, each of the 3 races had at least 2 core elders who were more powerful than universe knights guarding their headquarters in the void space of the fragment of the ancient universe. News of what had happened here would spread very quickly. Once the core patriarchs and the headquarters received the news, they would be furious and would rush to the forbidden land of the rising sun immediately. Perhaps they would still be on their way and would not have reached the forbidden land of the rising sun. Reinforcements had already arrived to rescue them. Then they would conveniently get rid of these 4 powerful universe knights. It was because of this idea that the 3 strongest elders of the Blood Flood Dragon race, the Azure Rock race, and the Battle Lion race immediately made a decision and ordered all their subordinates and warship armies to follow Green Bull's roar. They would temporarily comply with the other party's request and enter the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun. Rumble. Long, long, long. An earth-shattering roar quickly rang out. Since the ancestor of the race had already given the order, the commanders of the battleships of the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race naturally did not dare to delay any further. To them, a universe knight was absolutely like a god. Ordinary beings would have long trembled in fear and wanted to immediately prostrate themselves on the ground. Very quickly, the 2 armies of the Blood Flood Dragon race, the Azure Rock race, and the Battle Lion race, with a total of more than 500 million battleships, all entered the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun, including the more than 30 undying emperors. No one dared to resist, because the fate of the half-step universe knight ancestor of the Battle Lion race was in example. No one wanted to follow in his footsteps, and among the 2 enormous armies of the Blood Flood Dragon race, the Azure Bull led the entire nomadic army and also entered the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun. At this moment, whether it was the Azure Bull or the others in the nomadic army, they did not expect that at this very moment, as they were forced to enter the forbidden land of the rising sun, this great escape that had lasted for more than 10 years had officially come to an end. It had come to an end. After more than 10 years, the originally enormous army of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood was now less than 30% of its peak strength. As for the ferocious beast army, there are only about 100 million ferocious beasts left, including Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, and the Black Wind Tiger and Howling Moon Mastiff. Next was the Sangji immigrant tribe. Now, there were only about 10 million battleships left, as well as the survivors of the primordial era with varying levels of cultivation. The captive army had the largest formation. Although the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other high-ranking members of the captive parliament were all alive, the members were still complicated. There were humans from the 3rd universe, as well as the Azure Rock race and the Battle Lion race from the 2nd universe. There were also strong beings from the Lion race, and there were even troops from some slave races from the 1st universe. But now, there were only a few 100 million battleships left in the forbidden land of the rising sun, and there were less than 10 billion people. If such a scene was seen by Yi Xian, who knew how he would feel. Very quickly, the 2 enormous armies that were originally confronting each other in this star field and were about to break out into a life-and-death battle entered the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun. Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei also entered the wormhole in front and behind. After sending everyone forward, they also entered the wormhole in the starry sky. This scene was seen by some ferocious beasts, survivors, and experts from other races and forces on the 3 main planes of the starry sky, hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Previously, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had all noticed these existences watching from afar, but they did not pay attention to them. They deliberately let them spread the news of what had happened here. Chapter 4654. After Zhao Dong and the other 3 escorted the 2 armies away, the other great beings who were watching from afar were stunned for a while. Finally, they recovered from the shock. In an instant, all sorts of shocked cries resounded like waves, covering the sky and earth. My God, something big has happened. This space is going to have a huge war soon, within that mysterious forbidden land of rising sun. The 4 most powerful 9th-stage emperors actually broke through at the same time and stepped into the universe night level. This is simply shocking. Magic Hall? Just the name alone sounds domineering, and the way they do things is even more shocking. These four powerful universe knights actually mobilized all of their forces and took away the space nomadic army, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Line race from both sides. These are four powerful universe knights, said Luo Feng. Where did that mysterious demon palace master come from? What level has his power reached to be able to command such powerful universe knights? I heard that there was an even more powerful being behind the 12 emperors in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, Forbidden Land. However, he is temporarily out and not in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Hence, for the past 10 years, the survivors and beasts in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, Forbidden Land haven't moved at all. They didn't take a step out and didn't participate in the conquest of the outside world. They were waiting for the return of the Dominator. Now it seems that this is the case. In the entire untainted land, in such a vast and boundless area, only the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun has such a situation where fierce beasts and survivors mix and coexist peacefully. Just from this point alone, we can see that, with the skills of this Demon Palace Master, this person is most likely not a Universe Knight anymore. It is highly possible that he is a Universe Master. Even so what? It's not like there aren't any Universe Masters among the races and powers from the three main Space Masters, and there will be even more powerful beings coming in. That's right. Just within the headquarters of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and War Lion race, there are 2 Universe Masters each. However, these core elders usually don't care about matters of war. Unless there's a huge incident, they won't be alarmed. This time, more than 30 emperors and hundreds of millions of battleships were captured at the same time, which is enough to alarm the core elders of the universe master level. The real turmoil will erupt soon. Speaking of the mysterious and powerful Lord Demon Master behind the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, do you still remember that Green Cow of the Space Nomadic Army has been boasting that he has a big boss behind him, and once he returns, he will dominate the entire universe? This void will make all the forces that hunted them pay a heavy price. Do you believe such words? That Green Bull was only an Emperor-level Undying. Not to mention the fact that there probably wasn't any big boss behind him. Even if there was, how strong could he be? Ninth Order Peak Stage Monarch Realm was already the limit. This kind of cultivation strength was truly in front of Universe Masters. I'm not even worth a fart. That's true. Soon, as the exclamations gradually stopped, the experts who were watching from afar in the void also left one after another. Everything that had just happened here also happened in this vast space at an outrageous speed. It spread in the void of the primordial world fragment, the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan. This was originally a powerful top-tier forbidden land in the starry sky, and there were several powerful emperors guarding it. However, more than 10 years ago, with the invasion of the Starry Sky Army into the void of the primordial world fragment, the Blood Dragon clan set their eyes on this top-tier forbidden land. They immediately sent out an army to conquer it, but they still couldn't conquer it after 2 years. That was until a group of great beings from the Starry Sky arrived, including several Universe Knights from the Blood Dragon clan. As a result, countless space beasts in the Forbidden Land were killed. Since then, this top-notch restricted area had become the base camp of the Blood WYRM tribe in this void. However, the Universe Knights who arrived at that time weren't the most powerful beings in the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan. In the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan, the one with the highest authority was Crown Prince Dragon. However, Crown Prince Dragon wasn't the most powerful being here. Crown Prince Dragon had reached level 3 Universe Master, and not long ago, there was another Universe Master who came with him from the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan in the second universe to this void fragment of the primordial world fragment. This person was also a core ancestor of the Blood Dragon clan. His name was Six-Headed Blood Dragon, and his level was at level 9 Complete Universe Master, which was equivalent to a half-supreme at the pinnacle of this realm. However, this Six-Headed Blood Dragon wasn't a direct descendant of Nine-Headed Blood Dragon. Instead, he was a mixed blood descendant, which was why Crown Prince Dragon's father, Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, didn't pay much attention to him. Although he was powerful, he was only a guardian of Crown Prince Dragon. To put it bluntly, he was just an old servant. Crown Prince Dragon had a noble status. He was the bloodline ancestor in the deepest part of the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan, and he was the direct descendant of Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, who was a powerful being in the primordial era. If Yi Xian still had an impression of him, he would definitely remember that he had used the rune chains of the underworld furnace to send out some evil poison. Back then, it had poisoned Bloody Unicorn and 9 Remoteness Demon Alligator, 2 powerful primordial era supreme beings, and they had sent out a body. They had arrived at the source of all evil star domain. Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, who was in the deepest part of the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan, had also obtained a drop of evil poison, and half of it had been sent into a huge blood-colored egg. At that time, Crown Prince Dragon had been nurtured in that huge blood-colored egg. It was also because of the influence of that half-drop of evil poison that Crown Prince Dragon's mind was a little abnormal, even though he had a terrifying level of power at the Universe Master level the moment he was born. Sometimes he was normal, and sometimes he was crazy. Nine-Headed Blood Dragon had sent Six-Headed Blood Dragon to be his guardian. 2 years ago, he had escorted Crown Prince Dragon here to train. This was one of the reasons. However, even though Crown Prince Dragon was sometimes crazy, he was, after all, a powerful third-stage Eternity Lord. As an Eternity Lord, he still had his pride. Although he had been here for 2 years, he didn't pay much attention to the expeditions of the Blood Dragon clan outside. Yes, this kind of ordinary war wasn't enough to alarm an existence at his level. However, the hundreds of millions of battleships of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan had all been captured. Even more than 30 emperors had been taken away. When this news reached the main camp of the Blood Dragon clan, Crown Prince Dragon was instantly enraged. To be able to kill a pinnacle level 9 emperor with 1 slap, he was definitely a Universe Knight. And to be able to make 4 Universe Knights listen to him, this so-called Demon Master was most likely a Universe Master. Chapter 4655. Considering all this, the Blood Dragon Crown Prince let out a ferocious roar and rushed out of the main camp of the Blood Dragon clan at the first instance. He led an elite army formed by 10,000 space fortresses and rushed toward the rising sun Forbidden Land. His protector, the Six-Headed Blood Dragon, did not stop him. From his point of view, even if Demon Palace Master had the cultivation level of a Universe Master, he would at most be in the middle stage of this realm. However, he was a half-step Supreme Master who had completed the 9th stage of this realm. Since he was by Crown Prince Blood Dragon's side, there was no possibility of any accident happening. Li Hong Long Long, along with Crown Prince's roar, the entire elite army rushed out of the Blood Dragon clan's main camp and headed towards the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already left the Rising Sun Forbidden Land for a day. During this time, Yi Xian didn't do anything else. He was more or less worried and kept waiting. However, just now, he received a message from Zhao Dong saying that Green Bull and his space nomadic army had met up with Zhao Dong. Together, they were successfully rescued. This caused Yi Xian to heave a sigh of relief as he felt joy in his heart. In particular, Zhao Dong had mentioned that this time, not only had Qian Nan and the other 3 rescued Commander Azurox's nomadic army, they had even captured an outsider army with hundreds of millions of powerful warships. Among them, there were over 30 emperors from the Blood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, and Battle Lion clan. And now, the 4 of them were escorting this huge battleship army and space nomadic army back to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land at full speed. However, due to the fact that the journey was simply too far, several hundred billion miles away, it was simply too far. Even if they used all the wormholes they encountered along the way, it would take at least 6 to 7 days for such a large army to cross the hundreds of billions of miles of void and reach the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. As for 6 to 7 days, that's a bit long. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian dispersed the ball of light that Zhao Dong sent over with his divine sense. He frowned and muttered to himself, but that's fine as well. Taking advantage of this time, I can try to enter into closed-door cultivation and break through to the next level. Although he encountered 2 breakthroughs in a row, it had been a while since that breakthrough. Since returning to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, Yi Xian hadn't tried to break through in seclusion. He was fully digesting what he had gained from the last breakthrough. Now that everything was over, what he had gained from the previous breakthrough had been completely integrated into his godly soul and body. Hence, the opportunity to break through had arrived. While Zhao Dong and the other 3 were escorting the captive army and the Starry Sky nomadic army that had been rescued, they had yet to arrive at the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. It was a good opportunity for him to make another breakthrough and become a supreme level 9 universe master. The great perfection of the order. Xiao. After making the decision, he didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out the farmer god cauldron and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He entered the cauldron and sat cross-legged in the space of the cauldron, in the sky above the mountain. Soon, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Instantly, fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid and the 9-colored godly medicine. This time, he had prepared a pot of chaos medicine with a radius of 10,000 feet. After everything was ready, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinnong Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach and quickly melted them. Voila! When all this was done, the moment the energy ball that had been compressed into the size of a nascent soul fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. Following the rattling of chains, all the resources that he had swallowed earlier melted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a majestic river of energy appeared in Yi Xian's body. After concentrating, Yi Xian activated the newly formed river of energy in his body and continuously circulated it through his meridians. This time, when the river of energy flowed through his meridians, although the pain was still extremely intense, it was much weaker than the previous 2 consecutive breakdowns. In addition, Yi Xian was already used to it, so it didn't affect him at all. This time, there was still no hindrance to the breakthrough. In just 5 days, the river of energy in Yi Xian's body had been completely refined. As the river of energy circulated through his meridians again and again, it finally disappeared completely and merged with his soul and physical body. Immediately after, Yi Xian only had to accumulate energy to launch a single attack, and the shackles that appeared this time were broken. The anticipated system notifications soon rang in his mind, and they kept ringing in succession. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Your current realm is at the pinnacle of the 9th Order Universe supremacy. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Your current realm is at the pinnacle of the 9th Order Universe supremacy. 9th Order supremacy. This was the pinnacle of the 9th Order supremacy. If he took another step forward, Yi Xian would surpass the supremacy realm and step into the true primordial era supremacy realm. Previously, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at the 8th Order Universe supremacy realm. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach the pinnacle of the 9th Order supremacy realm. If he used the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately reach the pinnacle of the 9th Order supremacy realm. But in reality, if he took into account the enhancement of his cultivation level due to the majestic blood energy in his body, his battle power would be comparable to a First Order supremacy realm who had just entered the desolate venerable realm. This time, after successfully breaking through, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a First Order supremacy realm after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he used the 9 transformations of the ancient demon-ape bloodline and entered the 9th transformation, his battle power would reach the First Order Supremacy realm. If he took into account the majestic blood energy in his body that was 60 million miles in size, his battle power would increase by 1 level. Currently, the strongest battle power he could display would reach the unprecedented Second Order Supremacy realm. It could be said that under the Primordial Era Supremacy realm, the current Yi Xian was invincible. Moreover, he had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea secret technique, Yi Xian could condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant, and all of them had the terrifying battle power of a Second Order Supremacy realm. Chapter 4656. Whoosh! Yi Xian leaped out of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron was absorbed into his body. Then he fell in a deep thought. Little after a while, he changed his form from his original human appearance to that of the violent ape of stars, and maintained the state of the 9th transformation of the devil ape. However, his body was affected by the Blood Sea secret technique, so he was only about 10 feet tall. But even so, the cultivation aura emitted from his body had reached the First Order Supreme of the ancients. At with his current height and level, unless it was necessary, he no longer needed to rely on the majestic power of blood and chi in his huge body to enhance his cultivation. Although the huge body of 60 million miles was mighty, it was too big and inconvenient to move. Therefore, Yi Xian now, under normal circumstances, was only about 10 feet tall. Therefore, he decided to change into his current violent ape form instead of his original human appearance, because he didn't want to reveal his true identity to the major forces and races of the 3 major planes. In fact, although the green ox and other fierce beasts and the survivors of the ancients had seen his original appearance, the captives of the Nomadic Star Army didn't know. Captive among the senior members of the Nomadic Star Army, only the 3-clawed flood dragon knew this. The others were still in the dark. Yi Xian thought that the time to reveal his true identity had not yet come, so it was obviously the most suitable time to show up in the violent ape form for the time being. Counting the time, at most 1.5 days, it should be time, murmured. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian took a step forward and instantly entered the demon palace that stood at the peak of the towering mountain within his cave. He sat cross-legged on the throne at the head of the main hall and closed his eyes. While he was free, he took advantage of this time to quickly refine the gains he had just obtained from breaking through in his body. A day later, at the edge of the rising sun, forbidden land, boom, rumble, earth-shaking roars came from the area outside the rising sun forbidden land, reverberating through the cosmic void tens of billions of miles away. This roars were the convergence of countless starry sky battleships, kinetic energy cabins operating at full speed. This is along the way, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei urged them from time to time. Whether it was the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, or the Nomadic Star Army led by Green Ox, they did not delay at all in the past few days and rushed to the forbidden land of Rising Sun at full speed. After 7 days, the terrifying army that stretched for tens of millions of miles finally arrived at the edge of the forbidden land of the Rising Sun. Under Zhao Dong's orders, they entered the forbidden land of the Rising Sun anxiously and headed for the central starfield. At this time, all the astral beasts and ancient survivors and the countless inhabited stars in the forbidden land of the Rising Sun had already rushed out of the atmosphere of the stars and arrived in the void of the universe outside the stars. Positive under the lead of the other 8 emperors in the forbidden land, they observed the battle from the left and right. The huge battleship army slowly moved towards the central star field. Along the way, they saw countless powerful star beasts and survivors, which made everyone feel awestruck. Green Old Bull was envious. If Phoenix Bloodstar Sector, which he had been in charge of, had such a powerful formation and scale, even if Universe Knights had come later, it would have been difficult to escape the fate of being conquered. However, at least we can fight for more than 10 years and not be in such a miserable state now, where we will soon become captives. Hong. Half a day later, after a few days, the huge army finally arrived at the central region of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun at full speed. There was a huge life star in front of them, which was where Yi Xian's palace was located. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei rushed to the front of the army and stopped abruptly, facing the huge life star in front of them side by side. Follow the hearts of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans at the back, as well as the Starry Sky Nomadic Army, led by Green Ox. All the experts felt their hearts skip a beat. Wu at this moment, all the great beings held their breaths and focused on the huge life star in front of them, because they knew that if there were no accidents, this huge life star should be the ruler of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. It was also the palace of the leader of the Magic Hall, the palace of Demon Master. This mysterious being actually had such a powerful Forbidden Land of Rising Sun under his command, and he ruled countless powerful space beasts and ancient survivors. Not only did he have 8 undying emperors, but he also had 4 universe knights as his generals. His cultivation level was probably at least that of a universe master, because among the hundreds of millions of battleships and the countless great beings of the entire nomadic star army, only a few had seen a universe master before, and they were only able to feel his majesty from afar, separated by the endless void space of the universe. There were even fewer beings who had such an experience at such a close distance. Hence, it was completely understandable that they were so nervous all of a sudden. At this moment, as the army arrived at the central star field of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, all the battleships stopped and turned off the kinetic energy cabins. Before Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei cupped their fists at the same time and knelt down on one knee in the void space. God, they were extremely respectful. Before Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei could finish their words, Zhao Dong said respectfully, "Demon Master, the nomadic star army is here. Besides, when we were rushing there was an army of hundreds of millions of battleships from the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race. They were besieging the nomadic star army and were trying to kill them. Now, besides the nomadic star army, the army of the 3 races was also brought here, including the 30-odd undying emperors who were leading the army. Besides the one who was killed at the beginning, the rest were all brought here. Demon Master, please deal with them." The entire army was stunned when they heard those words. From Zhao Dong's words, it seemed that the 4 of them had only headed to that star region for the Starry Sky Nomadic Army, until the alliance of the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race was completely unlucky, as they happened to be besieging the nomadic star army and were about to engage in a huge battle. Hence, they were implicated and brought here. At this point, the 30-odd emperors of the 3 races were all stunned for a moment. Their gazes quickly turned to the youth and the nomadic star army that they had besieged, their eyes filled with hatred. What's the situation? These punks are actually innocent bystanders? If that's the case, this Magic Hall Master's target is actually my nomadic star army? Chapter 46-57. Hong Long Long. An earth-shaking rumble resounded. Following as soon as Zhao Dong's words fell, the atmosphere in the giant life star in front of him rolled violently. Then it automatically opened up an incomparably wide path. A black light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived outside the star. This black ray of light expanded rapidly, and in less than a breath's time, it had transformed into an incomparably majestic black palace of at least 10 million li in size. It was as black as ink, but it was sparkling and translucent. It was unknown what material it was made of, but the feeling it gave off was incomparably grand, exuding an unparalleled tyrannical aura. This enormous black hall that was tens of thousands of kilometers long was the main hall of the Demon Palace. At this moment, Yi Xian was in charge of this palace, so he couldn't be bothered to directly appear. With a thought, he flew out with the entire Demon Palace. Here at this time, the Magic Hall towered over 10 million li in size, towering above the atmosphere of the giant life star in front of them. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei immediately stood up and turned to look at the army behind them, their eyes gleaming coldly as they sternly rebuked each other. Lord Demon Master has arrived. What are we waiting for? All existences above Emperor level come out immediately and form a formation in the void, kowtow to Lord Demon Master. Within 3 breaths, those above Emperor level will be beheaded without mercy. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao. As soon as Zhao Dong and the other 3 finished speaking, from the huge army behind them, a large number of faint whistling sounds could be heard. One figure after another rushed out from their respective battleships, arriving behind Zhao Dong and the other 3. Although the expression on their faces was different, no one dared to make sound. On one hand, it was because the majestic magic hall had descended from the sky, and on the other hand, it was because Zhao Dong's iron-blooded killing of a peak Emperor level 9 from the Battle Lion clan had left a deep impression on them. No one dared to provoke him again. What's more, they were already in the hinterland of the enemy's base camp. There was nowhere to run, so they could only accept their fate. At the very least, they wouldn't have to suffer any losses. In the blink of an eye, 2 groups of people had gathered behind Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. Left on the side were the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion armies, of which there were over 30 emperors and 200 emperors. As for the right, it was the Green Ox and the emperors of the nomadic army under its command. Cyan Green Ox's cultivation base had long reached the peak of Emperor level 9. He was only a step away from Emperor level. Apart from him, there were many other emperors in the nomadic army. After all, when Green Ox and Yi Xian parted ways, Yi Xian had given Green Ox almost all the level, 23 Emperor level pills he had. Within the Beast Army, there was Yu Ling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, as well as the Black Wind Tiger and Howling Moon Mastiff. Within the Sangji Army, there were 20 emperors, all of which were the elders Yi Xian was familiar with. As for the captive army, with the 3-clawed dragon and Long Shan Tang as the leaders, they had captured dozens of representatives, all of which had reached Emperor level. Including Green Ox, there were close to 100 emperors in the nomadic army, all of which were at the peak of Emperor level 9. Bai It was actually an elite army that had been chased for more than 10 years in the void, not to mention that the Green Ox had taken away a large amount of purple crystal medicine from Yi Xian. Therefore, in the Starry Sky nomadic army, ordinary titled kings would either not break through, or once they broke through to the titled emperor realm, they would grow very quickly in one bloody battle after another. Hence, there was such a strange situation. A group of emperors, without exception, were all at the peak of Emperor level 9. In other words, half-step emperors. In fact, if it weren't for these 100 half-step titled martial emperors, the nomadic star army wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Although they had gone through a lot of hardships, they were like unkillable cockroaches that couldn't be killed, holding on until now. At this time, within a blink of an eye, over 300 emperors and above appeared behind Zhao Dong and the other 3. As for the emperors and below, Zhao Dong and the other 3 didn't even mention them, as they weren't qualified to greet the Demon Master. As everyone gathered, Zhao Dong exchanged glances with Qian Nan and the other 2. Their expressions darkened as they reprimanded. "Demon Master, since you're already here, why aren't you greeting him?" "What a joke," he said. The moment he finished, without waiting for the 30 emperors and 200 emperors of the 3 races to reply, Green Bull couldn't hold it in any longer. His nostrils flared, his chin almost reaching the skies. His tone was firm. "Old Bull and the entire nomadic army have always worshipped the heavens and earth at most. We'll add that disloyal big brother who hasn't returned from a long journey. The Magic Hall leader in front is your Demon Master. He has nothing to do with Old Bull and the nomadic army. Why should we greet him?" These words were firm, but they were also a little pretentious. On the other side, the over 30 emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race all thought the same. They rolled their eyes and pouted in disdain. On the other hand, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei exchanged glances at this moment, and a wisp of admiration appeared in the depths of their eyes. At this moment, they had completely approved of Green Bull, including the entire nomadic army under him. Even more so, As for the green ox, other than acknowledgement, they actually admired it even more because the green ox's current strength was inferior to theirs. In fact, it was far inferior. It was not even at the titled Emperor realm. However, if they were in the same position as Green Ox, who was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Peerless Emperor realm, to lead such a huge nomadic army and escape for more than 10 years in such a complicated situation without being annihilated. Zhao Feng was a genius. He was a genius at the peak of the 9th level of Emperor realm. Zhao Dong and the other 3 knew they definitely couldn't do it. It was even to the extent that if it was the 4 of them in the current situation, they would probably be unable to express themselves so unyieldingly like the green ox. Even if they did not kowtow, they would most likely use words to beat around the bush and tactfully smooth things over. Even though their goal was the same, in terms of aura, compared to Green Bull, they were obviously much weaker. Xiao. Chapter 4658. Xiao. At this time, as soon as the green ox finished speaking, an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the black towering demon hall that stood at the top of the atmosphere of the giant life star. Everyone's gazes were drawn over, their hearts beating wildly. These sounds came from the lofty demon hall up ahead, and it just so happened that the black ox had spoken so disrespectfully in front of everyone. As a result, when they turned around, apart from Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other members of the upper echelons of the Forbidden Grounds of Rising Sun, everyone else felt their hearts rise to their throats. They believed that the supreme existence in the Demon Hall was about to punish them. However, the truth was obviously not so. With the sharp sound of the air being torn apart, streaks of light shot over. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before them and floated in front of the green ox and the others. There were 98 level, 24 Emperor treasure pills. There were 98 peak stage emperors in the Astral Nomad army led by the Green Ox. At this moment, there was a pill floating in front of each of them, emitting a dense Emperor realm aura. When he saw the Emperor bestowed pellet floating in front of him, the Green Bull's expression changed greatly, and his mind buzzed. Even the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shantang, and the rest of the 97 half-step titled emperors had a drastic change in expression, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They had all taken a level 23 Emperor treasure pill before, hence, they could recognize what was floating before them. But how was this possible? 98 Emperor titled treasure pills. This was at least the Emperor blood essence condensed from the blood mist of over 100 Emperor-level space beasts that were killed. Only then could one refine this many pills. However, now, they were all flying over, each of them having one floating before them. This was obviously a reward. At this moment, the eyes of the 98 half-step titled emperors of the nomadic space army were filled with suspicion. They suspected that the so-called Demon Lord in the towering demon palace was their boss, the violent Star Ape. But how was that possible? It had only been close to 20 years. How could Violent Yuan become so powerful? He even had 4 Universe Knights under him. What's more, if the Devil Master of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was Violent Ape, the nomadic army had been living such a miserable life in the past 10 years. They had even been chased by the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun several times when they passed by the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun several times. It was impossible for Boss Bao Yuan to not know everything. If it was really him, how could he be indifferent and not help? Merely this was enough to prove that their guesses were wrong. Perhaps the secret method of refining this kind of heaven-defying treasure pill had already been leaked. Or, in this fragment of the untainted world, this kind of secret method had originally been mastered by other experts. This was definitely possible. At the thought of this, the 98 half-step titled martial emperors of the nomadic star army, including Green Bull, were all disappointed. Their eyes were also filled with disappointment. Such a scene landed in the eyes of the 30 emperors and 200 emperors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race, and they all grit their teeth in hatred. Here at this moment, they turned their heads and looked over. Their expressions and eyes were all filled with endless envy and jealousy. Although, of course, they didn't know that this was a level 24 Emperor sealing treasure pill. However, they could clearly sense the incomparably dense Emperor realm aura emitted from the treasure pill. They indeed did not know that this treasure pill could allow an Emperor level 9 pinnacle undying to break through to the Emperor level in such a short time. However, they at least understood that this treasure pill was extremely valuable, and to an Emperor level undying, it would definitely be of great benefit. However, the 98 half-step titled Martial Emperor from the opposing camp were all rewarded with a supreme treasure pellet. Yet, not only were they not overjoyed, their faces were actually filled with disappointment and disappointment. However, they did not get anything even if they wanted it. They could only stare at it helplessly. Comparing the two and seeing the expressions of these fellows, they were so angry that they could spit out blood on the spot. What made them even more puzzled was that the so-called Devil Master in the towering magic hall in front of them, for some reason, this green bull had clearly spoken rudely and was intentionally rebutting him. Not only was he not angry, but he even gave out such a treasure pill. And the moment he gave it out equally. Other than Green Bull, the other 97 half-step titled Martial Emperors who did not make a sound were also given a share. This is simply infuriating. Green Bull, Lord Devil Master appreciates your pride and rewards you with a treasure pill. Why don't you quickly swallow it and break through to the Emperor level? At this moment, as the 98 level 24 Emperor treasure pills shot over from the magic hall in front of them, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei instantly understood Yi Xian's intention. After exchanging glances, the former's expression darkened, and he immediately reprimanded Green Bull and the others. Is it really a reward? And it's actually a reward because he appreciates our pride? Green Bull, and the other half-step titled Martial Emperors of the Space Nomadic Army looked at each other, and their expressions became strange. Juin, they actually encountered such a thing? This was simply unheard of. It seemed that the so-called Devil Master in the towering magic hall in front of them was really a freak. No, this was normal. It was normal for an existence of this level to have a strange temperament. Thinking of this, the Green Bull immediately swallowed the level 24 treasure pellet that was suspended in front of him, directly swallowing it into his stomach. In any case, it was given to him for free, and he was not the one asking for it. This was a level 24 Emperor titled treasure pellet that could help him break through to the Emperor realm. No, it's a waste to not eat it. After this village, there won't be another shop. The old monster's temperament was strange, and he might change his mind in a while. Therefore, while the treasure pill was in front of him, it was better to quickly swallow it and break through his cultivation first. First thinking of this, Green Bull immediately closed his eyes in the void and no longer cared about anything else. He focused his mind and began to refine the majestic energy river formed by the level 24 Emperor treasure pill in his body after it dissolved on the side. Yuling Long, Long Xiang, Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, the Elders of the Mulberry Tree Star region, the Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other captive higher-ups of the Parliament. Seeing Green Bull's actions, they exchanged glances and immediately gritted their teeth. They all raised their hands and took the Emperor treasure pill floating in front of them, swallowing it on the spot. However, after which they sat cross-legged in space and closed their eyes, beginning the refinement. All of this happened too quickly and strangely. When the over 30 emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race reacted, they were all shocked. Green. Chapter 4659. At this moment, the 98 half-step titled emperors in the Nomadic Star Army swallowed a level 24 Emperor titled treasure pellet each and closed their eyes, starting to break through in front of everyone. On the other side, the 30 over emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races were all stunned. What was going on? Say, what happened to being captured together? Why did the scene change in the blink of an eye? That guy Blue Ox had even contradicted the so-called Lord Demon Master in front of everyone just now. But not only did he not punish him, he actually bestowed so many so-called precious pills, and actually made Blue Ox and the others swallow them on the spot, saying they would break through in one go and step into the titled Emperor realm? But how was that possible? Did he really think that this was the genetic cultivation fluid of the human race in the three main planes of space? Did he really think that he would be able to make a breakthrough in a short time by swallowing a tube of it at the peak of the ninth step? Brain. As these thoughts flashed through the sea, the nearly 300 experts of the Blood Flood Dragon clan and the other two clans were stunned. However, their faces were filled with suspicion. To put it bluntly, they didn't really believe that Green Bull and the rest could break through and become emperor. They were all extremely suspicious. The majestic, demonic palace that stood at the peak of the atmosphere of the giant life star remained silent after giving out the 98-level, 24 Emperor titled treasure pills. Even Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei no longer urged the Blood Flood Dragon clan's upper echelons to pay their respects. They naturally knew that the Demon Master was more concerned about Green Bull and the rest breakthroughs. Until the close to 300 emperors of the three races weren't in a rush to deal with the hundreds of millions of battleships in the future. They had plenty of time to deal with it. With such thoughts, Zhao Dong and the others didn't even bother with the upper echelons of the three races. Their gazes all turned to Green Bull and the other upper echelons of the nomadic army, paying close attention to their breakthroughs. Same as they were more or less guarding in the dark, time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. During this half a day, the space was extremely quiet. Before, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei didn't dare to make a move since the Devil Master in the Devil Palace didn't make a move. The four of them didn't move. The close to 300 upper echelons of the three races didn't dare make any moves either. Close to 300 upper echelons of the three races didn't move. The countless warriors and the hundreds of millions of battleships behind could only hold their breaths in fear, not daring to even breathe. When the atmosphere and the air became extremely oppressive, the green ox suddenly opened its eyes. It raised its head and let out a shocking mooing sound. Almost at the same time, an incomparably powerful pressure emanated from his body. This was obviously the energy of an emperor. In just half a day, after swallowing the level 24 Emperor treasure pill, Green Bull successfully broke through. And now, he was already a newly ascended Emperor level Undying, stepping into the first level of this realm. This move was too sudden. Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who were already mentally prepared, secretly let out a sigh of relief. Their faces were all filled with gratified smiles. Not far away, the 30 emperors of the three races, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Mad Lion, as well as the other 200 emperors, were all stunned. After being stunned for a moment, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock as they cried out involuntarily, "What? This Green Bull, he actually broke through? But how is this possible?" In just half a day, he actually broke through from the peak of the 9th level to the first level of the Emperor Undying level. Such a fast speed and such shocking effects. Even the current gene cultivation fluid of the human race's science and technology camp can't do this, right? Besides, the gene cultivation fluid of the human race's science and technology camp only has medicines below the ordinary Undying level. There's no medicine above the ordinary Undying level. Heaven-defying. It's really heaven-defying. That treasure pill actually allowed a half-step emperor to become a true emperor level 1. Doesn't that mean? That's not possible, right? Could all 98 half-step titled monarchs in the nomadic star army become true titled monarchs? If that's the case, this is clearly a group breakthrough to the emperor level. This is simply unheard of. How? Before these exclamations of shock and surprise could be heard, another shocking roar came from the void to the right. This time, it was Gong Jun of the Beast Army who broke through. An incomparably dense emperor-level energy emanated from his body. He became the second being to become an emperor-level Undying after the Green Bull. How? Before the experts in the void could react, a series of angry roars and vicious howls rang out. Other than the Green Bull and Gong Jun, the space nomadic armies Yuling Long Ao, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, the remaining elders of the Mulberry Tree Star Field, the three-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shantang, and the other captives in a short period of 10 minutes. All of them had smoothly broken through the shackles of a realm in succession, and their bodies were suffused with extremely dense Emperor Realm aura. From this moment onwards, they were no longer half-emperors at the peak of the 9th level. Instead, they had stepped into a whole new realm and officially became emperors, although they were only Emperor Level 1. However, with the mental state foundation that the Green Bull and the others had built up during the 10 years of the Great Void Escape, and with the top-grade training resources given to them by Yixian, phase not long after, these 98 newly ascended titled emperors would all step into the great circle of the 9th stage in succession. In other words, they were the so-called half-step venerable ones. At that time, they would continue to swallow a level 26 night level pill and use it to step into the universe night realm. It would be the time for them to be in the same realm as Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. Che. It all happened too quickly. It had only been 10 minutes since the Green Ox and Gong Jun had broken through and raised their heads to roar madly in extreme excitement until now. This in such a short period of time. The 98 emperors all broke through to the Emperor Level 1 after another. The first thing they did after breaking through was to raise their heads and howl in joy and excitement. During this time, the roars of joy in the forbidden land of the rising sun did not stop for even a moment. Chapter 4660. At this moment, along with the roars of joy in the forbidden land of rising sun, not far away, close to 300 upper echelons from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans all opened their mouths wide. Their faces were filled with shock, and even their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. After a short moment of daze, over 30 emperors and over 200 emperors, without exception, all of their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled as they exclaimed in shock. For a moment, their voices reverberated like waves. What? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or am I hallucinating? They broke through. All of them broke through. 98 half-step emperors. In just half a day, all of them successfully broke through and became true emperors. This is unbelievable. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Even if the so-called treasure pills they just swallowed could really make half-step emperors break through to emperor level in a short time, isn't the success rate too high? 98 treasure pills, and none of them failed. This is clearly a 100% success rate. See, opportunity, what a great opportunity. This Daozi is now at the peak of the 9th level conferred Emperor Realm. Damn it, I should have snatched one just now. That way, this Daozi would have become a conferred Emperor Realm expert and saved me 100 years of hard work. Maybe we still have a chance. While the exclamations sounded like waves, on the right side of the void, Green Bull and the rest of the 98 senior members of the Space Nomadic Army, who had successfully stepped into the true Emperor level from the Emperor Level 9 Great Perfection, quietened down. At this moment, they were naturally extremely excited, but they forcibly suppressed it. Their eyes were filled with determination as they gazed at the towering magic hall that stood at the top of the atmosphere of the giant life star. For a moment, they even began to doubt whether the being in the towering magic hall ahead of them was their boss Bao Yuan. But, thinking back to the many times when they had passed by the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, while escaping, they immediately threw this thought to the back of their minds. Because, why was that absolutely impossible? If it was Boss Bao Yuan, how could he not care about their life and death? However, if it wasn't Boss Bao Yuan, why would he be so generous? He actually gave him 98 precious level, 24 Emperor Sealing treasure pills the moment they met. The Azure Ox and the others absolutely didn't believe in words like appreciating unyielding character. During this period of over 10 years, they'd been constantly fleeing for their lives in a sorry state in space, and they'd long since seen through too much hypocrisy and falsehood. Such a reason simply could not stand up to scrutiny. If not for the fact that there was nothing on him for the other party to scheme against, they would definitely suspect that the other party had bad intentions and was harboring disloyalty at this moment. Just as the doubts in the hearts of the Green Ox and the others grew thicker and thicker, yet they were unable to think of a reasonable reason. Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who secretly heaved a sigh of relief, turned their heads and exchanged glances before speaking again this time. It was still Zhao Dong who turned his head and looked over. He nodded slightly and swept his gaze toward the Green Ox as he said indifferently, "Fellow Green Ox, all of you have already received your rewards. All of you have broken through and stepped into a brand new great realm from the peak of level 9 Emperor Sealing Realm, becoming true Emperor Sealing Realm. Now, it's time for us to pay our respects to Lord Demon Master, right? After waiting for half a day, you're actually bringing this up again. Looks like your Lord Demon Master really won us over with virtue and is unwilling to give up," Green Ox said. He turned his head and exchanged glances with Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, the elders of the remnant tribes of Mulberry G-Star region, the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other captive higher-ups of the council. Following that, after that, he continued, "Unfortunately, it's still not possible. If you want me to lead a group of colleagues and subordinates to pay respects to your Lord Demon Master, you have to at least let him show his face first. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about anything." In the end, the reason for this request was clearly because the doubts in his heart were too strong. The Green Ox simply couldn't understand why all of this was happening. Dang! However, at the bottom of his heart, there was still some hope. Although it seemed impossible to him, what if the being in the towering magic hall in front of him was Boss Bao Yuan? No, regardless of whether it was or not, he had to find a way to trick the other party into showing his face first. If it really wasn't Boss Bao Yuan, at least he could cut off the last bit of hope in his heart, so that he wouldn't have to worry and hesitate now. Hearing his words, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already guessed Green Ox's thoughts. The 4 of them turned their heads and looked at each other. There was a hint of helplessness in their eyes on the other side. There were more than 30 undying emperors and more than 200 undying emperors from the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. At this moment, without exception, all of them were fuming with anger. As for Green Ox and the others all breaking through to Emperor level, they were naturally extremely envious and shocked, because now the Space Nomadic Army had close to 100 emperors. If they could survive today, they would have more time in the future to let these close to 100 emperors grow. When that time came, they would be invincible in this space fragment. As long as they didn't meet a powerful knight, no one would dare provoke them in space. Even more, what was infuriating was that these people had gotten such a huge benefit, yet they were still acting cool. They were simply shameless to the point of making one's hair stand on end. However, this matter could be seen from another angle. The being in the towering magic hall ahead, which was the master of the magic hall, was most likely like what Green Ox had said. He had a weird personality and liked to play tricks to win people over. He was truly a hypocrite, Xiao. At this moment, as Green Ox's words were heard again, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei exchanged glances. They hadn't decided what to do next. Suddenly, a series of sharp, piercing sounds rang out from within the black, majestic palace that stood at the peak of the atmosphere of the giant life star. In an instant, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention again. Their hearts were beating wildly. Very quickly, as the sharp sound of air being torn apart resounded, beams of light shot over. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Green Ox and the others, floating right in front of them. Inside, then, there were another 98 treasure pills. Green Ox and the others each had one floating in front of them, emitting extremely dense energy. Look! When he saw the Emperor-level treasure pills floating in front of him, Green Ox's expression changed greatly. His mind was buzzing. The 3-clawed Flood Dragon, enchanting, and the other 97 half-emperors were the same. Chapter 46-61. As the second round of 98 pills shot over, they floated before Green Ox and the others, emitting dense energy. Green Ox's expression changed as his mind boomed. Three-Clawed Dragon, enchanting, and the rest of the 97 half-step emperors reacted the same way. They had already swallowed a level 24 Emperor title treasure pill earlier, so they could clearly sense the aura of this treasure pill floating in front of them and judge its grade and effect from this. This was a level 25 Knight ranked pill, and after swallowing it after reaching the Emperor level 9 pinnacle, one would be able to break through to the Universe Knight level in a short amount of time. And such a precious supreme treasure, the being in the Black Magic Hall had casually given them close to 100 of them. This was something that even a Universe Supreme wouldn't be able to do, much less a Universe Master. They didn't have the ability. At this moment, the breathing of the Green Ox and the others quickened, and their hearts raced. A huge question arose in their hearts once more, and they once again started to wonder if the existence within the Black Hall before them was Boss Violent Ape. If it wasn't him, then there was no way to explain what was happening before them. 98 Knight ranked pills weren't something the 98 Emperor ranked pills could compare to. This was already beyond the 5 Undying level, and it was definitely a supreme resource. Even in any of the top powers, even one would be a precious treasure, let alone 100 of them. Green Ox and the others. At this moment, the Green Ox and the newly crowned emperors of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army were still in a state of extreme shock when Zhao Dong, who was in the void in front of them, spoke again. Faint, he smiled and continued. Seems like the Demon Master really appreciates you. You've passed the second round of tests, which is why he's giving you the second round of rewards. These 98 Knight rank pills have the same effect as the Emperor rank pill, but they're of a higher level. Every one of them can help a level 9 Pinnacle Emperor to break through to the Universe Knight level in a short amount of time. All of you have just broken through to the First Order Emperor realm. There is no need for you to use this venerable Rel treasure pellet. Keep it with you and push your cultivation to the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm as soon as possible. When the time comes, swallow this treasure pellet, and you'll be able to break through to the venerable realm. Whoosh! The moment these words were spoken, the 30 emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race all had a huge change in expression as they went into an uproar. Then what was that? Over 200 emperors wasn't a big deal. Even the 30 emperors were mostly not at the peak of level 9. However, the Blood WRM clan and Green Rock clan had the highest cultivation level, reaching the peak of Emperor level 9. They were completely different. Here at this moment, they were so excited that their necks were thick, their cheeks were red, but their eyes were shining with green light, and their bodies were constantly trembling. Rual, if he hadn't forcefully suppressed the impulse in his heart, he would have rushed out at the first moment. There were 98 Knight pills in the void space on the right. Any one of them could help him become a Universe Knight in a short time. No one would be able to resist such temptation. Can forcefully suppressing it. These two old fellows were really good at enduring. Here, meanwhile, the Azure Ox and the others had finally recovered from their shock, and they glanced at each other before successively making a move. They gritted their teeth and carefully put away the 25 Exalt Realm Treasures pills that floated before them. Green Cow Friend, this is already the Demon Master's second wave of rewards. To you all, the meaning is even greater, and the value is even more shocking. Seeing this, Zhao Dong smiled and nodded, following which he said, Now, can we pay our respects to the Demon Master? You all have to be grateful. No matter how much we give, this isn't a matter of rewards. The Green Ox's eyes were already wide open, and his expression was somewhat ferocious. He stared fixedly at the black devil hall in front of him and shook his head in a muffled voice. It's fine if you want me to pay my respects. It's still the same as before. Ask your Lord Demon Master to show his face first. Xiao. Xiao. At this moment, within the magic hall in front of them, a large number of sharp sounds broke through the air again. Another 98 fine rays of light shot over at a terrifying speed before finally stopping abruptly. By the time these 98 fine rays of light reached Green Cow and the other 98 universe nomadic undyings of the universe army, they had already expanded in the wind and transformed into 98 towering cultivation resources. Within each towering canopy, there was a 9-colored godly medicine with a radius of 50,000 feet, a chaotic medicine with a radius of 20,000 feet, and various other cultivation resources with a radius of 30,000 feet. All of them were top-tier items. Not to mention the emperors. Even the great beings of the primordial era would be envious and thirsty upon seeing this. This was obviously Yi Xian's third wave of rewards. Over the past 10 years, whether it was Green Cow, the Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shantang, or the others, they had all gone through hardships. Especially the latter and the others, facing the arrival of the various armies of the three main dimensions of the universe. The pressure they had to bear was even greater. No matter how one looked at it, they were all worthy of the resources Yi Xian was giving them. In fact, it wasn't just them. All the remaining ferocious beasts, survivors, and powerhouses from various races and forces in the Starry Sky Nomadic Army would be given cultivation resources that matched their strength. They would also be given various levels of pellets that were needed for the next few realms. This scene landed on the left side of the space, where the 30 Emperors and 200 Emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans witnessed, immediately causing their expressions to change greatly as they went into an uproar. It wasn't just the Blood WIRM and the Green Rock that had the highest cultivation level, who had reached the peak of Emperor level 9. Even the 200 Emperors and the 30 Emperors who hadn't reached the peak of Emperor level 9 were the same. At this moment, at this time, they were so excited that their necks had swelled up, their faces flushed red, their eyes glowing green, their bodies shaking intensely. They indeed didn't recognize the 9-colored god medicine, much less the chaos medicine. However, they recognized the other 30,000 zhong worth of resources. The 9-colored god medicine and the chaos medicine were obviously better than the others. The former gave off a terrifying energy, while the latter was more restrained, almost like it had returned to its original state. Again, coupled with the fact that it was the smallest in number and only had a radius of 20,000 feet, anyone could tell that this mysterious resource with a radius of 20,000 feet must be extremely shocking. Most importantly, within a short period of time, the existence in the Black Demonic Palace had given out 2 more rounds of rewards in the blink of an eye. Regardless of whether it was the venerable One Supreme Pill or the 9,800 and 8,800,000 feet tall top-notch cultivation resources, both were extremely exciting. This, Chapter 4662. Xiao. As the third round of rewards shot out from the Black Magic Hall, Green Bull and the rest of the 98 newly crowned emperors from the Space Nomadic Army stopped abruptly. On the left side of the space, 3 figures rushed out from the group of emperors and above from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. These 3 figures were all mid-stage emperors, and they had rushed out from the group of over 30 emperors. However, the strongest ones, the Blood Dragon and Green Rock, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of emperor level, didn't rush out. After all, the older the wiser, the patience of these 2 old monsters was still very shocking. What shocked Yi Xian was that he actually recognized these 3 mid-stage emperors who rushed out. They were Jiao Batian from the Blood Dragon race, Peng Jing Xiao from the Green Rock race, and Shirba Feng from the Battle Lion race. Back then, these 3 fellows weren't very strong, and 2 of them had even been killed by Yi Xian with a single palm strike. Who would have thought that they would actually see each other again? And their cultivation had even broken through to the middle stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. This was simply unbelievable. However, Yi Xian was only slightly startled, and he quickly understood. Now, in the ancestral lands of the various races and top powers in the 3 main dimensions of space, the core ancestors who had been in deep slumber for an eternity had started to wake up one after another. Among them, there were not only Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes. There were even primordial great beings and primordial supreme beings. At least, Yi Xian knew that the blood dragon race's ancestor, nine-headed blood dragon, was a late-stage primordial great being. Besides, among the ancient beings he had tricked with the poison of all evil in the origin of all evil star field, Bloody Unicorn and Nine Abyss Demon Alligator were two powerful primordial supreme beings. At that time, they had even sent out a godly consciousness body due to their heavy injuries. Origin of all evil star field. Since that was the case, the major clans and top forces in the three main planes of the universe would more or less have some core grand ancestors of their clans. Like the blood-colored Qilin and the Nine Serenities demon crocodile, they were also at the level of primordial supreme. In fact, if Jiao Batian, Peng Jing Xiao, and Shirba Feng were Dao children, even if they died outside, as long as they left a trace of primordial spirit seed in their ancestral land. In that case, as long as the core ancestor of their race had awakened from a deep slumber and had the cultivation level of a universe supreme, he could use some secret techniques and methods to help them condense their godly souls, reconstruct their treasured bodies, and revive them. These three fellows were all Dao disciples, so there's no need to say more about their talents. Most likely, they were related by blood to the higher-ups of their respective races. Therefore, it was understandable that an existence above the Universe Supreme would spend a certain amount of effort to revive them. Yes, these weren't important. What mattered? What mattered was that these three fellows were they. At this moment, as the three of them rushed out, Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shirba Feng immediately roared at the top of their lungs. Their expressions were ferocious. Their necks were stiff, their chins were raised to the sky, and their eyes were rolling. They looked insufferably arrogant, as if they were saying that if the heavens were second, they would be first. The guy in the black temple in front, you've been dawdling for so long. Are you done yet? If you're done, quickly let me go back. I don't have time to chat with you here. However, there's no need to say anything about kowtowing. That's impossible. I, Peng Jingxiao, have never bowed to a fourth person. Yes, that's it. You don't have to test us again and again. This is the temperament of us three brothers. We are so straightforward. We say whatever we want. Hurry up and do it quickly. Either you kill us with one slap, or you stand up. You want us to kowtow to you? That's just a daydream. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire void fell into a deathly silence. Not only were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei stunned, but even Green Bull and the rest of the 98 newly crowned emperors opened their mouths wide. No matter what, they would never have thought that there would be three such weirdos among the 30-odd undyings of the enemy camp. Don't be fooled by their words. Who here is a fool? With one look, they could tell what they were scheming. They obviously saw that Green Bull and the rest had gotten some benefits, so they wanted to jump out and get some benefits too. When they thought up to this point, the Azure Ox and the others immediately rolled their eyes. They did not say anything else. They waved their hands one after another and stored the cultivation resources that hovered before them into their bodies. At this moment, there was no need to be polite because it was not only the Green Ox. At this moment, the other 97 newly crowned emperors, including the three-clawed flood dragon and Long Shantang, were completely certain in their hearts. The demon in the black hall ahead, there was no exception. They were 100% sure that the demon was Violent Ape. The Emperor Bestowment Treasure Pill and the Martial Highness Treasure Pill were one thing, but among the 98 10,000 Zhong Long cultivation resources, there was even the legendary nine-colored godly medicine. They had followed Yi Xian for so long, so they naturally knew about Yi Xian's Shun Nong Cauldron and the Shun Nong Strange Flame in the Cauldron, as well as his attainments in medicine refinement. If there was anyone in this fragment of the universe who could refine the legendary nine-colored godly medicine, other than Violent Ape, it was impossible for there to be anyone else besides, other than the nine-colored godly medicine with a radius of 50,000 feet. There were other top-notch cultivation resources with a radius of 30,000 feet, as well as the gray medicine that seemed to be of a higher grade than the nine-colored godly medicine. Such precious top-notch cultivation resources, and such a large amount, plus the Emperor Pill and Night Pill that were given previously. If the existence in the Black Temple in front of them wasn't Violent Ape, Green Bull would dare to pat his chest and say that he had cut off his own ox head and used it as a urinal. However, all of this was well known to the newly crowned emperors on their side, but the people from the enemy camp on the left were not like this. It was natural for Violent Ape to give us precious pills and cultivation resources, but they jumped out at this time to take advantage of the situation. This was simply courting death. How dare you? Sure enough, just as Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng roar at the top of their lungs, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who were in the void in front of them, immediately changed their expressions. This time, it was Sun Shi who made a move. His face darkened as he sternly reprimanded. How dare you talk back to Lord Demon Lord in public? You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Each of you will be slapped 10,000 times. Before he finished speaking, Sun Shi had already made his move. As he raised his right arm, countless palm shadows covered the sky and earth as they enveloped Jiao Batian and the other two. Chapter 4663. How dare you talk back to the Demon Master in public? You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. 10,000 slaps each. Pa, 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 pa. Before he finished speaking, Sun Shi had already made his move. As he raised his right arm, countless palm shadows covered the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards Jiao Batian and the other two. For a moment, the deathly silence in a vast void was completely broken. The frequency was extremely fast. Then, the loud slapping sounds that could make one's hair stand on end rang out continuously. Sun Shi was a universe knight, and Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng were only mid-stage emperors. The difference between them was too great. What's more, now that someone had talked back to the Demon Master in public, how could Sun Shi hold back? If not for Yi Xian secretly transmitting to him that he only needed to give a light punishment, he would have smashed Jiao Batian and the other two into a bloody mist on the spot, destroying their bodies and souls. But now, the taste of these 10,000 slaps was obviously not good. Sun Shi was already extremely angry in his heart, and he could not directly slap these three fellows to death. So when he attacked, he naturally would not hold back at all. Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng each received 10,000 slaps. With a powerful being like Sun Shi, it was over in just a few breaths. Poo. Poo-pu. At this moment, as Sun Shi stopped, Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng all spat out blood. Their cheeks were swollen like pig heads, and even their skulls were cracked. They looked like they were on the verge of death. If not for the emperors, they would have already died. All of this happened too quickly. Everyone was stunned. The 300 emperors and above from the Blood Dragon, Green Peng, and Battle Lion races were all stunned, their faces full of confusion. This series of events had caught them off guard. Their minds were in a daze, and they hadn't recovered yet. Charging at the Demon Master? 10,000 slaps? What kind of logic was this? Didn't that green cow charge at him before? It wasn't just once, it was happening again and again. But why was it that he could get so many rounds of rewards? And why were they all so shocking? But when the same thing happened to his own people, why was the difference in treatment so great? This was too disparaging. It was simply too infuriating. The Demon Master is merciful and spared the three of you. No matter who you are, if you offend him again, you will be beheaded without mercy. At this time, Sun Shi spoke again. His words were sharp, and his gaze swept over Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng. He wished for nothing more than to cut off a piece of flesh from their bodies. No one doubted Sun Shi's words. If anyone dared to talk back to the existence in the Black Magic Hall again, he would definitely kill them on the spot. As such a thought flashed through their minds, the close to 300 emperors and above from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans all went silent. They held their breaths, not daring to take another breath. Swish! Show! Several sonic booms resounded as a few people rushed out from the group of over 200 emperors. They braced themselves and rushed to Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng, helping them back to their own camps. At this time, Zhao Dong had turned his head again and looked at the green ox on the right side of the void. He asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist green ox, look, the third round of rewards from Lord Demon Master has come down. These are the best cultivation resources. It's time to pay respects to the Demon Master." Upon hearing this, the nearly 300 experts from the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Azure Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan all subconsciously stretched out their necks and looked towards the green ox from afar. He was guessing in his heart that with the example of Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng, would this bull that loved to show off still dare to be as tough as before? If this was really the case, would the so-called Demon Master in the Black Devil Hall in front of them continue to be as patient as before? Would he be able to convince people with his virtue? Pay respects, my ass. To everyone's surprise, as soon as Zhao Dong finished speaking, the green bull rolled its eyes and cursed on the spot. Previously, even though he insisted on not paying respects, his attitude was firm, but at least his words were polite. Now, however, he was cursing, not to mention the close to 300 warriors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. Even Zhao Dong himself was cursing. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei were all caught off guard and were stunned. The reason why the green cow was like this was because he was certain of his guess. If one were to say that when the third round of rewards arrived, he and the upper echelons of the Space Nomadic Army only had a 60% chance of success. Now, with Jiao Batian, Shi Bafeng, and Peng Jingxiao being slapped 10,000 times, they were at least 90% certain of their guess. They were all prisoners who had been brought here together, and they had all contradicted each other. Even if there was a difference in treatment, there was no reason for the difference to be so great. In addition to the 2 treasured pills and the 9-color divine medicine, all of this was so familiar. All the evidence pointed to the violent ape, so there was no need to doubt the truth. However, it was precisely because of this that the green cow's heart was suddenly filled with resentment and anger. At this moment, after opening his mouth and cursing, his chest was still heaving violently. He rolled his huge eyes and glared fiercely at the black magic hall in front of him. For the past 10 years, a group of old brothers have been wandering in this primordial world fragment. Now, less than 10% of them have died. But he's actually hiding in the forbidden land of Rising Sun to be some Devil Hall master. This kind of heartless and immoral fellow wants this old ox to worship him. Even if the heavens fall and the earth rends, it's absolutely impossible. After saying that, the green cow turned to look at the 3-clawed flood dragon and Long Shanting, as well as Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, the black wind tiger, the howling moon mastiff, and the others. He continued in a muffled voice, "Old friends, we've been waiting for 10 years, but we didn't expect to see such a result today. It's time to give up, but it doesn't matter. At least we haven't died out. In this void, there will be a day when we can make a name for ourselves. Let's go." The 3-clawed flood dragon and the others were stunned, but they did not hesitate too much. They were clearly indignant and resentful. At this moment, they nodded and turned to leave with the green cow. "Sigh, you damn cow. I don't believe that you can't guess the reason why I've just returned." Chapter 4664. It's really you? Seeing Yi Xian appear, the green ox's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his head and howled, "Moo, you want to play with us, old brothers, but in the end, you were played by me. If I didn't use this trick, I don't know how long you would have played with me." Obviously, the green ox's grief and indignation just now was clearly faked. With his understanding of Yi Xian, how could he suspect that Yi Xian had been hiding in the forbidden land of Rising Sun for the past 10 years and coldly watched them flee in the void outside? He deliberately said so in grief and indignation just to provoke Yi Xian to come out. And obviously, he succeeded. Yi Xian was provoked by him because he felt guilty and took the initiative to appear. At this moment, with his appearance, not only the green ox, but also the 3-clawed flood dragon, Long Shanting, Yuling Long, Long Xiang, Gong Jun, the black wind tiger, the howling moon mastiff, and the others, after being slightly stunned, all of them instantly became excited. Their faces were flushed, and they raised their heads and howled wildly. Roar. "Boss Bao Yuan, it's really Boss Bao Yuan." He's finally back. It's been almost 20 years. We've been fleeing in the void for more than 10 years. Now all of this is finally over. Boss Bao Yuan is back. The day our starry sky nomadic army completely overturns the situation has finally arrived. Roar. Those who had hunted us in the void before, we'll all find them one by one. We'll take revenge on them, screech, boom. Rumble, with the Green Ox leading the 98 senior members of the Starry Sky nomadic army roaring wildly. The countless Starry Sky ferocious beasts, survivors of the primordial era, and experts of the current era in the void finally understood what was going on. All of them were even more excited. Many survivors and experts of the current era even activated the battleships, forts, and fortresses under their feet and shot them into the sky to celebrate the return of Boss Bao Yuan. All of this happened too quickly. With Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei as the leaders, all the ferocious beasts and survivors of the forbidden land of Rising Sun nomadic army were already mentally prepared. Naturally, they weren't surprised. At this moment, they were all smiling and quietly watching all of this. Countless great beings of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race on the left and behind, especially the 300 emperors and above, were all dumbfounded at this moment with their mouths wide open. At this moment, they naturally understood what was going on. No wonder the difference in treatment was so great. It turned out that he had been toyed with all along. The Starry Skies, the Starry Sky nomadic Yi, they were the ones who were the real captives. This made them feel extremely ashamed and bitter. They were extremely shocked and in disbelief. After all this time, the Demon Palace leader of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land was actually the leader of the Space Nomadic Army. Over the past 10 years, the entire nomadic army had been led by Green Cow and the other emperors, fleeing pathetically in space. Even when faced with the most severe situation, they never gave up or lowered their heads. They had been roaring loudly, saying that there was a powerful leader behind them and that he would definitely return in the future. When that time came, it would be the time for the Starry Sky nomadic army to avenge their humiliation. No one believed such words in the past. Everyone took it as a joke. Who would have thought that all of this was actually true? Behind the Green Ox and the Starry Sky nomadic army, there was actually a powerful big shot. Under his command, not only did he have the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun, such a huge army of ferocious beasts and remnants, he even had 4 Zunyu. Zhou Knight. As for his own strength, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the emperors and emperors of the 3 Blood Flood Dragon clans were all stunned at the same time. They subconsciously turned their heads and looked towards Yi Xian in unison. Only at this moment did they suddenly realize that this Starry Sky, ferocious ape that had an extremely inconspicuous figure actually didn't emit the slightest aura of a cultivation. It felt as if he wasn't even a great being of the Starry Sky. However, the way he had arrived instantly overturned this point. Even the 2 emperors of the Blood Dragon race and the Green Rock race couldn't see how he had suddenly appeared in the void space in front of them. Such a technique, not to mention a Universe Knight, even a Universe Master wouldn't be able to do it. Could it be this violent ape was actually a powerful Universe Supreme? As this thought surfaced in their minds, the close to 300 emperors and emperors from the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race were all shocked. Their expressions changed, but their hearts instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. This was because in this void space fragment of the ancient universe, a Universe Supreme was currently the most powerful being. In the ancestral lands of the various races and top powers from the 3 main planes of the Starry Sky, there were also powerful beings of the primordial era, and some races even had even more powerful primordial era supreme masters. However, they were basically still in a deep sleep and hadn't awakened yet. In fact, among the various races and powers from the 3 main planes of the Starry Sky, even the powerful beings of the primordial era hadn't arrived yet. They would arrive later. And now, the most powerful beings in the headquarters of the various races and powers that were guarding this piece of space fragment were mostly Universe Masters. Only a very small number of races had 1 or 2 Universe Supremes at the beginner level. If this seemingly inconspicuous star raging ape which was only about 3 feet tall, was really a universe supreme master. Then who would this rising star, forbidden land, and demon palace belong to in such a short period of time? It was a fact that couldn't be changed. This wasn't terrifying. What was truly terrifying was that they were on the same side as Green Ox and the entire Starry Sky nomadic army under Green Ox's command. One had to know that within the captive army of the Starry Sky nomadic army, there were a large number of traders from the various races and powers from the 3 main planes of the Starry Sky. Hence, over the past 10 years or so, they were like street rats in this vast void space. Everyone wanted to beat them up, just like rats crossing the street. Almost all of the various races and powers from the 3 main planes of the Starry Sky had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of the Starry Sky nomadic army. This enmity had been formed long ago, and it was impossible to resolve. Now that Green Ox and the Starry Sky nomadic army suddenly had a powerful universe supreme master as their backer, the good days of the various races and powers in the headquarters were probably really coming to an end at the thought of this. The more than 300 emperors and emperors of the 3 races of the Bloodhorn Dragon clan looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. At this moment, after Green Ox and the other 98 emperors of the Starry Sky nomadic army had surrounded Yi Xian and made a fuss, Green Ox seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He changed the topic and looked directly at Yi Xian. "Boss, what are you now? Cultivation? Why can't I tell it all?" Chapter 4665. As soon as Yi Xian finished his words, the entire rising sun forbidden land fell into a dead silence. Except for Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other higher-ups of the rising sun forbidden land who already knew about this matter, everyone else, including the great beings of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, as well as the great beings of the Space Nomadic Army, such as Green Bull, were all dumbfounded. Ancient Supreme? It was the Supreme Primordial Lord. This was the most powerful being under the Heavenly Path realm. Even the great ancestors of the 3 great space master planes and the ancient powers might not have such a terrifying level of cultivation. The ancestors of some races were only powerful beings of the ancient supreme level, and most of them were still in deep slumber. Only a few of the most powerful races and ancient powers had ancestors of the ancient supreme level, but without exception, they were all in deep slumber, and they still needed some time to wake up from their slumber. However, in this rising sun forbidden land, there was a rising sun forbidden land. Now, in the forbidden land of Rising Star, there was an extremely powerful supreme master of the remote antiquity. Although he was only at level 1 of the supreme master of the remote antiquity, he was powerful enough to sweep the entire vast void of the fragment of untainted land. By whether it was in the headquarters of the various races and powers from the 3 main planes of the Starry Skies, or in the few forbidden lands of ferocious beasts and the remnant star regions, the most powerful beings at the level of a great ancestor were only at the level of a universe supreme. In front of the raging ape, they were not even ants, and he could kill a large number of them with one breath. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 300 emperors and undyings from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans all trembled, and their eyes were filled with despair. Especially the 30 over-emperors at this moment, they were all in a state of despair. Previously, when they were forced to follow Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei to the rising sun forbidden land, although they were worried, they were not too worried. Because, in their opinion, the core patriarch of their race would definitely come to their rescue after receiving the news. The 3 races of the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race all had 2 powerful universe masters in their base camps within this fragment of space. The base camp of the Battle Lion race even had an early-stage universe supreme master who had just arrived. They had originally thought that the master of the magic hall that Zhao Dong had mentioned was at most a 9th-tier complete universe master, which was equivalent to a half-supreme. Such as in this way, even if he was detained here for a period of time, he could still be successfully rescued and returned to the main camp of the tribe. Who would have thought that the situation would change so quickly? The master of the magic hall in the forbidden land of the rising sun was none other than this ordinary-looking star violet ape that was only 3 meters tall. It was actually a powerful, primordial being. Although this was only what he said, even at this moment, this violent ape still did not emit any aura of cultivation, so no one could sense his power. However, this was a powerful being with 4 universe knights as his subordinates. How could he speak carelessly about such things? He said that he was a primordial being, so it must be so. To all the experts of the 3 clans that were captured this time, this undoubtedly represented the end of their path of survival, and they could only dream of escaping in their entire lifetimes. They would either be annihilated or enslaved, and they would never be able to rise up again. This was a completely different matter altogether. On the side, all the great beings and higher-ups of the 3 races of the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race were filled with despair, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. On the right side of the void space, Green Ox, 3-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Yuling Long, Long Li, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and the rest of the 98 emperors of the Space Nomadic Army finally regained their senses after a short period of shock and blankness. In the next instant, the roars and howls that shook the heavens resounded once more like a tide. Everyone was so moved that tears flowed down their cheeks. How? The Supreme Primordial Lord. My boss is Supreme Primordial Lord. We have turned the tables. Our Space Nomadic Army has finally turned the tables. We have been chased around by those guys in the void space of the primordial world fragment for more than 10 years, and now, less than 10% of our brothers have died. This day has finally come. Revenge. We must take revenge. All the races and powers that have chased us in the void space before, whether they're native beasts, survivors, or those outsiders, we must deal with them one by one. We must find them and beat them until they piss their pants. Ow! Hong, Hong, Long, Long, while the upper echelons of the Nomadic Star Army, led by Green Ox, roared wildly. The countless ferocious star beasts, survivors of the primordial era, and experts of the current era cheered and roared again. Thunderous sounds rang out, and the entire void space was boiling. Every member of the Space Nomadic Army was extremely excited. Many survivors and great beings of the Space Nomadic Army activated the battleships and fortresses under their feet again and again. They kept shooting in the sky to vent the endless resentment that had been suppressed in their hearts for more than 10 years and the indescribable emotions that filled their chests at this moment. And, at the same time, in the universe space 10 billion miles away from the edge of Rising Sun Forbidden Land, a fleet that wasn't very large but was extremely elite was moving at extreme speed toward this direction. This fleet came from the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan. There were 10,000 ships in total, and all of them were fortresses of different sizes with diameters of 50,000 to 100,000 meters. The commander of this elite fortress army was the 4th stage universe master, Crown Prince Flood Dragon. His protector had reached the 9th stage pinnacle of the universe master level, which was equivalent to the half-supreme level 6-headed Blood Dragon. In fact, with the power of Crown Prince Flood Dragon and the 6-headed Blood Dragon universe master, even if they received the news a little later, if they wanted to, they could still catch up with Zhao Dong and the other 3 captives and the Space Nomadic Army before they arrived at Rising Sun Forbidden Land. However, Crown Prince Flood Dragon was eccentric, and he seemed to be sure that there would be no problem with him taking action, so he wasn't in a hurry. Besides, this was the first time he made a public appearance outside after arriving at the void space fragment of this universe, so he definitely couldn't avoid the extravagance that he should have. That was why he ordered an elite fortress army to catch up with them unhurriedly, as if they were patrolling, for fortresses of different sizes with diameters of 50,000 to 100,000 meters, the distance of about 10 billion miles in the void space couldn't be covered in an instant, but if they ran at full speed, it wouldn't take much time. Also, Chapter 4666. All the strongholds, listen my order. Activate the cannons immediately and fire 3 waves at the same time. Let those guys inside know that the 3rd prince has arrived. As soon as the elite stronghold fleet rushed to the edge of the forbidden land of Rising, Crown Prince Jiao, who was in the central control room on the top floor of the main flagship stronghold, gave an order. Listen, hearing these words, the six-headed blood dragon, who had transformed into his human form and was wearing a gray robe, frowned. He seemed to feel that something was wrong, but in the end, he remained silent and didn't say anything. Although his cultivation was stronger, his status in the Blood Dragon clan was not as high as Crown Prince Jiao. Even in front of the nine-headed blood dragon, he wasn't liked at all. After all, he was only a mixed-blood descendant. If not for the core ancestors of the Blood Dragon clan, who were universe supreme beings, who hadn't woken up yet, the six-headed blood dragon wouldn't have been entrusted with such a heavy responsibility to be Crown Prince Jiao's protector and come to this fragment void of the universe with him. In fact, he was well aware of his own situation. With his status in Crown Prince Jiao's heart, even if he raised a different opinion now, it wouldn't be accepted. He would most likely be reprimanded in public. It wasn't like this had never happened before. Hong, Hong, long, long, long. Just as the six-headed blood dragon was slightly distracted, the 10,000 strongholds of the elite army had already fired 3 waves of cannons at Crown Prince Jiao's order. Hong! The sound was earth-shattering, because the 3 waves of cannons were only used to create momentum and not to kill the enemy. The energy of the ship cannons wasn't the black antimatter energy cannons. Instead, it was an ordinary burning light beam. Therefore, the vast expanse of space in front of them was incomparably bright, and a corner of the forbidden land of rising sun was completely illuminated by the light. Let's go. Show your face with me. 3 waves of cannons. Crown Prince Jiao must have felt that this was enough. At this time, he slowly got up with a proud face and nodded. As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. He appeared high in the sky above the entire fortress army. With his hands behind his back, he quickly moved forward with the fortress army. Although his temperament was disagreeable, there was nothing wrong with his brain. Although his actions were arrogant and high-profile, he did not forget to be cautious. As he rushed out of the flagship fortress and arrived high above the elite fortress, Crown Prince Jiao immediately pushed his divine sense to the extreme and extended it toward the depths of the rising sun forbidden land. He was probing the forbidden land of rising sun to see what exactly was going on. If there was a powerful universe, supreme being lying dormant here, he would not hesitate at all. He would immediately order the 6-headed blood-horned dragon to cover for him. As for himself, he would turn around at the first instant and leave quietly before he was discovered. When he extended his divine sense to its fullest, the 6-headed blood flood dragon, who had followed him out of the main flagship fortress, also thought of this. At this moment, the light in the 6-headed blood-horned dragon's eyes dimmed, and a hint of resentment quickly flashed past. However, in the end, it only sighed secretly and did not show it. In fact, he was well aware that his so-called Tao protector was just a scapegoat for Crown Prince Jiao at the most critical moment. However, it was one thing to know, but when everything in front of him revealed such clues and was seen and felt by him with his own eyes, it was another thing altogether. However, no matter how indignant and resentful he felt, there was nothing he could do. In the Bloodhorn Dragon clan, because of his identity as a mixed-blood descendant, he was destined to not be able to cause any trouble, and he would never be valued by the bloodline ancestor, the 9-headed Bloodhorn Dragon. The only thing he could do was to tuck his tail between his legs, resign himself to fate, and be an honest person. At this moment, as Crown Prince Jiao fully activated his divine sense and extended it forward at an extremely fast speed, everything in the void space of the central star domain in the rising sun forbidden land was instantly reflected in his mind. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the form of a violent ape, was surrounded by 98 emperors from the star domain nomadic army, including Green Bull. Because he was relatively small, only about 3 feet tall, and there was no aura of cultivation emanating from his body, he was unknowingly overlooked by Crown Prince Jiao. At this moment, in his divine sense, in the central star domain of the rising sun forbidden land 100 billion miles in front of him, the most powerful beings were clearly only 4 universe knights, and they were only first-stage knights who had just stepped into this realm. Other than that, He couldn't detect any more powerful beings. This result immediately reassured Crown Prince Jiao. However, while a smile appeared on his face, out of caution, he pushed his divine sense to the limit once more. He carefully searched the central star field before him, as well as the surrounding areas to the left, right, and even deeper areas. He carefully searched the central star field again. Indeed, there was no difference at all. In this huge rising sun forbidden land, there wasn't even a single universe master, let alone a universe supreme. Even the 4 universe knights, who were the most powerful, were only at the first stage of this realm. To Crown Prince Jiao, who had long become a mid-stage universe master, they were like real ants, and he could crush one of them with one finger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Crown Prince Jiao immediately calmed down, and the expression on his face unconsciously became more indifferent and arrogant. His divine sense at this moment, a voice full of arrogance spread out and resounded in the void space. All the survivors of the rising sun, forbidden land in front, listen up. I am Crown Prince Jiao of the Blood Dragon clan. All the higher-ups above the level of Emperor, get your ass over here immediately and kowtow to me. I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Once 10 breaths are up, those who don't kneel before me will be killed without mercy. Hearing this, 6-headed Blood Dragon, who was standing behind him, frowned again. Almost instinctively, he raised his head and glanced at the central star domain 100 billion miles in front of him. He quietly extended his divine sense, but he found nothing, too. This result made him even more uneasy. The powerful divine sense of a half-supreme told him that there seemed to be danger here, and it was extremely dangerous. At the same time, in the central star domain of the rising sun, forbidden land 100 billion miles in front of him, early when the elite stronghold army under Crown Prince Jiao's command charged in from the edge of the forbidden area and drove straight in, Yixian already had an incomparably clear feeling. He didn't even need to activate his divine sense to investigate. With just a thought, he knew everything about the entire elite fortress army. At this moment, the enemy was recklessly provoking him in such a high-profile manner. Yixian was slightly dazed, and anger rose in his heart. Chapter 46-67. Hearing Yixian's sigh, Green Bull, 3-Claw Dragon, and the other undying emperors from the space nomadic army all looked dejected. They clenched their fists. Although they had just broken through a level of cultivation and were now titled emperors, they were still too far away from the Eternity Lord realm. Even if they didn't fear death and charge forward, they would only be casually killed by the Eternity Lord. Losing face for the ferocious ape, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei looked even more embarrassed. Xiang compared to the upper echelons of the Starry Sky nomadic army that had separated from Yixian nearly 20 years ago, the time they had been separated from Yixian was even shorter. It had only been a dozen years, and before Yixian left the rising forbidden area and entered the primordial chaos void, he had even given them the Emperor's sealing pill. But even so, they hadn't been able to break through again after becoming emperors. They had been stuck at this level for so many years, wasting a lot of time. Straight until Demon Master came again and gave them a level 25 night treasure pill, they finally broke through the stagnant state they had been in for so many years. Even so, their current cultivation level was only at the first level of Universe Knights. Not to mention Universe Masters. Even if they were to encounter a middle-level knight above the 3rd level of this realm, they would probably have to return in low spirits. Similarly, they weren't afraid of death, but the key was that they weren't strong enough. If they rushed forward and got killed, it would be a disgrace to Demon Master. Demon Master was a dignified supreme desolate master. Yet at this moment, he was being provoked by 2 universe masters who were as insignificant as ants. He had rushed deep into his territory to roar loudly and taunt, yet there was not even a single general who could be of use to him. This was simply too insignificant. How could this be just embarrassing? It was simply tragic. Thinking about this, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei's faces turned red. After exchanging glances, they clenched their teeth and stepped forward to ask Yi Xian for a battle. Demon Master, the four of us ask for a battle. That's right. Although they have two Universe Masters, the four of us are Universe Knights. After all, if we charge forward and self-destruct at the same time, even if we can't kill them, we can at least seriously injure one of them. Even if the other party is only heavily injured and we die, this matter will not lose face for Lord Devilmaster. After all, the fact is that the four of us are weaker than him by a large realm. Lord Devilmaster, please grant the battle. As soon as these words were spoken, a large number of gasps could be heard in the surrounding void. Sign the three-clawed serpent dragon, Long Shantang, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, the black wind tiger, the roaring moon mastiff, and the rest of the 98 martial monarchs of the nomadic army were dumbfounded after a brief moment of astonishment. But soon, they exchanged glances and nodded in secret. This is at this moment, Green Ox and the others unknowingly accepted and acknowledged Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the countless beasts and remnant great beings of the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun that were under their command. At such a moment, he actually disregarded his life and death and took the initiative to volunteer to fight for the sake of Bao Yuan's face. He used the method of self-destruction to win the dignity that he should have as a general under Bao Yuan's command. This was originally enough to cause others to be moved. Until, in the left void, the more than 200 emperors and undyings from the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race were obviously more shocked. All of them widened their eyes and stared blankly at the resolute and determined expressions of Zhao Dong and the other three. Instantly, endless confusion appeared in their minds they didn't understand. This seemingly inconspicuous space violent ape before them was only about 3 feet tall. Although his cultivation was terrifying, this was without a doubt. But what exactly did he rely on to make all the subordinates under him trust him so wholeheartedly? Because, needless to say, there was no need to mention the Green Ox and the entire Starry Sky nomadic army in front of him. They had been hunted for more than 10 years in this chaotic world fragment void, as if they had lost everything. The entire enormous army had been killed until only 1/10 of them remained, but they had never given in. At the most difficult moment, they still chose to believe in their boss, the violent ape, who would definitely return one day. As for the 4 Universe Knights in the forbidden land of Rising Sun, for the sake of the dignity of this violent ape subordinates as a supreme desolate knight, they actually took the initiative to ask for a battle, not hesitating to self-destruct and fight to the death. These were Universe Knights. To be able to cultivate to such a level, which of them hadn't gone through endless hardships and tribulations? And now, in order to protect the dignity of this violent ape, they were willing to self-destruct and seriously injure the enemy before dying. All of this, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have believed it no matter what. Are you guys stupid? In fact, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei's request for a battle shocked even Yi Xian. However, it was also because of this that the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. That damned crown prince of the Blood Dragon clan had forced the generals under his command to such an extent. This was unforgivable. At the thought of this, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and immediately glared at Zhao Dong and the other 3. He scolded, "Look at you guys. They're just 2 Universe Masters. Are they qualified to make you self-destruct? Don't be fooled by the fact that you're only Universe Knights now. In the near future, not to mention Universe Masters, even Universe Supremes may grovel at your feet." As he spoke, Violent Ape's eyes glinted coldly. He turned his head and looked at the elite fortress army that was rumbling toward them from 100 billion miles away. Cold, he said faintly, "2 Universe Masters. One of them is at the 4th level of the middle stage, and the other is at the 9th level of the pinnacle. The one who provoked us just now was the former. As for the latter, he seems to have accumulated a lot of grievances in his heart. In this case, the problem that this Star Lord was troubled by just now seems to be easily solved. So what if I don't have any Universe Knights under me for the time being? If worst comes to worst, I can make one on the spot and use it for the time being. That's fine too. As for that bullsh asterisk T crown prince of the middle stage, his cultivation is too weak. He's a complete piece of trash. There's no value in keeping him. I can use him to vent my anger and kill him with one slap. After he finished speaking, Violent Ape's eyes glinted coldly again. He didn't see how he did it, but in the void space 100 billion miles away, there was suddenly a crisp and loud slap sound. Pah! Crown Prince of the Blood Dragon clan, who was standing proudly in the sky above the elite fortress army, suddenly had a hairy ape palm appear in front of him without warning. It slapped him, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body exploded. Unexpectedly. Chapter 4668. Everything happened so fast that everyone was caught off guard. When they finally reacted, Crown Prince Jiao had already turned into a bloody mist and spread out. Small. It was just a small universe master. Yixian wasn't even interested in putting away the blood mist that was formed after his body exploded. He didn't even care about it. 1. In the blink of an eye, in less than half a breath's time, a powerful universe master had been annihilated just like that. Both his body and soul had been annihilated. It was so shocking that everyone who had witnessed it with their own eyes held their breaths subconsciously. Their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled violently. On the left side of the void space, that undying emperor of the Blood Dragon clan had bloodshot eyes. He exclaimed in shock, "Crown Prince!" An exclamation broke the dead silence in the void space, and all the great beings who were in a daze due to extreme shock finally came back to their senses after their bodies shook violently. For a moment, there were sounds of gasps and cries of surprise that sounded like a tidal wave from all over the place. What? Crown Prince Jiao died just like that? This is the core ancestor of the Blood Dragon clan. Not long ago, he had just arrived in the void fragment of the untainted land from the 3 main planes of the universe. He had never fought before. I didn't expect that his first expedition would end up like this. The Blood Dragon clan has lost a lot of face this time. It's a total loss of face. Besides, this Crown Prince Jiao is said to be the son of the bloodline ancestor of the Blood Dragon clan, Nine-Headed Blood Dragon. Now that he was slapped to death, whether it's for public or private reasons, Nine-Headed Blood Dragon will be furious when he hears about this. Something big is going to happen. I don't think so. So what if it's Nine-Headed Blood Dragon? Legend has it that his power is only at the primordial great being level. Facing an extremely powerful desolate master, does he have the right to be furious? In my opinion, he will most likely tuck his tail between his legs and swallow his anger. The Magic Hall is not something he can afford to provoke. A supreme desolate sovereign is enough to sweep through the void of this chaos world fragment. No one can match her. That might not be the case. Legend has it that the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon was already at the 8th stage of the primordial era since countless years ago. It was at the peak of the 8th stage of the primordial era and was only one step away from reaching the 9th stage of perfection. Although the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon suffered serious injuries in the primordial war that destroyed the entire untainted world, so many years have passed. Now that the end of the untainted world is coming, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon's injuries have mostly recovered. Therefore, it is not completely impossible for it to make further progress. If he has already reached the primordial great being level, he will be at the same level as the supreme demon of the Magic Hall. They are both at the initial stage of the Desolate Master level. If they really fight, it will be hard to predict who will win. After all, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon is an ancient late-stage great being who has lived from the primordial era until now. However, the Master of the Magic Hall has never been heard of before. Obviously, he did not live from the primordial era until now. Instead, he is a supreme desolate sovereign who was born in the current era. There is still a gap between the two. Along with the exclamations, the 300 emperors and emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans finally became completely obedient. The last trace of hope in their hearts was extinguished. Their eyes flickered from time to time as they began to think about their escape route. After all, even the Crown Prince of the Blood WRM clan had been slapped to death with a single slap. In that case, there was clearly no expert of the current era that possessed the ability to rescue them from this fragment of space. If they wanted to survive, then they could only rely on themselves. Boom! Honk! Long! Long! At the same time, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the universe void 100 billion miles ahead. Everyone, subconsciously, they looked toward the source of the sound, and their expressions could not help but become strange. Gaze in the line of sight, the elite fortress army that had followed the Blood Dragon Crown Prince into the forbidden land of Rising Sun was now retreating. The commanders of the 10,000 fortresses, big and small, gave the order at the same time. The kinetic energy cabins were fully opened, and they fled quickly along the path they came from. Same as at the same time, the six-headed blood dragon, who was in the sky above the elite fortress army, also retreated rapidly. At this time, he was still in his human form. He did not even have time to show his battle state before the battle was over. Or it could be said that it never really started at all. At this moment, the six-headed blood dragon was feeling extremely complicated. Regarding the death of the Blood Dragon Crown Prince, he naturally did not feel any grief or anger in his heart, let alone anger. However, it was inevitable that he was worried and frightened. He was the Tao protector of the Blood Dragon Crown Prince. However, the Blood Dragon Crown Prince was now dead, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. As a Tao protector, he was unharmed. No matter where he put it, this matter could not be justified. Without a doubt, he definitely could not return to the Blood Dragon clan. Once he returned, the monstrous anger of the nine-headed blood dragon would undoubtedly pour out on him. At that time, he would become a scapegoat and a punching bag for the nine-headed blood dragon to vent his anger. As a result, he would be buried with the Blood Dragon Crown Prince. That guy's death was purely his own fault. The six-headed blood dragon felt that it was not worth it to be buried with such a person. It was precisely because of this that when the Blood Dragon Crown Prince was slapped to death by the terrifying ape in front of him, he did not even have the slightest intention of making a move. Of course, even if he made a move, he was not the ape's match at all. In the end, he would end up like the Blood Dragon Crown Prince and be easily slapped to death by the ape. As far as he was concerned, as long as he could escape smoothly and leave this terrifying Rising Sun forbidden area, it would be the greatest fortune of all. After leaving, it was impossible for him to return to the Blood Dragon clan. He could not even casually show up in public anymore. The nine-headed blood dragon would not let him go. He was only a ninth-stage universe master at the pinnacle level, not even a universe supreme master. Faced with the pursuit of a primordial great being, his only choice was to choose a remote place to hide and spend the rest of his life in seclusion. This was very sullen, and it made him very unwilling. However, in order to survive, this was the only choice. In fact, even this kind of helpless choice might not really be realized at the moment. It was very likely that it would be a laughable, extravagant delusion. Because the six-headed blood dragon understood that although the terrifying ape in front of him was still 100 billion miles away, if the ape wanted to, he could instantly turn him into ashes with just a thought. Because the so-called escape was the deciding factor, and it depended on whether the ape had the intention of letting him go. Just as these thoughts surfaced in his mind, the space-violent ape, who was 100 billion miles away, suddenly turned its head and looked in this direction. Its eyes met the six-headed blood dragon's, and the corners of its mouth twitched. Then, its voice came from afar. "You still want to escape at this point? Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous?" Chapter 46-69. Since you are already here, why are you in such a rush to leave? Since we are all on the same side, let's just stick together. Xiao, rumble. As Yi Xian's voice sounded out, the violent ape suddenly waved its hand. In an instant, a terrifying, invisible force shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in the distant void hundreds of billions of kilometers away. With a deafening boom, the 10,000 kinetic energy cabins, which were retreating at full speed, were instantly wrapped up by a terrifying force and shot back from hundreds of billions of miles away, stopping abruptly at the edge of the hundreds of millions of battleships of the Blood Flood Dragon race, Azure Rock race, and Battle Lion race. Luo. At the same time, The 6 blood flood dragons were forcefully pulled over by Yi Xian from the distant void hundreds of billions of kilometers away, landing in front of the 300 emperors and emperors of the blood flood dragon clan. All emperors and above, come out immediately. Whoever dares to hide will be killed immediately. The target of this voice was none other than the 10,000 fortresses of various sizes that had just been teleported over from afar. Xiao! Xiao, xiao, xiao. Very quickly, silhouettes rushed out from the 10,000 strongholds. Their bodies trembled as they retreated towards the area where the close to 300 emperors and emperors from the 3 blood dragon clans were. As expected of the elite army chosen by the crown prince. Just from the 10,000 strongholds, close to 100 emperors and emperors rushed out. After entering the space on the left, close to 400 emperors and emperors were captives. Among them, the strongest of them all was the 6-headed blood dragon. Even Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei were far from him. 6. The Bloodhorn Dragon's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Universe Master Realm, which was half a step into the Supreme Realm. In the vast and boundless universe void of the Rising Sun Forbidden Area, it was definitely the most powerful existence besides Yi Xian. But unfortunately, when facing Bao Yuan, a supreme, desolate venerable with terrifying cultivation, even he was no different from an ant. He might even be inferior to an ant. However, to Yi Xian, the 6-headed blood dragon was obviously valuable. The key was that he didn't have a single supreme level master with him. The moment he met a slightly stronger opponent, he had to fight personally. It was really annoying. Even more. Moreover, this 6-headed blood flood dragon seems to have a deep grudge against the flood dragon crown prince that I slapped to death earlier. Therefore, after subduing it, there shouldn't be a problem in terms of loyalty, Xiao. Old man, what's your relationship with the little loach that I just slapped to death? A weak sound broke through the air. Violent Yuan moved his body and appeared before the 6-headed blood dragon in the blink of an eye. He grinned and asked with a playful expression. Here, although he was in the form of Violent Yuan, the language of the human race came out of his mouth. He didn't disguise his voice because there was no need to. Therefore, upon hearing his voice, Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng, who were not far away, were startled at first, then turned their heads and exchanged glances. Soon, a trace of suspicion gradually surfaced on their faces. Previously, they were punished by Sun Shi. Each of them was given 10,000 big ear brackets. Their faces were slapped until they looked like pig heads, and they were even seriously injured. However, they were, after all, Dao sons who were valued by their respective races. They carried many healing pills with them. Besides, their cultivation was originally at the level of a middle-stage, undying emperor, so they weren't considered weak. Hence, after swallowing the healing pills that they carried with them, their injuries were already healed. But the reason why a suspicious expression appeared on their faces at this moment was because the voice that came from the mouth of this ferocious ape with a terrifying cultivation was truly too familiar. They had all dealt with Yi Xian before. Naturally, they were quite familiar with the freak who was one of the 7 great evildoers. Although more than 10 years ago, when the great races and the top forces of the 3 main planes of the universe entered the void of this fragment of the untainted land from the Shadow Devil star field of the 2nd universe, some people found that Yi Xian, the Star Master of the Sky River Star, seemed to have set off as well. The entire Sky River Star was almost empty. The Violent Yuan in front of them was clearly a powerful, supreme, desolate master. Even if the Star Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, was a freak, how could he grow to such a height in less than 20 years after entering the void of this fragment of the untainted land? That this was absolutely impossible. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, Batian Jiao, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng exchanged glances again. They shook their heads and threw this outrageous guess to the back of their minds. The universe was so vast, and there were many people who looked exactly the same, not to mention that they only had the same voice. He was really thinking too much. This old man, is his Tao protector? The six-headed blood dragon naturally did not dare to ignore the inquiry of a supreme desolate master. Although he was not very interested in the identity of a protector, and even felt a little disgusted, at this moment he still answered truthfully. However, the expression on his face was clearly a little helpless, and there was a strong sense of indignation in the helplessness. Because this so-called protector, in the eyes of Crown Prince Jiao and the six-headed blood dragon, was actually a one-time substitute that could be sacrificed at any time. Bullsh asterisk T protector. The violent Yuan immediately rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and said, "Now that the little loach is dead, but your protector is still alive, can you still return to the Blood Dragon clan?" The six-headed blood dragon was at a loss for words, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. Because in his opinion, the supreme desolate master in front of him, whose cultivation was so terrifying that it made people's hair stand on end, should not consider this problem. Unless thinking of this, the six-headed blood dragon's eyes suddenly burst out with a glimmer of light, and his breathing became a little hurried. His chest rose and fell, but he did not dare to ask. He was afraid that this was just wishful thinking. That would be too embarrassing. It seems that you're not stupid. You have understood this Star Lord's meaning. Seeing the six-headed blood dragon's expression, Yixin naturally understood what he was thinking. He immediately nodded and said, "Let's be frank. The cultivation of this Star Lord's confidence is still weak. Otherwise, that little loach is really not worthy of this Star Lord to personally deal with, sitting on countless subordinates, but no general to use. This is indeed awkward. This Star Lord sees that you don't seem to be doing well in the Blood Dragon clan. You must be quite suppressed. Since that's the case, why don't you give up the darkness and join this Star Lord's magic hall?" At this point, Yi Xian's words suddenly paused. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it arrived near the six-headed blood dragon and hung in front of him. It was a level 27 supreme treasure pill, emitting an extremely strong supreme realm aura. Chapter 4670. All right, don't rush to make a decision. I have plenty of time. Let's swallow it first, he said. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the level 27 supreme treasure pill in front of the six-headed blood dragon. This scene was too unexpected. Everyone in the surrounding void was caught off guard and was stunned on the spot. Soon, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the other 8 emperors from the Rising Dawn Forbidden Land, were the first to react. They all looked upset. Naturally, they could tell that this was a level 27 supreme treasure pill. It was too precious, and it should have belonged to one of them. However, as the Demon Master had no generals to use, he could only let the six-headed blood dragon have it. Following this, the Blue Ox, the three-clawed serpent dragon, Long Shantang, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gongjun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, and the rest of the 98 martial monarchs of the Star Nomadic Army were left speechless after a brief moment of astonishment. Seeing such a precious level 27 Supreme Being pellet being taken away by the six-headed blood Jiao, they felt extremely pained. However, what Raging Ape said was the truth. He had no generals under his command, and he couldn't just randomly find a universe master or even a middle or late stage universe knight and ask him to personally deal with him, right? So, the Rising Dawn Forbidden Land needed a universe supreme master, and he didn't have one on his side. He could only take one from the outside. But, although this six-headed blood flood dragon was from the enemy camp, Bao Yuan did not say anything. He clearly did not have a good time in the Blood Flood Dragon clan and was not loyal to them. He was the most suitable candidate to be absorbed. As for the close to 400 emperors and undyings from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race, including Jiao Batian, Peng Jingxiao, and Shi Bafeng, they were all stunned. Their expressions quickly turned weird. He was a human. They couldn't figure out what this starry, sky berserk ape with a terrifying cultivation base was going to do. First, I've been played for a fool by him earlier. He was clearly on the same side as the Azure Ox and the nomadic army under his command, yet he put on an act and said he admired the Azure Ox's unyielding character, and he even rewarded him successively. They were all tempted. Batian Jiao, Peng Jingxiao, and Shirba Feng were so excited that they jumped out, wanting to take advantage of him. They didn't expect to be beaten into a pig's head. Now that they thought about it, their eyes were still filled with tears. Everything was still in front of him. Now, after this ferocious ape slapped the blood WRM clan's crown prince into a bloody mist from 100 billion miles away, he actually turned around and gave such a precious treasure pill to his guardian. The six-headed blood WRM clan's crown prince. His way of doing things was simply too mysterious and unfathomable. It was simply impossible to figure out what he was thinking. This is, for me, the six-headed blood dragon race. The six-headed blood dragon was completely dumbfounded. He hesitantly raised his hand and pointed at the level 27 supreme treasure pill floating in front of him. He looked at Yi Xian with uncertainty, his face full of suspicion. Although he didn't know what the pill was, he could clearly feel the strong aura of a universe knight. Vaguely, the six-headed bloodhorn dragon even had a strong and instinctive desire to swallow the pill, because it was certain that the pill meant a lot to it. However, this was too strange. Even if this terrifying space ape wanted to take him as a subordinate, there was no need for him to give him such a precious treasure pill, right? With his power, did he have any room to resist? How could he? He could only obey. Just swallow it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The ape rolled his eyes and waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up. I'll give you half a day to refine and break through. I won't wait for you if you miss it. Half a day? Refine, break through? The six-headed blood dragon race asked. The six-headed blood dragon was shocked. He didn't understand what the ape wanted him to break through. Was it the level of a universe supreme? Just this pill, and it only took half a day. How is this possible? Although he had doubts in his heart, the six-headed blood dragon did not dare to ask again. The violent ape of the starry sky was famous among the starry sky, ferocious beasts. The one in front of him was the extremely powerful, supreme, desolate sovereign. It was already impatient now. If he dilly-dallied and provoked it, it could slap him to death. Although the treasure pill floating in front of him couldn't help him break through the level of a universe supreme in half a day, from the strong aura it emitted, there would be no harm in swallowing it. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. Just like what the ape said, he would just swallow it first. Thinking of this, the six-headed blood dragon didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately opened his mouth and sucked the pill into his stomach. Tight. Then he sat down cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and started to refine. Xin did not leave, so no one in the surrounding space dared to leave. They could leave now. For a time, the entire space fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, including Zhao Dong and the Green Ox, had their hearts in their throats. Their gazes were focused on the six-headed blood WIRM that was being refined with its eyes closed. This was the level of a universe supreme, second only to the ancient desolate era supreme beings. Could he really break through in half a day with a small pill? This, even Zhao Dong, Green Ox, and the others who had swallowed other treasured pills of different levels couldn't figure it out. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, almost half a day had passed. At this moment, the six-headed blood dragon, who had been sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed and refining the energy of the treasure pill in his body, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering hiss. Along with the hiss, an extremely powerful aura spread out from his body. He was a level 1 universe supreme. I broke through. I finally broke through. Hiss, as the roar faded away. The six-headed blood dragon's face was filled with incomparable excitement and joy. He roared endlessly. From this moment onwards, I, the six-headed blood dragon, have become the supreme being of the universe. I am invincible in this world. I no longer have to suffer that vexation in the blood dragon clan. Hiss, bah! Before he could finish his words, Bao Yuan rolled his eyes and spat lightly. Only then did he continue. Aren't you a little too excited? Aren't you just a universe supreme? Invincible. Are you out of your mind? Besides, you're just a universe supreme. Is there need to be so excited after breaking through? when you break through to the ancient desolate era supreme being and become a being on the same level as the nine-headed blood dragon, can you yell at the top of your lungs? You're one level weaker than me, and you're already yelling like this. You're embarrassing me. Chapter 4671. As he calmed down from his excitement, six-headed blood dragon calmed himself down. In the void space, he immediately turned over and kowtowed to Yi Xian. Six-headed blood dragon. Greetings, master. This was clearly the rhythm of complete submission. Not only was it because of the level 27 Sovereign Treasure Pill, but it was also because Yi Xian had given him a new life, given him the ability to hold his head high and no longer be vexed by the Blood Flood Dragon clan. There was no doubt that from now on, Six-Headed Blood Dragon would become a trusted general of Yi Xian. He would be able to shoulder heavy responsibilities. There would be absolutely no problem with his loyalty. This was the result that Yi Xian wanted. At least, within a short period of time, he finally had a Universe Supreme under his command. The awkward situation of not having a general to rely on had finally become history. Xiao. While he was thinking, Bao Yuan waved his hand again. In an instant, a fine ray of light shot out and hung in front of Six-Headed Blood Dragon. Although it had a circumference of 100,000 feet, it was only nine-colored godly medicine. There was no great medicine of chaos. It was not that Yi Xian did not trust him, but Six-Headed Blood Dragon was, after all, a newcomer. In this aspect, if he immediately agreed with Green Bull when he had not made any contributions in the slightest in this situation, he would immediately agree with Green Bull. It would be unfair to treat Bull and the rest of the old fellows equally. Anyway, for Six-Headed Blood Dragon, who had never swallowed any great medicine of flesh, just this nine-colored godly medicine of 100,000 feet in size was enough to make his cultivation level break through to the late stage of level 7 or level 8 Universe Supreme. In a short period of time, it was enough. It was enough for him to use. Thank you, Master. Xiao. Since he had already surrendered, Six-Headed Blood Dragon naturally would not hesitate anymore. He immediately thanked Bao Yuan and generously waved his hand to put away the nine-colored godly medicine. Naturally, he could see that this cultivation resource, which he had never seen before, was extraordinary. Its degree of preciousness was probably no less than that of the magical Supreme Treasure Pill earlier. At this moment, he was full of joy and secretly felt lucky. This nine-colored godly medicine can help you break through to the advanced stage of Universe Supreme, levels 7 or 8. Nodding slightly, Yi Xian continued, Once you finish using them, I'll naturally return them to you. Record them down first, and use them as a deduction for future battle achievements. Go, find yourself a planet with life, and use it as your abode. You can enter seclusion and peace, and stabilize the realm you just broke through. Right now, you're only at the first level of this realm, so you're still a bit weak. However, with the war at hand, there's not much time for you to continue breaking through. But don't worry, once the war is over, I'll give you some time to cultivate in seclusion. Try to become a pinnacle 9th Order Universe Supremacy as soon as possible, and I'll give you another Supreme Treasure Pill, just like the Supreme Treasure Pill just now. Then, you'll be able to break through the bottleneck of a major realm and smoothly break through to the primordial realm. Hiss! So that pill is called the Supreme Treasure Pill, and in the hands of the Demon Master, there is actually an almighty treasure pill. Hearing this, Six-Headed Blood Dragon trembled violently, and he exclaimed in shock, But how is that possible? With just one treasure pill, you can break through the bottleneck of a major realm in such a short time and smoothly break through. This is simply unbelievable. Why is it impossible? Didn't you just swallow a Supreme Treasure Pill yourself? Pursing his lips, Bao Yuan pointed at Green Ox and the rest of the upper echelons of the nomadic army. Before you arrived, all 98 of them had just consumed an Emperor Sealing Pill and successfully broke through. Then he turned his right arm and pointed at Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. Not long ago, the four of them also swallowed a Supreme Treasure Pill, which is why they successfully broke through to the Universe Supremacy realm. Besides, there are also Eternal Lord Treasure Pills, Almighty Treasure Pills, and even desolate supreme treasure pills. In short, from Marquis Undying to Primordial Supreme level, I have a treasure pill for every major realm. As long as your power reaches the pinnacle ninth order of the previous level, after swallowing it, you'll be able to smoothly break through in a short time. Breakthrough. Of course, all the treasure pills, including the huge 9-colored godly medicine that I just gave you, are the most top-tier cultivation resources. It's impossible to give them away for free. Even the subordinates under my command have to exchange for them with battle credits. Of course, if you don't have enough battle credits, but you're in urgent need of treasure pills and godly medicines, you can record it first and use your battle credits to pay for it later. For example, you are in such a situation now. I understand. Only now did the six-headed blood dragon recover from its extreme shock. It took a deep breath, then immediately knelt down on one knee towards Yi Xian and bowed. My lord, don't worry. After this subordinate stabilizes his cultivation, he will immediately come out of seclusion and fight for my lord, just so I can accumulate battle credits. Xiao. After that, six-headed blood dragon didn't waste any more time. With a flash of his body, he shot toward a life star in the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Demon Master. These guys. How should we deal with them? At this moment, Zhao Dong had already taken a step forward and cupped his hands towards Yi Xian. This allied army comes from the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans. In the past 10 years or so, these three clans have all chased after Brother Azure Ox's nomadic army, and more than one at that. This time, it's really detestable. How about? Then, Zhao Dong raised his right hand and made a chopping gesture. Nearly 400 emperors and emperors from the Blood Dragon clan, who were waiting in the distance, were all scared out of their wits. Their faces immediately turned pale. Plop, plop, plop. Before Yi Xian could reply, a series of plop sounds came from the void on his left. Turning around, the nearly 400 emperors and emperors of the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Peng, and Battle Lion clans, without exception, all followed the example of the six-headed Blood Flood Dragon and knelt down on one knee towards Yi Xian to pay their respects. The reason for this was because they were frightened by Zhao Dong's words of wanting to kill them all. These fellows were all experts at the emperor level or above, and it was not easy for them to obtain such a powerful cultivation. They had just arrived in this vast prehistoric heaven. They hadn't had time to show their talents in the fragment void. Who would be willing to die so easily? Of course, the more important reason was because of Yi Xian's words just now. In his hands, he actually had precious pills of all levels from the Marquis Undying to the Primordial Supreme. As long as one reached the 9th level of perfection of any level, after swallowing the precious pill of the next level, one would be able to break through the level within a short period of time. Breaking through the bottleneck of the world. This was definitely a temptation that no great warrior in the universe could resist. If they didn't know about this, it would have been fine. However, now that they knew about it, especially after seeing Green Ox and the other upper echelons of the nomadic army, as well as six-headed blood dragon, they were all extremely fast. After this breakthrough, Chapter 4672. You all, what is the meaning of this? Turning around, he saw the close to 400 emperors and undyings from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race, all kneeling on one knee in the space. None of them dared to step forward. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the berserk ape, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Are you begging for mercy? I can't make the decision on this matter. In the past 10 years, the ones you bullied are them. As he spoke, Bao Yuan raised his hand and pointed at Azure Ox and the rest of the 98 nomadic emperors in the void to his right. Yi Xian really didn't put these fellows in his eyes. At most, he could just kill them all. If they died, there would be at least hundreds of millions of battleships that could be used as battle prowess. It would be enough to replenish the severely depleted nomadic army. Hence, Yi Xian didn't plan on making the decision on whether these fellows lived or died. Everything would be left to Green Bull and the other upper echelons of the space nomadic army. These fellows obviously saw that Yi Xian wasn't joking, and their expressions changed. However, there was still hope in their hearts. As they exchanged glances, among the over 60 emperors of the three Blood Dragon clans, a few of the strongest ones began to speak out. Demon Master, in the past 10 years, we have indeed hunted down Green Bull and his space nomadic army many times. However, this is just a matter of perspective. If we really want to talk about it, there's actually no right or wrong. After all, the space nomadic army has warriors from the three main planes. This is a fact. If it were any of the upper echelons of any race, they wouldn't have done anything. We can't just sit by and do nothing. We're just following orders. But now, the reason why we're kneeling and begging Demon Master to take us in is because we want to live, but more importantly, we want to fight for opportunities. Demon Master, you've said before that we should abandon the darkness and join the light. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a matter of wanting to climb higher? We came from the three main planes of the starry skies to this strange void fragment of the untainted land in order to seize the opportunity to break through and improve our cultivation. This is not wrong in the first place. Every expert in the starry skies has this kind of obsession. But now, we have seen the bright future of the Devil Palace with our own eyes. We yearn for it and are willing to surrender wholeheartedly. In the future, we will fight for the Devil Lord and accumulate battle merits in exchange for our own cultivation. What's wrong with a chance to raise our strength? Demon Master, please take pity on us and give us a chance. After which, the 400 emperors and emperors from the three races clasped their fists again. Their gazes were firm as they locked onto Yi Xian's face, full of expectation. These words were very pertinent, and there was not the slightest bit of exaggeration. It had to be said that even Yi Xian was a little moved. However, he still could not make a decision on this matter, so he did not express his opinion. Instead, he turned to look at Green Ox and the other upper echelons of the space nomadic army. These guys were also in a dilemma. On the one hand, they had deep resentment toward the three races of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion. On the other hand, the Rising Sun Forbidden Land was in need of people now. This time, there were many captives from the three races of the Blood Flood Dragon, and they seemed to be sincere in surrendering. If they were to take them in, it would be of great significance as these thoughts flashed through their minds. Green Ox, Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other upper echelons of the space nomadic army looked at each other and secretly communicated with each other using their divine senses to discuss. Yi Xian did not rush them. He stood aside with a smile and waited for the final result. No matter what decision Green Ox and the others made, he would support them. Soon, the final result was out. Green Ox and the upper echelons of Sang Zhi's tribe did not speak, but Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other upper echelons of the captive parliament stood up and spoke one after another. We can take you in, but you can only be a captive army. We will observe and keep you, and the hat of our old captive army will be taken off from today onwards. In addition, all the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters in your hands will be contributed as compensation. From now on, all the battleships of our old captive army will be large fortresses. We won't even want the small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. We'll treat you accordingly. There's nothing else. In any case, if you want to get benefits, you'll have to rely on your battle achievements to offset it in the future. At this point, you can't fool anyone. These words were not said to the upper echelons of the three races of the Blood Flood Dragon, but to Yi Xian. He naturally understood the meaning behind it. After shaking his head and smiling bitterly, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Since that's the case, this matter is settled. Today, the captives of the three races and all the battleships will be organized into a captive army. The old captive army and the space nomadic army will be disbanded. In addition, today, the large fortresses of the captive army will be handed over to the old captive army to use. From now on, under the Magic Hall, there will be for major armies. There are the Ferocious Beast Army, the Remnant Army, the Nomadic Army, and the Captive Army." While speaking, Yi Xian immediately explained the details of the division of the major armies under his command. In short, the Space Nomadic Army, the Space Beasts in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, the Desolation Survivors, and the captive army of the three races of the Blood Flood Dragon were all mixed up. Then, according to his division rules, they were divided into four major armies. The first was the Ferocious Beast Army, which was formed by the space beasts that originally lived in the void of the Desolation world fragment. This included the Ferocious Beast Army in the original Space Nomadic Army and the Space Beasts in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The current commanders were Green Ox, Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other undying emperors in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. There were a total of more than 40 of them. As for the space beasts of different levels in the army, there were about 100 million of them. The second was the Remnant Army, which was formed by the Sangji tribe and the Remnant tribes in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The current commanders were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other 3 Universe Knights, as well as more than 20 undying emperors from the Sangji tribe. The total number of survivors in the army was also about 100 million, and there were 10 million different types of battleships. The third was the Nomadic Army, which was actually the captive army from before. However, now that they had passed the final test, they were no longer captive army. The entire Nomadic Army was made up of great beings from the 3 main planes of the universe. There were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as great beings from the original Wanluo Federation. The current commanders were the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other representatives from the captive parliament. There were a total of 60 of them, and they were all undying emperors. The number of soldiers in the army was the largest, with a total of more than 1 billion. The battleships were all huge fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There were a total of 20 million battleships. The fourth was the captive army, which was made up of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race captives. Chapter 4673. The division of the 4 armies was quickly completed. From then on, the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race captured a few hundred million battleships, close to 10 billion soldiers, along with over 60 emperors and over 300 emperors. They formed an army, becoming the 4th army of the Magic Hall, Captive Army, although they would be on the same side from now on, and they truly desired a level 25 Venerable Pellet. The 2 immortal emperors of the Blood Flood Dragon and the War Lion race were too embarrassed to open their mouths and ask Yixin. They requested. After all, they had just been captured, and they felt awkward. It was indeed hard for them to ask. Xiao. Just as the 2 of them were in a dilemma, 2 rays of light shot toward them and stopped abruptly in front of them. When they looked at them carefully, they saw that they were 2 precious pills, and they were emitting extremely strong Universe Knight auras. The expressions of the 2 half-step venerable ones who had just been captured changed drastically, and they gasped. Even though the 2 of you haven't made any contributions, you will still be under observation. At this time, Yixian's voice sounded out. But now that we are in need of people, the captive army does indeed need 2 powerful Universe Knights to oversee it. These 2 Universe Knights will be given to you first, and in the future, your battle merits will be deducted. When they heard this, the 2 of them were overjoyed. They immediately waved their hands and carefully put away the treasured pills that were suspended in front of them. After that, they repeatedly kowtowed and expressed their thanks. Take care of yourselves. Yixian nodded and waved his hand, letting them head to their assigned areas. He chatted with Green Ox and the others for a while before finally turning around and entering the magic hall. Rumble. With a thought, the black demonic palace suspended above the atmosphere of the cavern star slowly descended. Soon, entered the atmosphere and sat firmly on the peak of the most majestic peak. Yixian immediately waved his hand and took out the Shinnon cauldron, suspending it behind the peak. With a flash of his body, he stepped into the cauldron filled with 9-colored mist, entering the space within the cauldron. He crossed his legs and sat within the cauldron, in the air above the mountain. Previously, he was pressed for time, which was why he didn't break through consecutively. But now that everything was settled, it was finally time for him to consume a level 28 Supreme Pellet and break through to the true primordial realm. Swish, 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 swish. As he waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, Fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. This included the all-evil origin elixir and the 9-colored divine medicine. There was even a canopy of chaos great herbs with a radius of 10,000 feet. When everything was in place, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinnon Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of an infant fist. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed the fist-sized bead and quickly dissolved it. Voila! As soon as all this was done, when the energy ball that had been compressed to the size of an infant fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. All the resources that he had swallowed earlier were instantly dissolved. In the blink of an eye, a majestic energy river appeared in Yi Xian's body. With rapt attention, Yi Xian activated the large river of energy that had just been formed in his body. He continuously circulated it through his 100 meridians with all his might. This time, he was trying to break through the bottleneck of a major realm. So when the energy river in his body flowed through his meridians, the pain was incomparably intense. However, Yi Xian was already used to it, so he completely ignored it and gritted his teeth to bear with it. Because he was trying to break through the bottleneck of a major realm, the breakthrough this time was slightly hindered. It took him a full 8 days to completely refine the energy river that had formed in his body, as the great river of energy circulated through his meridians time and time again. It finally completely disappeared and merged into his soul and body. Yi Xian had only accumulated enough energy to launch a single attack, but the shackles had already broken. The anticipated system notification sounded in his mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm. Level 1 of the powerful beings of the primordial era. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the vital energy and blood. Current realm. Level 1 of the powerful beings of the primordial era. A successful breakthrough. After entering this void fragment of the primordial era for dozens of years, Yi Xian's cultivation level had finally officially broken through and entered the powerful beings of the primordial era. Previously, his original body's cultivation level was at the peak of the 9th level of the universe supreme level. After activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the 1st level of the powerful beings of the primordial era. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 1st level of the supreme level of the primordial era. If he took into account the enhancement of his cultivation level due to the vital energy and blood in his body, his actual combat power would be comparable to a 2nd level desolate venerable. However, after swallowing a level 28 supreme level pellet, Yi Xian officially broke through to the 1st level of the supreme level of the primordial era. After activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, his combat power would instantly reach the 2nd level of the supreme level of the primordial era. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations again and directly entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would reach the 2nd level of the supreme level of the universe. In addition, if he took into account the tremendous vital energy and blood in his 60 million miles long body, his actual combat power would increase by 1 level. Currently, the strongest combat power he could display would reach the unprecedented level of the 3rd level of the Desolate Venerable. This was already the peak of the initial level. It could be said that below the middle level of the supreme level of the primordial era, the current Yi Xian was absolutely invincible. In fact, he still had the Blood Sea Secret technique. Once he activated the power of the Blood Sea Secret technique, Yi Xian could instantly condense 3 Blood Sea avatars, each of which had the terrifying combat power of a 3rd level supreme level of the primordial era. Under the situation of 3 against 1, if he used the Fallen Sky Bao, even if he encountered a 4th level Desolate Venerable, it was not impossible to kill him His strongest battle prowess has already reached the third order of the ancient desolate realm, and he can only have 3 Blood Sea clones of the same battle prowess. He subconsciously clenched his fists. At this moment, Yi Xian's emotions were unprecedentedly agitated. As he muttered softly, he was filled with heroism. In this way, I can already fight any existence below the middle stage of the desolate realm head-on. Slay them. Not to mention the void fragment of this world. Even on the 2 sides of the primordial void, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. I can do whatever I want, but now is not the time to return with the army under my command, enter the primordial void, and gather at the Source Nest headquarters. Chapter 4674. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, the Shinong treasure cauldron turned into a beam of light and entered Yi Xian's body, disappearing. Right now, he was still in his violent star ape form, but the 9 transformations devil ape bloodline ability in his body had reached the 9th transformation. Therefore, the aura exuding from his body right now was equivalent to that of a second-order venerable desolate ancestor. With a flash, Yi Xian stepped out of the atmosphere of the cave star. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. Greetings, Demon Master. As soon as Yi Xian's figure appeared, he heard a wave of shouts. His tone was incomparably respectful, revealing excitement and excitement. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei weren't there. Even Green Bull and the others weren't there. They were probably all in seclusion to make breakthroughs. The fact that Yi Xian didn't have any generals under his command was a huge blow to them. They would definitely cultivate with all their might during this time. After all, as long as they reached the 9th level of Pinnacle, they would be able to make breakthroughs in a short time after swallowing the next level of treasure pill at this moment. The ones waiting outside Yi Xian's cave are the 6 blood flood dragons and the upper echelons of the captive army, including the 2 half-step venerables from the Blood Flood Dragon and the Azure Rock clan. Of course, 8 days had passed, and they had all successfully made breakthroughs after swallowing a level 25 night treasure pill. All of them were powerful universe knights. As for the 6-headed blood dragon, needless to say, he had already become a universe supreme knight and was now a powerful first-stage supreme knight. In just a few days, the 3 of them had changed so much. All of this made the other 60-odd emperors and 300-odd emperors of the captive army envious of them. Now, these guys were all waiting outside the atmosphere of Yi Xian's cave-dwelling star. Obviously, they wanted to get some information from Yi Xian and see when there was going to be a battle so that they could accumulate battle merits and exchange them for top-tier cultivation resources and the most important thing, the various levels of treasure pills. Among the 60-odd emperors present, although there was no one at the 9th level of Pinnacle, there were still more than a dozen of them among the 300-odd emperors. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Yi Xian's gaze swept across the crowd. With a wave of his hand, a weak sound of something tearing through the air rang out. In an instant, a dozen or so level 24 Emperor-bestowed pellets shot out, abruptly stopping in front of these dozen or so Emperor Realm experts. Your cultivations have already reached the great perfection of the 9th step. If you don't have a treasure pellet, you won't be able to advance any further. Therefore, the Emperor's sealing pellet that can advance to the next great realm will be given to you first. In the future, your battle achievements will be deducted. Nodding his head, Yi Xian turned to look at the others and continued. It's the same for all of you. After your cultivation reaches the great perfection of the 9th step, even if you don't have any battle achievements, you can still apply to the 6-headed blood dragon. The treasure pills will be given the corresponding treasure pills in advance. However, with the way you've been cultivating in the past, isn't it too slow to reach the great circle of the 9th step? Xiao, xiao, xiao. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand again. This time, hundreds of purple crystal precious medicines, 9-color divine medicines, and some other top-grade cultivation resources were sent out by him. They abruptly stopped in front of everyone present. These purple crystal elixirs and 9-color divine elixirs can increase your cultivation speed by several times, and not just by 1 or 2 times. Although I don't have any battle merits at the moment, I can still distribute them first. When the battle merits are accumulated, I can deduct them. After saying that, he waved his hand. Except for the six-headed blood dragon, the rest of you put away the cultivation resources and elixirs that were distributed and dispersed. Immediately return to your respective cave stars to cultivate in seclusion. The next battle will be against the blood dragon, green rock, and war lion. The main camp of the human race. You don't have to participate. Hearing these words, the 400 peerless sovereigns and titled emperors from the three races were stunned for a moment, but they soon reacted, excitement and gratitude shining in their eyes. They immediately made their moves and kept the treasures and resources in front of them carefully. After bowing once more, they turned and left. After the upper echelons of the captive army left, Yixian immediately sent out a voice transmission that enveloped the entire forbidden area of Rising Sunday, the upper echelons of the three great armies, the emperor level and above. Quickly come and see me. The first battle of the Magic Hall expedition is about to begin. Howl! Li Xiu Xiu Xiu. As soon as the voice of his divine sense fell, in the distance around the huge rising sun forbidden land, inside the life stars of various sizes, figures instantly shot out one after another. In a short period of time, these three armies' upper echelons had all gathered in the space not far from Yixian. The ferocious beast army's commander, Green Ox, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gongjun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and the other emperors from the Forbidden Land. A total of over 40 of them had all arrived. The survivor army's commander, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other knights, as well as the over 20 emperors from the Sangji tribe, were all present. There is also the nomadic army's commander, the three-clawed dragon, Long Shantang, and the other representatives of the army council, a total of over 60 of them, all at emperor level. Today, the Magic Hall has officially taken over the world. There should have been a sacrificial battle. After everyone had arrived, Yixian turned around and gazed at them. He smiled and nodded, after which he continued, "Coincidentally, the nomadic army has returned. Over the past 10 years, Green Ox and his nomadic army have been in this universe. They have been bullied in the universe. This matter can't just end here. Today, the Magic Hall will begin its expedition. Our target is the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race. Our only request is to completely destroy the headquarters of these three races in this space, as a sacrifice to the reputation of the Magic Hall." Speaking to this point, Yixian's eyes gleamed coldly. For this battle, the ferocious beast army, the survivor army, and the nomadic army will all be mobilized. Half of their regular forces will be left behind in the Forbidden Land. The three armies' joint commanders will be Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the 6 blood dragons. Besides, even though I'm in the Magic Hall, my undying consciousness will always be on guard. Even if I meet a universe supreme at the middle or late stage, or even a great being from the ancient era, there's no need to be afraid. At the crucial moment, I'll make a move. Go, lead your army and set off immediately. Speaking to the end, Yixian waved his hand and turned around, entering the cave star behind him and disappearing. Chapter 4675. Hong, long, long. An earth-shattering roar resounded from every corner of the rising sun, forbidden land. It was as though a giant beast had woken up from its slumber. A formless killing aura spread out. According to Yixian's instructions, half of the three armies, ferocious beast, remnant, and nomadic, were mobilized. All the higher-ups above the emperor level were mobilized. As such, the number of troops deployed by the Devil Hall in this expedition was truly astonishing. The largest formation was the ferocious beast army. Even if half of them were mobilized, there would still be 50 million ferocious beasts. The remnant army, on the other hand, consisted of all kinds of remnant battleships. Although the number was not large, they were all elite battleships that had survived the 10 years of space escape. Each of them was extremely huge, more than 100,000 meters in diameter. Huge fortresses. As for the nomadic army, half of them were mobilized, which meant 10 million huge fortresses. These three armies did not seem to be as large as 100 million battleships, but they were all elite forces. An opponent like the captive army, not to mention 500 million battleships, even if they were doubled to 1 billion, they would still be defeated. They were no match for them, and this was only the conventional forces. As for the high-end forces, there were more than 40 high-level ferocious beasts like Green Cow and Yuling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gongjun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and more than 20 emperors from the remnant race of the Sangji tribe, as well as the three-clawed flood dragon, Long Shan Tang, and more than 60 nomadic warriors. As for the members of the Council of the Nomadic Army, they were all emperors. There were more than 130 of them, and they were all emperors. It was shocking to see so many of them. Besides, there were also 4 universe knights like Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the strongest one, the 6-headed blood dragon, who was a universe supreme. It was enough to run amok in the void of the primordial world fragment. Of course, in the base camps of the various races and top powers from the 3 main planes of the current era, there were also universe supremes, and there were even powerful beings in the middle and later stages of the universe supremes. However, that was not a problem. If these old monsters dared to make a move, Yi Xian, who was sitting in the forbidden land of Rising Sun, but was paying close attention to this battle, could make a move at any time. Like crushing an ant, he could instantly kill them. Boom! Rumble. In just half a day, the 3 legions were ready. The punitive army gathered at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun was immediately launched. An earth-shattering roar sounded. Immediately, the Green Ox, the 6-headed blood flood dragon, Zhao Dong, and the other 6 supreme commanders pointed at them. With that order, they left the forbidden land of Rising Sunday roar, screech, rumble. At this moment, the forbidden land of the Rising Sun was filled with countless roars and howls. All the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the Rising Sun were roaring. The captive army that did not participate in the battle to avoid suspicion fired their cannons in unison. For more than 10 days, the Blood Flood Dragon Clan's base camp in the void of the primordial world fragment was deathly silent. Vaguely, there was an extremely uneasy and oppressive atmosphere that slowly spread throughout the star field. The general situation of the star field was getting more and more oppressive. The 2 most powerful beings guarding the star field of headquarters, Crown Prince Jiao and 6-headed Blood Dragon, who were both universe masters, led an elite fleet of strongholds and left for Rising Sun Forbidden Land more than 10 days ago. Calculating the time, it should have been close to 10 days since the fleet arrived at the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. However, during these 10 days, there was still no news from them. The entire elite fleet, Crown Prince Flood Dragon, and his protector, the 6-headed Blood Flood Dragon, were like a stone that had sunk into the ocean. This situation was obviously abnormal. It was eerie and unsettling. Currently, the most powerful beings in the base camp of the Blood Flood Dragon clan were the 4 Universe Knights, who were half-step Eternity Lords. They were all core elders of the clan and had lived for a very long time. Naturally, they had a very keen sense of smell. Because of this, as time passed, the 4 of them felt more and more uneasy. A few days ago, they had even sent a few undying emperors to the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun to spy from afar. However, they didn't get any news at all. It was said that the forbidden land of Rising Sun was completely silent, and it didn't seem like a large-scale battle had broken out at all. Something was very wrong. The moment the news was reported, the 4 half-step Eternity Lords panicked. They were almost certain that something had happened to Crown Prince Flood Dragon. However, he was originally a mid-stage Eternity Lord, and there was another half-step Eternity Lord beside him, who was also a half-step Eternity Lord. If even they couldn't return from the forbidden land of Rising Sun, these 4 old fellows, who were only half-step Eternity Lords, wouldn't be able to cause any trouble even if they went there. Hence, the 4 of them didn't dare to go there at all. Instead, they went to the base camp of the Green Rock clan and the Battle Line clan. This time, the 4 Universe Knights from the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun didn't just rob the fleet of the Blood Flood Dragon clan. There was a total fleet of close to 500 million battleships, and among the more than 30 undying emperors, the Blood Flood Dragon clan only accounted for 1/3 of them. The other 2/3 were from the Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan. Even before that huge combined fleet was robbed by the 4 Universe Knights from the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, the Battle Lion clan had a half-step knight core ancestor who was an undying emperor at level 9, and he was smashed into minced meat in front of everyone in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. It could be said that this wasn't just a matter of the Blood Flood Dragon clan. The Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan were also involved. Now, the 2 Universe Masters guarding the base camp of the Blood Flood Dragon clan had been dispatched, but there seemed to be an accident. There hadn't been any news back for more than 10 days. Apart from asking for help from the Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan, the 4 of them couldn't think of a better way to deal with this. There was a way, within the base camp of the 2 clans, there were also 2 powerful Universe Masters guarding it. Other than the 2 Eternity Lords, there was also a powerful Universe Supreme. Judging from the current situation, the Demon Palace Master in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land most likely had the power of a Universe Supreme. After all, 6-headed Blood Dragon was a half-step supreme at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Universe Master level. If even he was trapped, it was enough to say. The problem was obvious. If that was really the case, in order to rescue the Crown Prince, they had to ask for help from the 2 Supreme Masters guarding the base camp of the Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan. These 2 old fellows were both mid-stage Universe Supreme Masters at level 4, and if they worked together, they would definitely be able to solve the problem. However, what disappointed the 4 of them was that the Supreme Masters of the Green Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan were all in seclusion. As for the 4 Universe Masters guarding the base camp of the 2 clans, when they heard that the Crown Prince and the 6-headed Blood Flood Dragon were trapped, they were shocked. Chapter 4676. However, they weren't able to solve the problem immediately. They had to wait for the supreme ancestors of the Green Rock and Battle Lion races to come out of seclusion before they could get a definite answer. Such an outcome made the 4 half-step Universe Lords in the Blood WRM clan's main camp, who were originally worried about the safety of the Crown Prince, extremely depressed. However, there was nothing they could do. These 4 half-step Eternity Lords were in charge of the Blood WIRM clan's headquarters. They were called Jiao Tian, Jiao Di, Jiao Xian, and Jiao Huang. At this moment, they were gathered in a palace on Jiao Tian's abode star, discussing how to deal with the situation with worried expressions. At this time, an emperor rushed over from outside the planet. He rushed into Jiao Tian's palace and reported, "Ancestors, 6-head Blood Dragon is here." Jiao Tian and the other 3 were startled when they heard this. Then they were overjoyed. They had even overlooked the fact that this undying emperor was calling out the name of a half-step supreme. Their eyes glowed, and they smiled. Jiao Tian and the other 3 immediately stood up and laughed heartily. "It's good that you're back. After all this fuss, it was just a false alarm. Since the Crown Prince is back, the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun must have been wiped out. That's right. We've never heard of the Master of the Magic Hall before. How could he be a supreme being, right? Where's the Crown Prince now? We have to go and welcome him immediately. Send down the order to celebrate for him for 10 days. After that, the 4 were about to fly up. Seeing this, along with the words of the 4, the Undying who had just rushed into the palace to report was so anxious he was about to cry. With a long face and a sorrowful expression, he said bitterly, "It's not like that for ancestors. The 6 Blood Flood Dragons are back, but the Crown Prince is nowhere to be seen. The Devil Palace army from the Forbidden Land of Rising Star is here." Jiao Tian was shocked, and his expression changed. "The army of the Magic Hall from the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun is here? Who's leading them?" "It's the 4 first-stage knights and Green Bull from the Space Nomadic Army. This damn Green Bull, he was chased by us in the void for more than 10 years, and has always been very unyielding. I never thought that he would actually join the Demon Palace." At the side, Jiao Di continued the conversation, and halfway through, a sinister expression appeared on his face. "However, the Green Bull is only half a step away from being titled Emperor, and those four old fellows are only first-order venerables. Even if they come, they will only be sending themselves to their deaths. Return. It's not like that. This time, the reporting emperor was truly crying. His voice was choking. For elders, Green Cow is already an emperor now, and those four old fogies, even though they're only at first-level monarch level, but he is still a monarch. Our commander is a Tier 1 Supreme. We are definitely not his match. Zhao Xian was shocked and cried out, "What? Magic Hall Master. He's actually a Supreme? It's not like that." This emperor was so anxious that he started foaming at the corner of his mouth. Didn't the Magic Hall Master say it earlier? It's the six-headed blood dragon. He's also one of the 6 commanders of the Magic Hall army, and he's the leader. His strength has already broken through to become a first-stage knight. Hearing this, Zhao Tian and the other 3 trembled. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they exclaimed, "Six-headed blood dragon? Didn't he escape back? How did he become the commander of the Magic Hall army?" He actually made a breakthrough in his cultivation and stepped into the supremacy realm. How many days has it been? How can he be so fast? Damn it, the six-headed blood flood dragon actually betrayed the clan. That Devil Palace Master is truly capable. He subdued the tough green ox and the nomadic army under him, and even the six-headed blood flood dragon betrayed him. But where's our crown prince? See, the six-headed blood dragon is already a first-stage knight, but he was still forced to betray us. Doesn't this mean that the mysterious master of the Magic Hall is at least a middle-stage supreme knight? This isn't good. Hong, hong, hong. Before the 4 of them could finish their exclamations, the star under their feet suddenly shook violently. The rumbling of thunder shook the heavens and earth. This scene was as if the entire star was about to collapse. The truth was not far from that. Hundreds of Black Death ray beams with a diameter of 30,000 feet rushed through the atmosphere of the star and smashed into the surface of the star. Although they didn't directly penetrate this life star, they created dozens of cracks that seemed like they were like a huge crack in the sky. A gigantic fissure that was like a natural chasm. Such a scene was practically no different from a true collapse of the heavens and the earth. Long, roar. Zhao Tian, Zhao Di, 4 old fellows come out and die immediately. Almost in the next instant, along with the loud, rumbling sound, an incomparably huge blood-red figure smashed the star's atmosphere with a palm and roared as it rushed into the star. It was the bloodline true body that had already appeared. At this moment, its size was 10 million feet. It was a 6-headed blood dragon that was 10 feet tall. The cultivation aura that was emitted from its body was that of a first-stage supreme knight. This scene caused Zhao Tian and the others to tremble violently. Their faces were filled with shock and despair that couldn't be dispersed. "Old ox, I was relentlessly chased by you in the void for more than 10 years. Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei followed closely behind the 6-headed blood dragon with their hands behind their backs. Walking side by side with the 4 of them was a huge green bull that was completely different in size. It was at least 10,000 feet tall, but it also walked on its hind legs. Its pair of front hooves were also like Zhao Dong and the others, and it was carried on its back. A low, muffled voice came from its mouth. At that time, I once said that one day, when the big boss of this old bull returns, it will be the time for you to pay the price. Now, the big boss has descended and become the master of the Magic Hall. I have always taken revenge. My words back then should come true today." Boom! Hong, long. At the end of its sentence, a cold light flashed in the green bull's eyes, and it suddenly raised its hooves. He did not make a move, because he was not a match for the 6-headed blood dragon at all. However, the 6-headed blood dragon suddenly threw out a punch at this moment. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying invisible force blasted out and arrived at the palace below in the blink of an eye. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the entire palace collapsed with a bang, turning into dust that drifted away. Zhao Tian and the others, who were originally standing in front of the palace, were caught off guard and were hit head-on. Chapter 4677. If you knew this would happen, why did you do what you did? As for the six-headed blood flood dragon and the flood dragon crown prince, they only arrived recently. However, in the past 10 years or so, the strongest people guarding the Blood Flood Dragon clan's headquarters have always been you four old fellows. The fall of the regiment, the fall of countless experts, is related to you all. As Jiao Tian and the other three were heavily injured, Green Ox flew out and stomped down with his front hooves. Today it's time for you to pay the price. Pung, 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 for explosions rang out. Jiao Tian and the others, who were already heavily injured and on the verge of death, had no strength to fight back at all. They didn't even have the strength to resist, let alone escape. With unwillingness, the bodies of the four people were trampled by the front hooves of the green bull. With a boom, they exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist that scattered Xiao. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The green ox wasn't Yixian. He was only an undying emperor, so his horizons weren't that high. Before him was a boundless blood mist formed from the explosion of four half-step eternity lords. Not only was it beneficial to his own cultivation, but it could also be given to Yi Xian to refine. A level 26 universe lord level pill was for the use of the beast army, so he naturally couldn't waste it. As he raised his hooves again, an invisible force spread out. The blood mist formed by the explosion of Jiao Tian and the others was instantly wrapped up. After being compressed, it turned into 4 blood beads that were 3 feet wide and were absorbed by the green ox. At this point, the Blood WIRM clan's main camp had completely fallen. There was no more suspense. Jiao Tian's group of 4 were all half-step universe lords, yet they had all been killed. Although there were still a large number of Blood Flood Dragon clansmen in the star field where the base was located, and there were even quite a few emperors, at least 30 to 40 of them, they were still alive. Couldn't cause any more trouble, Moo. Jiao Tian and the rest have all been killed. In the next moment, the green ox rushed out of the star under its feet and arrived in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. It raised its head and roared. The voice of its divine sense instantly spread out and enveloped the entire star region. Everyone in the Blood Dragon's base camp, listen up. Kill all those who resist. For those who surrender voluntarily, the engine of the warship will be extinguished. All personnel will leave the warship and line up in the void on the right side of the warship, waiting to be incorporated. Anyone who disobeys orders and acts rashly will be killed immediately. Rumble, rumble. As soon as the voice of his divine sense fell, an earth-shattering rumble could be heard several tens of millions of kilometers to the right in front of them. When he turned around, he saw a group of elite stronghold troops firing at him. This army had a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters and a large stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There was a total of 200,000. Other than that, there wasn't even a single large stronghold with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Obviously, such a luxurious elite fortress army definitely didn't belong to anyone else. It was most likely the private army of Crown Prince Jiao, who had long since fallen. These people were mostly loyal to Crown Prince Jiao and wouldn't surrender. In truth, even if they did, Green Ox wouldn't take them in, as there were too many uncertainties. However, the Flood Dragon Prince's trusted aides in the stronghold could be killed, but the 200,000-plus strongholds of various sizes could not be destroyed just like that. They were all true elites, and the 100,000 large strongholds could be handed over to the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, enchanting, and the others to expand the nomadic army. The army's strength. The remaining 100,000-plus small strongholds would definitely be welcomed by the captive army. Even at such a time, you still dare to resist? You're all courting death, Moo. Raising his head and roaring, Green Ox shrunk to a size of 300 m and transformed into a beam of green light, shooting towards the space tens of millions of miles away. Don't destroy the strongholds. Seeing this, enchanting immediately reminded. The moment he finished, the dozens of emperors and emperors of the nomadic army all rushed into space and shot towards that direction. For the sake of not destroying the 200,000 strongholds, enchanting and the 3-clawed dragon and the others gave it their all. The dozens of emperors personally made a move, instantly scaring the blood dragons out of their wits. Even though there were emperors within the 200,000 elite army, there were only about 10 of them. With over 40 emperors surrounding them, it was obvious that they were going to surround them and torture them to death. Shio, without hesitation, the 10 or so titled emperors of the elite stronghold army immediately rushed out of their respective strongholds and scattered, fleeing to the back. They were after all emperors. As long as they didn't have the ships to drag them down, they would have a chance of escaping. Even at such a time, you still want to escape? What wishful thinking. In the distance, Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who had been standing in space with the 6 blood dragons and hadn't made a move yet, all of a sudden had their expressions sunk. They snorted coldly and made a move. These were 4 powerful knights. In such a short distance of tens of millions of miles, they didn't even need to move their bodies. Their shoulders didn't even shake. They just waved their hands. Pong, 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 pong. Tens of millions of miles away, a huge explosion resounded. The dozens of emperors who had just rushed out of their own strongholds only made it 20 to 30 million miles before their bodies exploded. They became a bloody mist and dispersed. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. The bloody mist from an emperor-level undying's body can at least be used to make a level 25 night pill. The beast army is huge. The demand isn't small. We can't waste it like this. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green ox muttered softly in a muffled voice. His figure flashed, and in an instant he had already arrived in the distant void. With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so majestic blood mists that had spread out were instantly wrapped up by him and compressed into drops of blood that were about 10 feet in size. After the blood droplets were absorbed into his body immediately, rumble, rumble. On this side, there was no more suspense for the 200,000 elite strongholds of the Crown Prince. Basically, all of them had been killed, leaving only the strongholds as spoils of war. As for the other regions, there were still rumbling sounds coming from them. Within the huge Blood Dragon's base star field, although many battleships had already closed their kinetic energy cabins, the people inside gave up on the battle and walked out of the battleships, lining up in space. They were waiting to be absorbed, but similarly, there were some battleships and even small army-level units that were still resisting stubbornly. Chapter 4678. Within a day, the battle ended, and the Blood Flood Dragon clan's base camp fell completely. In this battle, countless Blood Flood Dragon clan warriors were killed, and a shocking number of battleships were destroyed. Not only the Blood Flood Dragon clan, but even the 3 great legions of the Magic Hall suffered losses. However, the losses were negligible. Yes, after the battle ended, as far as the eye could see, the vast starfield occupied by the Blood Flood Dragon clan's base camp was bleak. Some of the destroyed battleships were still burning, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood and burnt flesh. Although the battle only lasted for a day, the post-battle inventory clearly took more time. Although more than 60% of the Blood Flood Dragon clan warriors chose to stubbornly resist, close to 40% of them chose to abandon the battle and surrender. Of course, not all of the 40% who abandoned the battle survived. This kind of large-scale interstellar battle that involved the entire star field was far too chaotic. Many prisoners of war were accidentally injured by the cannons of both sides during the chaotic battle, and they were unwilling to die just like that. After spending an entire 3 days, the post-battle inventory was finally completed. In this battle, more than 100 million battleships were captured, and more than 1 billion Blood Flood Dragon clan warriors were captured. Among them, there were close to 100 undying emperors and over 20 undying emperors. After the 3 great legions returned victorious, these forces would be incorporated into the captive legion that hadn't set off yet. However, right now, these 100 million Blood Flood Dragon clan battleships would follow behind the 3 great legions of the Magic Hall and fight in the second battle of this expedition. Their first target was the Green Rock clan's base camp. Set off. Hong Long Long. Under Green Ox's command, a shocking rumble sounded in the air. The 3 great legions of the Magic Hall the ferocious beasts, the remnant survivors, and the nomads, along with the 100 million-plus battleships of the captive legion of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, set off toward the distant space. In the distant space, some battleships, ferocious beasts, and battleships could be faintly seen. They didn't dare to get too close and stayed in an extremely distant area, peeping in this direction. These were clearly scouts from the other forces and clans that had entered this void fragment of the untainted world from the three main planes of the starry skies. There were also some that came from the Forbidden Lands and the Remnant Star areas that still existed in the void of the untainted land. The commotion caused by the battle in the Blood WRM clan's headquarters was simply too shocking. The flames of war spread throughout the vast star region and naturally attracted endless attention. In fact, long before the arrival of the three legions of the Magic Hall, a large number of small battleships, ferocious beasts, and scouts from the Remnant Star Field had been paying close attention to this place. The time could even be traced back to more than 10 days ago. At that time, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had walked out of the forbidden area of Sunrise and captured the Bloodworm, Azure Rock, and Warlion clans as well as the Starry Sky Nomad Army. This matter had already alarmed countless powers. After that, the Crown Prince of the Blood Flood Dragon clan set off in anger. Although there were only 10,000 large fortresses in the elite army, it was extremely ostentatious and attracted the attention of all parties. Even so, the great powers in the current era, as well as the upper echelons of the ferocious beast forbidden area and the Remnant Star region, still did not expect that the power of the Magic Hall would be so amazing. Not only did it kill the Crown Prince of the Flood Dragon clan, but it also subdued him. With the help of the six-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Ox, even the Star region where the Blood WRM clan was based was completely destroyed by them in a short period of one day. At that moment, as the three armies of the Magic Hall led the captive Blood WRM army towards the Cyan Rainbow Galaxy, where the headquarters of the Cyan Rock clan was located, everything that happened there rapidly spread into the surroundings with a terrifying speed. Go! In an instant, cries of alarm that were filled with endless shock sounded out from all over the void of the great desolate world. What happened? Crown Prince Flood Dragon has only been in the forbidden land of Rising Dawn for a little more than 10 days, yet a mid-universe lord was killed just like that. What is he? The six-headed Blood Dragon clan was a half-step supreme being who was a universe master at the 9th stage of perfection, but wasn't he still subdued by the master of the Magic Hall? It seems that the mysterious master of the Magic Hall is at least a mid-stage supreme being. What's even more surprising is that the master of the Magic Hall is actually the big boss behind the scenes that the Green Ox has been talking about. This person's identity is too mysterious. The Space Nomadic Army and the Forbidden Land of Rising Dawn are actually secretly controlled by him. But I've never heard of this person before. Where did such a person come from? It's only been a month, and such a shocking change happened. The headquarters of the Blood WRM clan was destroyed, and 4 powerful half-step supreme beings fell. This is simply unprecedented. Unfortunately, the armies of the Magic Hall were too confident. After destroying the headquarters of the Blood WRM clan, they actually immediately went to attack the headquarters of the Cyan Rainbow Galaxy of the Cyan Rock clan. This is simply asking for humiliation. Indeed, the headquarters of the Cyan Rock clan and the Battle Lion clan are not comparable to the Blood WRM clan. These two clans already have a powerful mid-stage supreme being in this void space. Even a master of the Magic Hall only has a cultivation level around that of a mid-stage supreme being. If he personally went to the Cyan Rainbow Galaxy, there would still be hope of a triumphant return. Now that the six-headed Blood Dragon clan is leading the army, the result of this battle is already obvious. The six-headed Blood Dragon clan has just become a universe supreme, and he's only at the first level of this realm. Yet he dares to lead an army to the Cyan Rainbow, forbidden land where a mid-stage supreme being is guarding. I really don't know where he gets his confidence from, as the waves of exclamations resounded in the void space of this fragment of the ancient universe. Various large clans and powers, as well as the various forbidden lands of ferocious beasts and the remnant star fields, continued to send out troops of different sizes and camps. They gathered from all directions and rushed toward the headquarters of the Cyan Rainbow Galaxy of the Cyan Rock Clan. The lineup was extremely shocking, and there was even going to be an earth-shattering battle at the level of Universe Supreme Beings. In this grand space, even if one could only watch from afar, as long as one could seize this opportunity, no one would be willing to miss it. 10 days later, the three armies of the Magic Hall and the Blood WRM Captive Army arrived at the Cyan Rainbow Galaxy and formed a formation in the void space 20 million miles away from the galaxy. Long, how? Cyan Rock Clan, all the old fogies at the level of Universe Knights and above, come out now and accept your death. With a loud rumble, Green Ox, the six-headed Blood Dragon Clan, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei rushed out of their respective flagship fortresses and came to the forefront. The green ox walked on its hind legs with a pair of front hooves behind its back. Its expression was extraordinary and revealed disdain. From its mouth, a low and muffled voice came out. Azure Rock Clan, this old ox was chased down by you in the void for 10 years without mercy. My remaining years. Chapter 4679. Moo. After today's battle, the Green Rainbow Starfield is destined to be completely destroyed, just like the headquarters of the Blood Dragon Clan. However, I will only kill the culprit today. In the void of the universe, Green Ox raised his head and roared. The voice of his divine sense instantly spread out and swept toward the Qinghong Galaxy in front of him. Everyone in the Qinghong Galaxy, listen up. If you are below the level of Venerable, as long as you surrender, you will not be implicated. Those who refuse to realize their mistakes and resist stubbornly will be killed without mercy. Those who give up and surrender turn off the engine of the battleship. All personnel will leave the battleship and form an array in the void space on the right side of the battleship, waiting to be recruited. Those who refuse to listen to the order and act rashly will be killed immediately. Long. As soon as the voice of his divine sense fell, an earth-shattering rumble came from the Cyan Rainbow star region 20 million kilometers away. How dare a mere titled emperor behave so atrociously in the Green Rainbow star field where I am guarding? Green Bull, have you eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard? Along with the roar, a huge figure quickly appeared in the depths of the Green Rainbow star field. A moment ago, it was still hundreds of millions of miles away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already at the edge of the star field. It was a green rock. At this time, it had already revealed its bloodline true body. Its wingspan was 30 million feet, and with a flap of its wings, it was tens of millions of miles away. Its speed was absolutely astonishing. Even great beings of the other races of the same level were no match for it. As for his cultivation level, he had already reached the fourth order universe supremacy. Although he had just stepped into the middle stage of this realm, this level of cultivation was an existence that was absolutely impossible to surpass for the three great armies of the Demon Palace who were courting death by provoking them. Among the three great legions of the Magic Hall, the strongest one, the six-headed Blood Dragon, was only at the first level of Universe Supreme and had just entered the initial stage of this level. If they were to fight this green rock head-on, they would most likely be killed within a few breaths of time. There was no suspense at all. This was obvious to everyone. Hence, at this moment, as this green rock appeared, a large number of great beings and battleships of the Green Rock race came rumbling from behind and sailed toward the edge of the star field. The scouts of various forces, ferocious beasts, and survivors who were watching from a distance in the void in the distance immediately sighed. Some of them could vaguely hear through their divine senses. Green Rock Supreme has never shown himself before, and the outside world has only heard rumors of his cultivation level. Today, I see that he has indeed reached the fourth level of the Universe Supreme. That's a powerful middle stage supreme being. The master of the Magic Hall is truly muddle-headed. I'm afraid that the three legions of the Magic Hall will be completely wiped out in today's battle. What do you mean by afraid? This is clearly a done deal, and there's no suspense at all. Perhaps, in a fit of rage, The Azure Rock Sovereign and the Battle Lion Clan's Battle Lion Sovereign would charge into the forbidden land of Rising Sun and kill the master of the Magic Hall in one fell swoop. Indeed, there's such a possibility. Previously, the Green Rock race and the Battle Lion Clan didn't make any moves only because the supreme ancestor in their base camp was still in seclusion. But now, the Green Rock Sovereign of the Green Rock race has already come out of seclusion. If the Battle Lion Clan's Battle Lion Sovereign is the same, the two of them will definitely join forces and charge into the forbidden land of Rising Sun. Is a fourth-level universe supreme very powerful? As the discussions in the distant void sounded faintly, Green Ox, Six-Headed Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, and Xian Nan, who were at the forefront of the three legions of the Magic Hall, the strongest of the six-headed blood dragon, dashed forward. At this moment, his voice rang out, spreading close to 10 billion miles of void space, and was heard by all the great beings who were hibernating in the distance. The aura emanating from your body is somewhat unstable. This is clearly a sign that you've just made a breakthrough, and it seems that you're in a hurry to come out of seclusion. Green Rock, you've just forcefully broken through, and it's likely that you've already caused a backlash in your body. Now, instead of going into seclusion to consolidate your realm and eliminate the hidden dangers, you actually dare to fight with me, in my opinion, in your current state. As long as the power in your body is slightly agitated, the backlash will most likely come immediately. At that time, your cultivation will plummet, and you won't be able to avoid it. At this point, Six-Headed Blood Dragon curled his lips and waved his right claw. With a look of disdain, he continued, "Scram back into seclusion. If you're defeated by me in this state, it'll be an unfair victory. It'll be a disgrace." Screech, Bullsh *T. Just as Six-Headed Blood Dragon finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar came from the edge of the cyan rainbow star field ahead. Green Rock Sovereign had indeed just made a breakthrough. Previously, it was rumored that he had been a fourth-level supreme for a long time. In fact, it was slightly exaggerated. His true cultivation was only at third-level universe supreme, which was the peak of the initial stage of this realm. The reason why he had gone into seclusion previously was to make a breakthrough. For this, he had been preparing for many years. Now, although he had just come out of seclusion, he had successfully broken through to fourth-level universe supreme. He was a genuine middle-level supreme, and his cultivation base had long been consolidated. It was not like what Six-Headed Blood Dragon had said, that his realm was unstable. This guy was simply slandering him. A mere first-level supreme dared to provoke and ridicule him like this. This made Green Rock Sovereign, who was a fourth-level supreme being, fly into a rage screech. "You damned blood flood dragon! This sovereign must tear apart your bones and skin you alive today to vent the hatred in my heart." Green Rock Sovereign raised his head and roared again. His gigantic body suddenly turned into a beam of green light and shot out from the edge of the cyan rainbow, forbidden land in front of him. Kacha! Kacha! However, at this moment, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from his gigantic body without any warning. It was incomparably clear. Even the scouts from the various races and forces who were watching from afar in the void hundreds of millions of miles away heard it. The great beings also heard it clearly. This was clearly the sound of bones shattering. Pooh! Just as everyone was shocked and uncertain, Green Rock Sovereign's figure, which was originally shooting over at an extremely fast speed, came to an abrupt halt in the void at this moment. He opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. It was like a heavy rain, sprinkling down in the void. His huge wings, which were originally stretched out, suddenly drooped down weakly as the blood arrow spurted out. It was as if his wings had been broken. In the blink of an eye, Green Rock Sovereign fell into a dispirited state. The cultivation aura emanating from his body had dropped by a few levels, and he had already fallen to the first-level universe supreme level. He was even weaker than Six-Headed Blood Dragon. See, I was right, wasn't I? In your current state, your realm is unstable. If you force yourself to attack, even your wings will be broken. Why bother? Chapter 4680. Show. In the void, An incomparably sharp sound pierced through the air. The six-headed blood dragon, who had made up his mind, turned into a ray of bloody light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. His body came to an abrupt halt, and his state instantly weakened. His cultivation level dropped to First Supreme. The second stage, Azure Rock Prime, was approaching. There was naturally a reason for such an unexpected turn of events. All of this was done secretly by Yi Xian. The current Yi Xian, in his 9 transformation state, was already at the second stage of the primordial sovereign realm, even if he ignored the fact that the boundless blood and chi energy within his enormous body had increased his cultivation by 10%. It was naturally not difficult to injure a universe supreme in secret. It was no exaggeration to say that it was no more difficult than stretching out a finger and crushing an ant to death. In fact, Yi Xian's original body was not here at all. He was still in the magic hall of the Rising Sun Forbidden Zone's cavern star. Even though he was so far away in the starry sky, Yi Xian could easily do all this. Of course, if there was a powerful primordial supreme here, even a late-stage primordial supreme would be able to more or less see something fishy. Unfortunately, the strongest existence in this star field was only the Azure Rock Sovereign. Even he himself did not understand why he had suddenly lost his wings and his cultivation had plummeted. As for the others, they naturally did not understand. It was impossible for them to see any clues. However, the six-headed blood dragon, Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei were naturally well aware of it, but they would not point out the truth. The six-headed blood dragon had deliberately slandered Azure Rock Prime because he had just broken through and his cultivation level was not stable. In fact, he had a motive. Logically speaking, he was only a first-order supreme. Obviously, it was impossible for him to be Azure Rock Prime's opponent. He was not the only one who knew this. The Demon Master was also well aware of this. Therefore, the six-headed blood dragon was sure that Yi Xian would definitely make a move, and he would do it secretly. The reason he said such words earlier was to give Yi Xian a reason to secretly make a move. Otherwise, if the old lion in the War Lion Race's base camp, who was also at the middle stage of the universe sovereign realm, realized that something was amiss, he would have immediately fled far away. Even if he went to the War Lion Race's base camp, the final result would only be pouncing. Empty air. Hiss, rumble, poo. At this moment, as the six-headed blood serpent shot over, it arrived before the Azure Rock Sovereign in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed through its eyes. Without any hesitation, it extended its claws and swiped viciously. The extremely clear sound of fabric tearing rang out. At this moment, the Azure Rock Sovereign was still in a state of extreme shock and shock. He did not understand why his wings had suddenly snapped under an invisible but terrifying force. The confusion and fear in his heart made his reaction extremely slow. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation level had plummeted, he was already weaker than the six-headed blood dragon. Therefore, Sovereign Azure Rock did not have the time to react to the sudden approach of the six-headed blood WYRM, as if it was a sneak attack. His dangling left wing was directly torn off by the six-headed blood flood dragon's claws, and it was thrown into the universe's void on the right. The power of this claw was too strong. After all, the six-headed blood flood dragon had been accumulating its power to begin with. After losing an entire left wing, the Azure Rock Sovereign's body shook violently. Not only did the blood from his broken wings spray into the sky, he even opened his mouth and spat out another arrow of blood. This attack made his already serious injuries even worse. When this arrow of blood was spat out from his mouth like a rainstorm, the cultivation aura emitted from the Azure Rock Sovereign's body plummeted once again. In less than half a breath, it had already fallen. Between the 9-stage pinnacle of the Universe Master level and the 1st-stage Universe Supreme level, he could fall to the Supreme level at any time. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it all happened in a breath's time. Not only was Azure Rock Prime unable to react, but the great beings from the various races and powers who were watching from afar in the void hundreds of millions of miles away were all in the same state. From this moment on, the entire vast and boundless void fell into a dead silence. Everywhere, all the great beings in the starry sky subconsciously gasped, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a full 2 seconds, cries of astonishment came from all directions like a tidal wave, covering the sky and covering the earth. What? Azure Rock Prime is going to fall to the next level? How is this possible? Just a while ago, he was an extremely powerful middle stage supreme, and now he is going to fall to the level of a universe master? This is unbelievable. It's like a dream. It seems that what Six-Headed Blood Dragon said was right. Azure Rock Prime did just break through and come out of seclusion. The reason why there was no movement from Green Rainbow Forbidden Land was that he was still in seclusion to break through. He was too impatient and overconfident. He just broke through and didn't even have a solid foundation for his level, but he immediately went out to meet the enemy. And the enemy is a Universe Supreme who is at the same level as him. There's almost no suspense about the result. Maybe he just wanted to scare Six-Headed Blood Dragon, but in the end, he miscalculated and was seen through by the enemy. This guy is also a troublemaker. He is not to be trifled with. He didn't care whether Azure Rock Prime did it on purpose or not. He actually dashed forward. In the end, Six-Headed Blood Dragon made the right bet. This battle has just begun, and there is already such a bloody scene. The final result is needless to say. It is really shocking. Green Rainbow Star Zone, the headquarters of the Green Rock race, is going to be finished. I didn't expect such a result in the end. Both Six-Headed Blood Dragon and the mysterious Master of Magic Hall are too lucky. They even encountered such an almost impossible accident. Screech, damn you, Blood Dragon. You must be the one behind this. Here, before the waves of exclamations and sighs from the void space in the distance died down, Azure Rock Prime's earth-shattering screech came from the edge of Green Rainbow Star Zone in front of him again. At this very moment, his heart was on the verge of collapse, but his mind was extremely clear. He knew that he had been tricked. What shocked him even more was that he was about to fall from a great realm, but he didn't even know the identity of the existence that had been lurking in the dark and plotting against him. He didn't know. This was simply too terrifying, and it made Azure Rock Prime's godly soul tremble. As the screech that was full of unwillingness and anger rang out, he, who only had one wing left, didn't move forward. Instead, he retreated. His huge body turned into a beam of green light and retreated toward Green Rainbow Star Zone at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 4681. I told you to leave just now, but you didn't. Now that things have come to this, you're retreating. Who do you think I am? Seeing that Green Rock Prime was about to escape, the Six-Headed Blood Dragon's eyes glinted coldly. He dashed forward and chased after Green Rock Prime. Sila, Hong Long Long, Pooh. In the blink of an eye, the Six-Headed Blood Dragon shot forward and reached Green Rock Prime's side in half a breath's time. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he extended his claws again without hesitation and swiped at Green Rock Prime, who was escaping at high speed. Another clear sound rang out. At this moment, Autarch Azure Rock's mind was still shrouded in confusion and fear. He had been in a hurry to flee, so his reaction was slow. Coupled with the fact that his current cultivation base had fallen to the level of a half-step Autarch, he still didn't have time to react to the sudden attack from the Six-Headed Blood Dragon. This time, the Six-Headed Blood Dragon aimed at his wings, which were dangling weakly as well. When the Six-Headed Blood Dragon swiped at them with its claws, Qi Jin tore them off in the blink of an eye and threw them into the distant void of the universe. The power of this swipe was stronger than the previous one. The Six-Headed Blood Dragon was full of satisfaction, and his combat power soared. On the other hand, Azure Rock Sovereign had already lost an entire left wing. Now that he was caught off guard, his right wing was torn apart again. His body trembled violently as blood sprayed out from his broken wing. His expression changed drastically as he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. His injuries were already extremely severe to begin with, and now they had clearly worsened. When he spat out this arrow of blood, the aura of cultivation that radiated from Prime Azure Rock's body finally dropped by an entire realm. A few moments ago, he was still a powerful middle-stage supreme, but now he had fallen to the level of a ninth-stage complete universe master. Even if he struggled, there was no chance for him to survive. He was definitely no match for the six-headed blood dragon at its peak state. There was no suspense in what happened next. In the void space, an earth-shattering battle broke out, but the battle was completely one-sided. The six-headed blood dragon was completely abusing his opponent. A first-stage universe supreme being was abusing a fourth-stage intermediate supreme being. Screech bang! In the end, the Azure Rock Prime raised his head and let out an extremely shrill roar. It was filled with endless anger and reluctance. Afterwards, his entire body was smashed to a pulp by a single punch from the six-headed blood serpent. He turned into a bloody mist that dispersed into the air. He was indeed unwilling to accept this. His fall today was a little unclear. If the Twin G hadn't been broken when he flapped his wings and rushed out earlier, causing his cultivation level to plummet to level 1 Universe Supreme, how could he have been defeated by the six-headed blood dragon with his original cultivation level of level 4 Intermediate Universe Supreme? This was an incomparably deep and monstrous resentment. Sovereign Azure was unable to figure out what had gone wrong before his death. Just who was behind all of this? Bang, bang, show. After ending all of this, the six-headed blood dragon waved his hand. The two huge wings of the Green Rock Supreme that he had torn off in the distant void instantly shot over and exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Immediately after, along with the majestic bloody mist that had exploded from Sovereign Azurock's body, it was swept up by the six-headed blood dragon with a wave of his hand and compressed into a blood bead that was about 3 feet in radius. After all, this was the majestic bloody mist that had been formed after the body of a Universe Supreme exploded. Naturally, it couldn't be wasted so easily. Run, run. Everything that had happened before had taken a long time to describe. But in fact, from the moment Sovereign Azure Rock appeared and rushed out from the depths of the Cyan Rainbow Star Field to the moment when his body exploded and turned into a bloody mist that was taken away by the six-headed blood dragon, from the beginning to the end, it had only been 10 breaths. Within a short span of 10 breaths, a powerful mid-fourth Order Supreme being was completely annihilated, and the one who killed him was merely a First Order Universe Supreme being. All of this was like a dream. Countless great beings of the Green Rock race in the Cyan Rainbow Star Field couldn't come back to their senses at all. All of them were petrified and in a daze. At this moment, the majestic bloody mist formed by the explosion of Sovereign Azure Rock's body had been compressed into a blood bead and then taken away by the six-headed blood dragon. Only then did they come back to their senses. The entire Cyan Rainbow Star Field in front of them trembled completely at this moment. The expressions of countless great beings of the Green Rock race changed drastically. They cried out involuntarily and scattered in all directions, "Moo!" The 3 major armies and the captive army of the Blood Dragon race. All of you, move out and stop all the battleships and great beings of the Green Rock race. At this moment, Green Ox was full of pride. He raised his head and mooed again. The voice of his spirit consciousness reverberated throughout the vast void space of the Cyan Rainbow Star Field. Everyone in the Cyan Rainbow Star Field, listen up. Those with cultivation bases below universe supremacy will not be implicated as long as they surrender. If they refuse to realize their mistakes and resist stubbornly, kill them all. Those who voluntarily give up and surrender, turn off the engine of the battleship. All personnel will leave the battleship and form an array in the void space on the right side of the battleship. Wait to be taken in. Those who don't listen to orders and act rashly will be killed immediately. Honk! Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, the 3 major armies and the captive army of the Blood Dragon race behind him, as well as countless experts, battleships, all rushed out and entered the Cyan Rainbow Star Field. The great battle began in an instant. The vast void of the universe within a radius of tens of billions of kilometers had turned into a battlefield of iron and blood. Earth-shattering rumbling sounds had not stopped since this moment. In the distant void, the scouts from the various clans and forces were all petrified. After a long time, the battle in the Cyan Rainbow Star Field gradually intensified. Only then did one sigh after another resound in the surrounding void of the universe. It continued, "This is truly too surprising. I didn't expect the final result of this battle to be like this. The powerful Green Rock race's base camp was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye, just like the Blood Dragon race. This is simply, everything is like a dream. If there are no accidents with the fall of the Green Rock star field, the next target of the Magic Hall's army will most likely be the Forbidden Land of Tyrannical Blood, where the base camp of the Battle Lion race is located. Their self-confidence has already swelled to the extreme, so it's naturally impossible for them to stop here. If they do, they will undoubtedly be laughed at by the various clans and forces. If that's really the case, the six-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Ox will undoubtedly be digging their own graves. Green Rock Supreme was just unlucky. He had just made a breakthrough, and before he could stabilize his realm, he encountered the three major armies of the Magic Hall. The problem is that he is unwilling to die. But the Battle Lion Supreme, guarding the Forbidden Land of Tyrannical Blood, is not the same. He has already shown his face in the void space of this fragment of the universe, and his strength has already stabilized at the fourth level of the Universe Supreme, and there is still a certain distance between him and the fifth level of the Universe Supreme.